They've been the team to beat, their team to watch all split long. 21 flawless games back to back.
Chiefs going 21-0 doesn't make them the winners of this split.
We've zeroed every team in the region. I think we're just going to see the same thing in playoffs again.
This is the most exciting season of League of Legends in Oceanic history.
It's our first time in playoffs.
Oh my god, what a beautiful...
And we're going to deal some damage.
That's a massive Empress Divide!
Last split, order around the gauntlet. Now it's our time, baby. Now it's our time.
There we go. Number 2, they're sad. They're knocked back. Magnet Storm onto the entirety of Direwolves. And can now Chiefs turn things around? Massive 3-man cyclone.
I don't think it would be a finals unless PG was our opponent.
I really deserve to be the champion.
Down comes the entrance. In goes the Gallios. And Rose is my time to shine. Jumps into the quickness. But 4 people with the charm.
We'll be on the Dreamhack stage. We'll make sure of it.
I don't like having plan Bs, I just don't see it. I need to win.
Don't think anyone else will be there to stop us. I'm going to take back what's mine.
But it's a double kill for Ace. He's now in double digits, 11 and 1. That's an explosive call. He absolutely screamed for. What a turnaround.
We earned our spot to be here, and we'll prove it.
Our team just has more potential than what happened on that MSI stage.
I know we can show it against any one of these teams. The real question is, can I do it at Worlds?
It doesn't matter who we come up against. I think we're going to 3-0 and go straight to Worlds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO.
It's a base race. They're marching, they're flashing, they're going to go this one. I don't believe this. I do not believe this.
Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. We mobbing in the city.
Shaboom!
Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing rings, you know they fist.
Just evaporated. Gudo locking them all in place, linking up with Kiyose. That's an ace.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for playoffs. Welcome to the LCO delivered by Menulog. And what a bloody intro there. You heard all the players that have made it here to playoffs, and they are so excited to be in the top 5. These two over here, why'd you copy what I was wearing today, huh?
Can I just on record say I was wearing this first? I showed up the earliest. I was wearing this first. It's not my responsibility that I have been copied.
Let's see how this one goes down. So it all starts off with a humble kitty saying, feeling like wearing a cardigan today. So I say, I got you, Queen. I'm wearing a cardigan too. We go to the dress rehearsal. The camera's glitching out. So I say, hey, Mac, you like colourful shirts? Yoink.
I brought a couple of spare pink ones. And when I say a couple, I mean one. That's why Kitty didn't get to wear one. So I do actually have a pink jumper. So if you're feeling left out at any point this evening, let me know. I can hook you up with a Sloppy Joe. It might not be, your kind of fashion, but you can let me know. Either way, we got big games here in the playoffs. We got 2 teams playing today. We got Order and we've got PGG. We're in that upper bracket, and one of the teams that wins today gets to go all the way to Dreamhack. But look, speaking of the playoffs, let's have a quick look at what's been going on. Last week, the final couple of days of the group stage. Of course, there was action. There was tears, there was fun, there was just crazy, crazy mayhem all across the Rift and here on the LCO. And we got Kanga locking in at that 5th position.
Yeah, so a lot of week 10 of the LCO, the week prior to playoffs, obviously, is kind of like just skill checking everybody, right? Like seeing how prepared are you to come into playoffs. What's your form like? There was a couple of playoffs preview matches potentially in there. For example, Kanga and Chiefs played each other. And there was a couple of really good performances, and the one that does stand out to me is the 2 teams that I just named, Mac, in Kanga and Chiefs. And that minion, but we won't get to see that minion again. That's the issue.
Love you,
it'll go down in history, but we won't see it again. But Kanga took on Chiefs and actually challenged them, like really challenged them, proved coming into playoffs that Chiefs are human, right? That they can lose, and that just like adds a layer of excitement that Kanga were the team to show that.
Yeah, so look, skill gap between the top and the bottom can be a little bit smaller if the top dogs aren't having, the greatest day at the office. As you mentioned, everyone's human. Everyone is capable of making those mistakes. And look, we got real damn close to a couple of pentas. I think there was a big quadra coming through last week, but still no penta here in the LCO. And let's have a look at this playoffs bracket as well. So today, it's that beautiful Monday. So we've got Order and PGG there in the upper bracket. If you look down below, we got Direwolves and Kanga playing tomorrow, and one of those teams has to go home. So this week is full of excitement, Skimmy.
Certainly is, yeah. A lot of pressure on the line here, and I'm really excited about the lower bracket, right? The fact that we do get that battle between the Direwolves and Kanga, because that's what we really felt like was going to be the case in Split 1. Didn't it materialize in that fashion? Now it has. And much like Rusty said, Kanga really have gone pound for pound up against Chiefs in their last two meetings, really caused them a few headaches. So I would say, looking at that from the get-go, you'd probably say it's Kanga favored, but I feel like Direwolves have told us multiple times, we've got these creative picks, we've got curveballs, that would be a good chance to try and showcase it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on this week, but then Chiefs, fortunately for them, they get the whole damn week off. They're sitting pretty, coming first with the undefeated split, and they get to play next week in that next step of the upper bracket. So, Kitty, I don't want you to leak predictions, but if you were the Chiefs, who would you be looking at, expecting to be your opponent next week?
I would be looking at either Order or PGG, but I think the thing that makes this playoffs in particular very exciting is that I think genuinely the top 5 teams, at least 4 of them, are around the same skill level. Although they have upper and lower bracket seeds, I think it is very possible for Kanga to take on a much better team like the Chiefs, and they can even take a win over whoever falls into that loser bracket.
So innocent sometimes. I absolutely love it. Now, look, you guys, you're pretty innocent as well, and I want to come and give you big hugs. I want you to slap Rusty's knee, and to do that, you got to be at Dreamhack. So make sure, lco.gg/Dreamhack. Get there. Get yourself your tickets to Dreamhack. Of course, we're going to have that lower bracket final and the grand final. Lower bracket final is on the 2nd. That's the Friday of September. And the 4th of September, which is the Sunday, that's going to be the grand final, and I want to see all your pretty faces there. Of course, slapping Rusty's knee.
No, thank you.
Why not?
Super good.
I've been building up this.
I know you actually posted
storyline
in the Discord, and there was way too many people reacting.
People
to
are excited
it.
about that one, weren't they?
It's just, it's better left not happening.
No, I think
I'm a fast runner.
I've seen those knees in action. They're pretty sturdy knees. They could take some slapping. Now, look, you guys, have a look at this. We had our pre-split predictions. We're going to throw them up and see how close we were after that group stage last week. So have a look at how close some of these members were. Rusty, I'm thinking you're potentially the closest there.
Except for Kanga.
Yeah.
I was pretty far off with Kanga. I just had a lot of faith in Mammoth, and much like my ode to Mammoth on Twitter just before the show went live, disappointment in the Clash games, disappointment unfortunately for what I had for them here as to where they finished. But yeah, PGG top 2 and Chiefs number 1. I don't think anyone's surprised by Chiefs number 1, as you can see, but Peace second for 3 of you. Hello.
Roll.
Rest in peace.
Wow.
We had a lot of faith. That's all I can say. And look, I unfortunately didn't have a lot of faith in Kanga at the start of the split. How wrong I was. How happily wrong I was after Fido got in my ear that one interview. Everything changed. Now, Kitty, anything you want to say on this one before we move along?
I mean, to be fair, we didn't expect Fido to be such a perfect fit for Kanga in particular, and they charged themselves up to the 5th spot. But I think Dials, Order, and PGG being kind of together in that bunch, other than the outlier of Peace being second, it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I think we all did a relatively decent job with that one. Either way, moving forward, we had a new patch last week, and guess what? For playoffs, we've got another new one as well, 12.15, and let's have a look at these patch notes. And Rusty, can you tell me what's going on here? Because we got some nerfs that are on some meta champions that we're seeing competitively, but also a big couple of buffs to bring some champs up.
Yeah, the TLDR is that this is an energy patch, and so I'm just going to try and name some of the champions we might see. Because I think overall, like looking at patch 12.15, it was like a lot of 1%ers, you know, a lot of buffs that you'd say that's cool, but like it doesn't do anything. And similar with the nerfs, right? Like for example, Talia, 1 second off the ult duration of the wall, who cares?
Yeah.
I don't think Talia players do. 2 seconds off the E is a little bit of a hit. But for the buff champions, Akali, you might see a little bit more Akali. Leona, you might see a little bit more Leona. Not as a result of this patch, more so the patch prior, 12.14, just bringing her back. Lee Sin's got some quality of life, and Kennen, I think, is a champion that we will see a little bit more of. And all 3 Rammus players in the world are cheering at the buffs that they got.
Mac, that's
Mac's
your cue
one
to
of
cheer.
them.
Mac is one of those players, but the buff isn't enough to bring him to the forefront of competitive. Same with Sin. Both got nice buffs, but like it's kind of whatever. And the last one there is you might see a Zed. You might.
I really hope we do, because you know just how crazy Zed players can get. Now, we have another page to have a look at as well. A couple of item changes. Skimmy, you want to take me through these ones?
Yeah, so a few different things to talk about. Obviously, Divine Thunder got that bit of a rework a couple of patches ago, right, where they changed how the mitigation and just the damage in general works. So they're trimming back a fraction of its sustain, not making it too overly bearing. Things like the Scimitar, the Silver Dawn as well. These are your Tenacity, your Cleanse items, right? They've just been given a bit of a quality of life. More stats towards them, more of an active effect afterwards, right? Barely ever seen these items purchased nowadays. Obviously, you're seeing Exhaust run rampant, even in the bot lane as an AD carry as well. So I'm going to try and make that a bit more appealing. And then, yeah, First Strike. Just trimming a little bit of its overall damage away as well. Far too many champions picking up for free and getting a lot of money.
So a very small chance that any of these system changes will have too much impact in the games. We'll see today. But maybe some of those champs, maybe the meta is going to have a tiny little shift, which would be interesting. Would be interesting indeed. Guess what, guys?
What?
Thanks for guessing. It is time for your favorite segment, your favorite segment, for Rusty's most hated segment, but your guys' favorite segment. It is time for the LCO Champion Conundrum!
Is today the day luck's with you? Is it now your life could read you? Then you must play the game, cause I have to proclaim life's a game of chance.
Need ear warnings in future. It's just, you know, someone who...
My right ear's okay, guys.
Did you not? I put earplugs in the green room for you guys to grab. I thought you knew I was going to go and hit the high notes today.
Didn't know, but now I have learned.
Are you awake now, though?
Oh my god, I don't even need coffee.
Ready
I'm
for
sure
the
Prater's
playoffs?
awake after that
Where the
one.
Fruit Loops at?
Even Prater's awake, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so. He's got to play in a couple of minutes. Now, look, this LCO Champion Conundrum is going to be a whole bunch of fun. It's going to be multiple choice questions, I believe. And, it's not multiple choice. Okay. Well, we're just... Okay, we're filling in the phrase.
Fake
so, you know,
news.
when you're loading into game, you're seeing the tool tips coming up, and they give you a whole bunch of knowledge, a whole bunch of info and insight into the game. We're going to have those, but one word's going to be missing, and we have to choose which word was missing. I was under the impression it was multiple choice, and I didn't do my homework.
Word?
So
Can we confirm it's just one word, or is it like finish this sentence?
a word or phrase.
that the last
So
one, right, with,
there
like,
is
the
a
healing pot
chance
stuff?
it could be more than just one word. So make sure you got your handwriting in check.
Yeah.
Either way, we've got a lot to cover today, so let's jump on into phrase number one. Let's have a look at what it is. Before the Ruination, the Shadow Isles were known as the blank blank.
What? Like, it's a law question. It's not a tooltip.
Kitty's on it.
Before the... I know it's a tooltip in the game, producer.
Committing to what I was writing.
Doesn't mean I know the answer.
I don't know how to
law.
spell it,
I
but I
think-
know the answer.
It's only 2 words, Rusty, and there's not that many words in the English language, so I feel like you should have a good chance of getting this.
Yes, Mac.
Yep. You agree?
I can't get this wrong.
3,
Hey, we did the same thing.
2,
My man!
1, reveal.
We wrote the Sunshine Isles.
I wrote Dark Zone. Kitty,
Welcome.
is it the Blessed Isle? Is that
I think
correct?
it is called the Blessed
It is!
Isle.
Look, it's up on the screen.
We were close.
There you go.
We
No,
had the same
I-
logical pathway
got-
to get there.
You can be
You
blessed
got 1
by
word,
some.
right? I'll give you 1 point for that.
What happens before the shadow hits, right?
Yep.
The
Shadow.
sun?
Not
Not
bad.
blocking the sun.
Perfectly balanced, like all things are.
Look,
take those.
I'm going to give you guys a time limit of 10 seconds to
That's
think.
not
because
fair.
you guys are good thinkers. You got big brains. So let's jump on into quote number 2, or tooltip number 2. The Rift Scuttler loses her blank and blank blank after being immobilized.
Scuttle is a her? Oh
Yeah, it is.
my god.
Loses
kinda
her
cute.
and... This is not 10 seconds, just to be clear.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
3,
Okay.
How do you do the and
2,
symbol?
1. Conveniently, when I finished, let's reveal. I wrote shield and stops moving after being immobilized. Let's have a look at what the answer is. Armor. Wow,
Magic
close.
resist.
Oh,
Okay.
Magic
okay.
resist.
Ah,
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I
That's a
didn't know that.
shame.
Well, I
I
learned
thought she would
something.
be tilted and lose her mental.
Thank you, LCO Champion
she
Conundrum,
actually
for
flames
teaching
in
me
voice chat.
something
She's like,
today.
wow.
That's why League doesn't have voice chat. It's because the scuttle is flaming.
Okay.
That's why it's juking like Faker.
True, very true. Now look, we got one more to have a look at. Let's see what the phrases are. Garen left home to join the blank blank, one of Demacia's most elite military forces when he was only 12 years old. Seems like child labor.
Bruh.
Yeah. Joined the child labor forces of the Demacia's most elite military forces. Does that work? Oh, damn. Okay. I didn't get any approval on that one from production. I'm lost.
What's the... Oh, no, I'm not going to ask that. Okay.
Lock it in.
3, 2, 1, reveal.
I mean...
Army Chads.
Garen left home to
Chiefs-
join
Chiefs
Silas's
team?
dungeon?
Demacian SAS, what was
That's
it?
dope.
Silas joined the Silas dungeon? What? How do you know about Silas's dungeon? I thought that was
How
something.
do we know about Silas's dungeon?
The Dauntless Vanguard.
I've never heard of that.
Oh. Production helping me
Garen
locate
is part of
my
the
wacky.
super team.
My little bit of foam. What was it? Dauntless Vanguard. We were all wrong. So
I just wrote Demacian SAS, bro. Like, it's...
That's a safe bet.
Still probably correct, just got
Yeah.
a different name, right?
talent who fail together, stay
Fail
together. Awesome. I'm so glad we did that one. And look, that was fun. That was difficult. Kitty got one right. You guys got half of one right. Congrats. You know.
Maybe we'll take half a point.
I'll take a laugh.
Yeah.
Those were very
I'll always
lawful
take.
tips,
I'm
weren't they?
I'll
here for
take
the
anything.
laughs. Here for the love. Will you take it from the fans?
I will take it from the
Okay,
fans.
will you take it from the fans? Let's have a look at what from the fans was today. I believe I asked everyone to send in their love letters, their farewell letters, some kind of letter to those that have fallen, because now's kind of our last chance to say goodbye to them before, of course, we jump on into playoffs. I already had a quick peek. Some people didn't understand the assignment, but look, at least we got responses. That's pretty good. So let's jump on in and see what submissions we have here. We have Tyres, my man. Farewell, dearest Toppy. You did your best, and you played well. Not as well as Twitch chat. Oh, that's
It's
not
a
a
full
pause.
sentence there.
Twitch
Yeah,
chat
kick
thinks
on.
you did, though. Nobody plays that well. Best wishes. I'm assuming that was supposed to end with Tyres, or just best wishes. Best wishes. Thanks, Tyres. I'm sure Toppy and all Toppy's fans are going to enjoy that one. Now, let's have a look at what the next one is. Win Guardian. Yeah, man, that's a familiar name we haven't seen in a hot
DJ
minute.
Khaled reading.
I believe, yes, Wingardium.
Loyal.
This is the man I was talking about that didn't understand the assignment of saying
Smart.
goodbye to those that didn't make the playoffs. But
I
he did at least
appreciate
label a bunch of the players we're going to see here in the playoffs. So you nice at Winter. You sexy Rogue. You handsome Bio. You insane Raze. You good Tally. I don't know if that was
good
like
question
you
mark?
good. You know, is he picking fights? Like what's going on here? You beast Tapoon. Wait, Skimmy, can you get that one for me?
The last one?
Yeah.
You suck, Praetor.
No, I meant the Tapoon. But look, thanks.
Melg.
You got Praetor as well.
Oh.
And Melg.
Ah, but I still
And
stand
Melg.
by it. I
And
stand
Melg.
by
Do
it.
we all get that 3
And Melg's
points
in a
now?
box.
Maybe we'll get 3
Winston
points.
I've
got
been so
everything wrong
scammed
about
from
this,
last
didn't he?
week.
Yeah, pretty
Winnie.
much. At least we got a submission. Look, that's the thing.
We
And
works
Winnie
in
Mac.
social media.
a quick note as well, for these from the fans, you don't actually have to just write the letters because it is playoffs. I would love to hear all your opinions on the games. We've got, look, best of fives coming up, and in between, we might have some time to thread in your opinions on what's going on in these games. So make sure you're at LCO on the Twitter sphere to make sure you get those opinions in, and we might be able to see those on the screen. You guys get to see them as well. But what I'm here to bloody see is a playoffs game. I'm here to see that upper bracket match. It's order, it's PGG, and we got some spice to show you before the game.
They're going to be very predictable, and they're just going to like slowly bleed.
They, in my opinion, are the most inconsistent good team.
I never really looked at Order as like a threat in the best of 5.
The answer back is even better. Praetor completely untouched. Moonfall comes in again, and that's 2 locked in place. A good answer back so far from me. And it's going to be Bulb Khan that lays the first touch for the first blood. Kemi! As Yuri's dead, in goes the slicing Maelstrom, and he's just going to die. Maybe to Leona. I don't know if that's the target you want, boys, but they're going to go for it. That's a Praetor moment. He just steps up in mid lane, and it's this time him.
Making sure we get over the finish lines is all that matters. I'm not expecting it to be easy at all. If we do win, it will probably be pretty messy, and make sure we take them down this time.
I'm sick of this whole narrative that like Chiefs are the best. It's just it's unbelievable. Like when I see stuff like that.
We get our chance to show in a best of 5 series the best version of ourselves, and we get to show everyone why we deserve to be the domestic champions and why we deserve to represent the region. Big thing with Pentanet is when we don't defeat ourselves, we're the best team. Every team knows that.
I've put in the work throughout this whole year. I've put in the pressure. I've worked my fucking ass off for this, and there's no chance in my life that they will win this series.
Ooh, Bio getting dubbed king right there at the end by the old lightsabers as well. So we'll see if that translates into his performance today. But it is time to dig into what's going on in this first matchup, this first playoffs bloody series. And let's talk order first. This team, returning champions, made it to MSI last time, but they're here in the upper bracket for the moment, and they're looking to book their tickets to Dreamhack today.
Still going to be a large run for Order to make it all the way to the finals for sure, but not going to be the lower bracket miracle run that we're used to seeing from Order in the last split. As you might have heard earlier in the day, Bulldog said it's their turn to shine in the lower bracket. For the upper bracket, big match to kick this off, and what I guess you would stylize as the shield in this BO5 between Order and Pentanet.gg, the more defensive of the two.
Now, this game in particular, Order, it's an interesting affair for them, right? Because both these teams coming in have said that they are like best of 5 teams, that they're going to perform much better in a series, but at the same time, only one team is going to be able to win.
I mean, to be fair, Bulldog says that they're going to make the lower bracket miracle run, but we need to remember that Order did not specifically drop a single game until the finals of LCO Split 1, so we have quite high expectations for this team, and I still believe that Order is a best of 5 team where they have the original players except for Kezi.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that's going to come from the flexibility they've shown across the entirety of the year. I mean, a lot of these new picks, like we've seen Zach in the top lane, for example. I mean, obviously, Bio will play a Karma as well. We saw Corporal in Split 1 playoffs play like a Shen support, and same with a Nasta support.
Yeah, true.
They're definitely a team that have some of the biggest champion pools in the league, and I feel like that flexibility will be another weapon they'll be looking to try and utilize into what they've coined as their fairly one-dimensional and one playstyle Pentanet.
There's been so much going on for this team, but we need to start to talk about like PGG now as well, because this team, they have been popping off for the last week or so. As a unit, something changed. There was like a point, I think about 3 weeks ago, where they just flicked the switch, and all of a sudden, they stonks just went skyrocket.
Yeah, absolutely. They went to the moon. I mean, they've had a couple of patches that really favor them as well, for what it's worth, coming into this. So Riot Gods have been on their side. Nidalee Renekton made a big comeback for them in week 10. That was a big standout for them and will definitely be a factor for Pentanet.gg coming into the series today. And form for Balkan and Yuri, it really is the hallmark of this team succeeding, because if those two look good, the whole squad follows right behind them at their heels, and Praetus gets to quietly achieve until suddenly gets a quadra kill in a team fight. Never Penta, but gets a quadra kill in a team fight. And that is PGG playing at their best coming into playoffs.
And if I remember correctly, it was the infamous Twitch coming out of Praetus for a few games before the playoffs, but I believe Puma just did it a little bit better, because they did end up getting that series over PGG from Split 1. So maybe we can see some progression coming out of Praetus, which was exactly what we saw during the regular split, because I think he has been improving a lot since these past few weeks.
When he's awake, of course. Now, look, going into today's game, I feel like, look, we're going to have to put higher priority towards that mid-jungle, because both the mid-jungles on these teams, we've been watching them all split, and they have had ridiculously strong performances, but up against one another, who wins, Skim?
I mean, it's a really tough call, a tough question to answer, because both these mid players, they hold the most MVPs for their teams, right? Kisei with 6, Yuri with 4. They've been the standouts, even in games where they've lost. They've still looked really, really sharp and strong. So it once again goes back to the point about how the jungler is going to look to try and facilitate that. Balkan coming to form as his own, being as scary as he was when he first made the introduction. Goodo certainly coming into his own as well, realizing, well, this is my job in the team. I want to prop Kisei up and make sure that he can be the standout player of the entirety of this year. So it's going to be really interesting watching how the draft plays out to try and get them that first foot in the door.
It'll be interesting today, mostly because we heard from Bio last week, and he said that PGG are essentially like that do or die team, right? And they go hard, really early, and when they're behind, they still keep going hard, and that is just going to either snowball the win, the lead or the loss that they are pretty much putting themselves into. So are PGG already figured out by order? Do they just have to survive those first 20 minutes? Like, what's the game plan?
It's like is the Three Little Pigs nursery rhyme. It just depends on the strength of the house they're trying to blow down. That is basically PGG against Order in this series, right? It just depends on how prepared Order are for it. But a couple of things in mind, obviously, is it's a very favorable patch for PGG, always has been. So Order, we'll see how prepared they are in comparison.
We'll see indeed. And we've got a man on the phone to check that with as well, I believe. Bluehead Bio is here to give us a quick chat before the playoffs. Bio, how you feeling? Are the nerves settled?
I'm feeling quite excited. I've been just drafting for like the last few hours, so I've just been prepping every situation, every champ that they can pick. So just everything they can think of, I've already like prepared for, and I'm just ready to play. Just do the easy part and just play.
We have the real draft lord here, which is BioPanther. But speaking about draft, I was looking at your previous 3 matches up against PGG, and it seems like you guys have a heavy focus on banning top lane champions. So is this some strategic play from Order because of the meta, or is Winter just such a strong competitor for you?
I think at the time the champs like GP and R was like just super prior and like very blindable, so we just thought it would be like best. But I think right now, especially in 12.5 and playoffs, you'll see a lot of like diverse bans, and I've changed a lot of our like priorities as well. So I think there'll be a surprising first pick for the first game. So I think this whole thing will just shake up a lot. And I think I respect Winter as a player a lot. I think he plays very well and he's very like good mechanically. So I just need to do better than him today.
So who else on the team is like feeling most excited? Is there anyone that's like super nervous that might stumble a little bit, or is everyone feeling just genuinely confident?
For me, I think Gudo is just needs some more time to be more confident. I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself to be like the Kevy replacement, but I really want him to be his own player and like really shine. So I think just putting him in a position of power so he can like carry us and feel like he's, you know, not just a replacement, but like his own player is like my main goal for this whole thing. So
I mean, to be fair, I remember back in Split 1 when I asked Balkan if he had any junglers in mind that were doing extremely well in LCO, and he did mention that Gudo was an aggressive jungler and he really liked that. So do you think Gudo is still living up to this praise from Balkan?
I think Gudo is just very good mechanically, and he's very smart about the game. It's just that he has confidence issues as a player, and that's his biggest weakness. So I think once he overcomes that, like I think he will just outshine literally every person in this league, so in the jungle. So I really do believe in him, and once he like accomplishes that, I'll be very proud of him.
All right, Bio, we're gonna let you go. Get ready for the game, but we might see you afterwards. Good luck.
All right, thank you, King.
I expected it this time. It didn't catch me off guard. It's just happening all the time. Thank you, Bio. Guys, any thoughts on the interview? Anything from Bio said?
He's just so confident, right? Like that's my biggest takeaway is like for some reason Bio in regular seasons just is a happy, nice guy, and then playoffs come around, he's just a beast. Like he comes in, he's so deadly serious. He was preparing draft for a few hours, no doubt the coach was as well. So
No more Mr. Nice Bio.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are we thinking about Gudo as well, though? Do you think we're going to see him on that carry? He kind of said that he wanted to see Gudo on those carry champs, so maybe they're going to try to go jungle-centric.
I think it's going to be what he's been doing in the last few weeks, right? Wukong, Poppy, even the Pantheon that he played as well. Any kind of champion that allows him to have a diving threat, be a big team fight menace, and also gives him the ease of avenue to try and go for a smite steal if necessary.
Okay, well, we have the other side of the coin here. We have our friend Rogue. Who I'm very familiar with. Oh, you flexing, man. Come on, you can't just come into the interview like that, just doing these ones, all right? It looks like you're confident, huh?
Yeah, I'm glad you call me my friend. It gives me confidence.
Well, you are.
Sorry.
So, I feel like I'm just being a third wheeler in this conversation, but let me join in, please. So you guys are going against Order, so best of luck, first of all. And we do have the iconic Praetus cameo in the background. So let's talk about the other ADC, which is Puma. So ever since his return after Hooper's performance, he hasn't had that explosive spark that we usually see him with. So what do you think of the bottling opponents for you tonight?
I think all the players on Order are good. They're all good. I think that as a team, they lack experience a bit more so. I would call them the young roster of the league. So they're players who have a lot of potential. But in saying that, yeah, it's all hands. It's all hands with them. So I think that a best of 5 series usually favors more veteran lineups. But in saying that, right, they literally won last split. So who knows?
Now, talk to me. Has that Butterfly Redemption arc finally finished? Are we at the point where it's the end of the story, or are the wings just starting to expand, like going into playoffs?
Are you asking me if I'm just gonna lose today for the rest of the season? No, of course we're still flying. We're still flying high. You know, we took like a little bit of a fumble. You know, I was a bit late coming out of the cocoon, but I think it's butterfly time now. I think the boys, God, people who didn't see my last interview have no idea what I'm talking about. We're good.
And from what I remember, I believe butterflies have a lifespan of 2 weeks. So hopefully we do last more.
You just keep ending
weeks?
Rogue every single time, Kitty.
Last question, all right? So we do have Order ending second, which what does Order owe there? Where's Mac? Okay, who do you think Order owes their success to for ending second in the regular split?
Probably to you for destroying my ego and giving free wins over us. My God.
It's science.
I mean, the season was insanely close. It was insanely close. You look at all the standings, it was so close to come playoffs or finish second. It was just a few wins against good, bad teams, just wins dropped by every team ever.
Okay, well, Rogue, look, I apologize, but I think we know who Kitty has predicted for her predictions with the ego bashing going on here. You go get yourself a dare from the fridge. Look, you'll feel better, and we'll see you in the game, all right?
Will do. Thanks, guys.
I'm having too much fun.
You gotta stop doing that. You can't do that going into playoffs games, players.
I googled it.
They're mental.
I googled it. It's 15 to 29 days is the average lifespan, so they can make it to playoffs and win.
Are we still in that time frame though?
If we're assuming playoffs is butterfly stage, then yeah, they've got more than enough time.
I at least love the science element of that roast. That was beautiful.
It's science.
And factually, bad luck.
It's great.
You chose the wrong animal.
Guys, it's time for you guys to get your Twitch points in for the Dare fan vote. Let us know how you think this game's going to go, because I want to know exactly what's happening. Look, Twitch points have been working on them all damn split. It's time to put your Twitch points where your mouth is and let us either lose them all or gain heaps. Like, that's the whole point of playoffs, right? You know, go hard, go home. That's the thing. Although at least these two teams do have that chance to go to the lower bracket or book those tickets to Dreamhack, essentially, after playing next week. Now, time for our predictions as well. Let's have a look at what we think's happening today, and it's only skimming on for PGG. All right.
Yeah, I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I feel like in the last 6 games that were played, Pentanet had a much harder road. They looked a lot stronger in those games as well, and I feel like they have just turned a new chapter. When you've certainly got the likes of Balkan, Winter, which has been in really fine form as well, I feel like that's all it really takes. I do feel like Game 1 will set the pace, though, for this entire series. It could be another 3-0, but I'm really hoping it does deliver and gives us the full 5.
Well, let's have a quick look at what team's starting on. So Order having that side select coming second in the regular split means they've chosen to start on the blue side. Anyone want to touch on this? Are we expecting them to think it's the stronger side at the moment?
I mean, I had a conversation with Parbu about this recently. If anyone doesn't know Parbu, that sucks for you.
That's true. It does.
He basically highlighted that the way that blue and red works is like counter pick versus like comp pick. And right now, most people are prioritizing, as you would note, bot lanes have duos, teams have identities. Blue side just getting the first priority of those tends to feel a little bit stronger, where red side feels like they're forced into target bans to be able to keep up in drafts. So blue side a little bit better.
Okay, well, what do we think is going to be going down in bot lane? Hold that thought, because ladies and gentlemen, playoffs is about to begin. Champ Select's ready.
It's time. Time to jump into the playoffs and get to see what happens as we sink our teeth into the action. Order up against Pentanet in their last meeting. Pentanet were able to take that win. But in Order's last meeting in the playoffs, they got the perfect 3-0.
We're absurdly pink for a caster duo. That's all I'm going to say. Looking at the bans as we get into this one as well, Renekton taken away from PGG out of the gates. Really, really important ban from them as they've shown the Nidalee Renekton. Silas taken away from Order will change their first pick completely for sure. Bio did hint at expect something crazy for a first pick, so we do hold our breath for that possibility. And there you go, straight into the Jarvan. We have seen Jarvan first picks in regions like the LEC. I haven't watched the LCS today, so I can't confirm anything on that. But LEC would pick it, and then your opponents can normally go like a LeBlanc composition, right? Something that like an Ezreal, something that has like a LeBlanc. Things that have dashes and the Jarvans engage becomes really difficult to execute. And they become reliant on having a winning lane to play towards where a gank is guaranteed. Picking Sivir is essentially hard countering yourself as far as engage is concerned. So the question is this a read from Order knowing that Sivir is going to be like ride or die for PGG, or is it just a champion that they really like?
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, right? Because I feel like the Jarvan, especially for Balkan, was the start of that resurgence to form, right? The way he came back into looking as scary as he has in the past. So it's cool to see that that champion is as highly prioritized as it is. And Morgana also now to complement it with the Draven too.
Okay.
That is a big, big change up.
Yeah, that is a huge switch. You very rarely see Morgana anymore at all, if ever, in any region. Morgana's always kind of been on the cusp of being really good, and the main purpose for that is just quite simply the spell shield, right? The magic damage blocking shield that she provides is invaluable. However, into the Sivir, the binding should never hit, right? That's a consideration that you have to take when actively picking this for your lane. This to me says it's all just about keeping whoever the Vi ults alive, right? And now they've also opted into the Ahri with it. The Morgana stocks actually rise.
They certainly do. Yeah, it's really going to be the battle of the spell shields in that bot lane between the Morgana and the Sivir for sure. But it does feel like these early picks have read Pensnet like a book, right? They know exactly what they want to lock in. They want that aggression. They want that pick potential. And it's a great champion, and the Morgana can shut that down. I feel like the last time we saw Morgana would have probably been in the jungle, I want to say. Feels like a while ago.
I mean, there might have been a Caitlyn Morgana era somewhere in there. It happens every split for like a week at least. But I do think you might be right. What I'm most interested for here is the bans from Order in their 4-5. Because I feel like one, Thresh is a good ban into Jarvan, just having the Lantern helps low mobility champions, and right now it is just the Sivir.
Yeah.
With that, it might be a Karma ban, it might be a Lulu ban, it might be an Enchanter that deals with Morgana better. On the assumption that everything goes as you would expect and it will be a Morgana Draven bot lane. I'm not expecting anything crazy different in that respect.
No.
So perhaps an Enchanter is their last ban here, because you want Morgana into the Nautilus, right? Like, you want to be able to hard deny the guaranteed engage that exists.
Wow, look at the amount of targeting towards Rogue. Yes, he was a phenomenal fresh play. It hasn't been meta for a very long time, but it certainly would find its value in this draft. Also with the Taric. He copped those respect bans, he played it, it worked wonders for them. And it worked actually up against Order in their last meeting. The one that interests me is you've targeted the support for Order, but in for Pentiment, they've denied away Kisse. Those explosive champions like an Ahri, rather a LeBlanc and a Vex to try and keep the Ahri as safe as possible.
Also keep in mind Talia and Silas are taken away, so the mid lane champion pool starts to get really limited. You might be looking at an Azir, which does have some merits into champions like the Vi, but the rest of the comp not as much. However, with this being the lock-in for top lane of an Ornn, right, confirming pretty much everything except for mid lane for Order, it does make you wonder where they go. In fact, an Akali. So we did see some buffs on 12-15. Didn't think Akali would be this higher priority, but you see your matchup, you see what you're dealing with, right? Vi can't target you if you have the Shroud. There is certainly some outplay there. I don't mind the Akali pick. And I do think that right now Order's composition revolves a lot around one champion, though, in this Draven, where if Kisse is fed, then obviously not, because he can just take Praedyth out of the fight, and then it becomes a one-horse race for both teams. But yeah, this Akali is certainly going to be a wild card thrown in.
It certainly is, and once again, fits the bill of what we love about Kisse. He is that explosive mid laner. He has the X factor. He wants to farm up a storm, which he does so successfully. He gets the resources. He gets the kills. And the team certainly have rallied around him, hence why he has that many MVPs tied in first. The Morgana still is the one I'm most shocked on. I mean, Biopanther certainly wasn't lying on that, but I'm excited to see.
I was actually, you know what? I know that this might just be a hover. It may not be confirmed, but I low-key want this to be the final.
You've been screaming for it, hey?
I don't know.
Since last patch.
I've been holding my breath, just quiet. I didn't even say anything. I said nothing. Because if it's true, and it is a Jarvan support in a Morgana jungle, which is possible, right? Morgana can jungle. You brought it up. Last time we saw Morgana was in the jungle role.
Yeah.
Jarvan's been buffed constantly. Every patch. Like 1 second cooldown off, 1 second cooldown off every
Stronger
ability.
passive, bigger flag.
Bot lane right now is the lane that has no mobility. What's to stop a Jarvan support from coming in and just letting Draven pump damage while you go all in from level 2 on?
Exactly, and as you mentioned also in the past, right, itemization, right, all you're doing is rushing towards that Zhonya's and just being an absolute madman unleashed on the Rift. I'm going in Cataclysm, I'm golden, we're going to find kills.
If this
happens, hey, we're getting lost in the source, but we'll get to see if it does get locked on in, or if it does change around. What a game to start off here in a best of 5, right? The best of ones are behind us, and a real big chance now for these teams to try and set the tone, set the pace. And I'm curious because it always feels like going into a game 1, teams are a little bit more cool, calm, collected. as the series progresses, they get a little bit more excited. Do you think the insurance of an upper bracket is going to change that much?
See, that's an interesting way to look at best of fives, because I don't know if that's always true with how teams work. I think that's really reliant on how the teams are as an environment.
Sure.
Because sometimes teams come into a best of five and they're like do or die game one, right? The energy that they put into one game in a best of five series can be draining for the rest of it. And you have those concerns, right? If you lose game one, you just 0-3 because you've just gassed yourself with how excited you were to get into a series. Old Order are a team that I like to think about when I think of that. This is back with, Spook Swiffer that we're playing, but like such a high energy jungler, and Spooks had to teach himself not to be so energetic. Because he could yell too much, and then you still got 4 more games left, bud. Like, what are you doing? I feel like in regards to these teams, Order a bit more reserved, a bit more calm. PGG are the ones that I'm more worried about.
But as we load in, and as the curtain closes on the regular season, we get to now get excited for the playoffs. They've returned. Goodbye, best of ones, and welcome back, best of fives. It's the playoffs time, and these teams are now one step closer on a journey towards making it to Dreamhack and potentially representing these teams at Worlds. Well, on the line to join me, I've got Ceres. And mate, I mean, talk to me about this year as a whole, because it's been a phenomenal ride, right? The biggest thing that stood out for me is just how flexible you've been with your champions. You've had some of the biggest champion pools of the entire year. So is that flexibility going to be, once again, a big key going into these playoffs?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm really blessed by my team, actually, to be honest. I have to give them a lot of credit. Anything that I think of, anything that's ridiculous or, at face value, they're just willing to try it and, see how good it goes. And this game's going to be no exception. We had some ideas about playing really flexibly going into it, and it's going to shape a lot of our drafts.
And it looks exactly like it fits the bill in this game here. I mean, Bio mentioned in his interview there's going to be some interesting first picks. Was it always intended that the Morgana was going to go into the jungle, or was that just a flex until the last lock-ins?
Yeah, no, 100%. As soon as we saw some key elements of their draft, we knew that we wanted to play Morgana jungle into it, and we think that it just works really well.
Fantastic. Well, I'm really excited about this one, Ceres, mate. Love your work, and best of luck in this best of 5.
Cheers, appreciate that, Skimmy.
All right, let's talk about it, because it's locked in, it's confirmed. Obviously very excited to talk about this one. First and foremost, when you look at Jarvan support, it's been a while since you may have seen it. The first and most important consideration is that you run Aerie as your rune. The reason that you run Aerie is because the shield, which gives attack speed, the flag, which gives attack speed, also gives a shield from the Aerie. So you'll see it reapply up to 3 times with a single flag. So, a small insignificant shield has some value against champions like Sivir who poke repeatedly. Obviously, you do a lot of damage with your base spells, right, of the Q, the Dragon's Lance, and then the E is a super low cooldown, super high DPS. You can actually go Spell Thieves instead of Relic Shield if you wanted to, right, because it has mana regeneration. Corporal will run himself pretty low on mana if he uses abilities too much. So you can freely make money. You always go the ability power path because it makes your flag hurt more. And then, of course, you are a Jarvan into no mobility, right? So you just engage, you build a zone, use Hourglass, you team fight for your team. We'll have to hold that conversation as potentially...
It's a very fine dance, wasn't it, between Vision, as both junglers were in the area, and having Balkan steal away those Krugs. He was well aware that Gudo was in the area. Weren't really willing to flip the game at the level 2 mark.
I mean, you'll see exactly what I'm worried about here for Corporal with his starting item, right? Out of mana already. He's level 2. Will have the biscuits, though, so that's his compensation in the inspiration tree. Now, Morgana jungle, something that we haven't seen in a very long time. Still should be able to clear camps relatively fine. Does enjoy the big camps, such as the Raptors, right? So your W puddle can hit multiple targets. And the reason that Morgana has been picked is very obvious. Is you pick Jarvan first, you flex that to support, like you heard from Ceres in the interview. They lock in Vi to respond. Well, what can Vi do if you exist with a spell shield? How does Vi duel you when she can't use her knockups to stop you? So just by design, Morgana does feel quite good into Vi and has a lot of value into Ahri's Charm, Gragas's Cask as well, and can be the factor that wins Order this game when it comes to team fights, and particularly skirmishes.
Yeah, Gudo's work's going to be cut out for him, isn't it, right? In terms of the priority, the timing, the patience as to when to use that Black Shield at the right given moment. He's put in a lot of great work in this early portion too, right? Goes from the bottom crab to the top crab. Complete vision throughout this river. And really wanting to keep tabs on Balkan, which we know is one of those champions, one of those individuals that wants to try and just get in your face, get a big lead. At level 6 first. and go for those major engages. I guess what we're looking for in the bot lane especially, right? You've got a Jarvan that wants to poke, wants to be annoying, has the engaged threat, but then the Draven behind it. Big damage that Sivir can do really not much about.
Exactly, yeah. So once you actually have the Draven activated, right, able to deal damage, it becomes really difficult. Draven, great in the Sivir, first and foremost, right? And now you have someone that can constantly be engaging. Does make things hard. The most important thing is someone to spell Flash, right? Like, obviously, you need that into Jarvan's ultimate when he has the Cataclysm there. If you don't, you get locked in. And it may not be a Nautilus hitting a hook, but you are locked in a cage and you're giving, you know, 3 seconds plus for your team to get there and respond. Very easy to follow up with an Ornn ultimate. You know, the things that require setup time that Order do have in their comp.
Yeah.
Morgana wants to hit the stun on the ult. They're locked in a giant cage.
Certainly is a lot of layering of CC when you talk about it. The binding into the Soul Shackles as well. It makes life very easy then for Kisei to isolate a key target and take them down. As the response really will be all about hyperscaling, right? We compare and we parallel really hyper aggression in the early game for the side of Order up against hyper scaling in a Sivir and a Lulu, ready to try and showcase, hey, give me 2 items, give me 3, and I might just win. We saw just how strong Praetor was on a Sivir without that mythic item, rocked up to 1 team fight, and with the Ricochet was getting a triple.
Without a doubt. I mean, there's definitely, for the side of Pentanet.gg, going to be a lot of late game threat between their mid and AD, particularly their AD, of course. But with both Yuri and Kisei almost sharing a role of being an assassin in this game, the difference is one has resets, right? One has the ability to chase further, where Kisei really gets 1 crack at it, and if it's successful, it's extra successful. Yuri is more reliant on that first kill happening. That's where the Vi is meant to come into effect. That's where the Morgana needs to be there to deny, and that's what we start to look at in those team fights, is what are these junglers doing, and where are they? But first and foremost, Skimmy, the question of the hour is Balkan going to help bot lane? Because it's not looking too crash hot so far. Even when this wave gets collected, extra waves are going the way of Puma and Corporal.
Yeah.
He even pulled his bot lane to the Drake to help him out. They lost even more for that.
Yeah, he said, look, we're doing what I want right now, and that is farming up an absolute treat. Seems like a bit of a rush, really, to get those ultimates online for both of these junglers. Godo's had fantastic timing as to scouting out where Balkan can be, and does so again. Locking down this river, controlling the vision, keeping those eyes in the sky. Certainly, yeah, if you've got the Sivir that wants to come online early, already having a rough time.
Godo will be close to 6 here as well, Skimmy, when he juggles the blue and Gromp potentially at the same time. And that's obviously a big break point for wanting to get active on the map. Should be able to get it from both those camps, even looking at the current levels. Realistically, we've just been farming in lanes as you would expect. There's nothing crazy to report on overall, but level breakpoints are quite large for Pentanet.gg's composition to get actually more active and look for kills, not just to farm as per normal.
My eyes instantly also turned towards Winter, right? What a phenomenal performance he had on that Gragas last time up against Pentanet with that massive cast across from their own red side. Bit of an engage taking place in the bot lane. I say an engage, a lot of damage in a trade, more so. As you are seeing the power of the Draven, catching those axes and layering those autos out very, very nicely.
You've actually got jungle and mid lane of Pentanet.gg making their way down. If Puma went for that last minion, he probably died, so good resolve to back away at the correct moment. Yuri, of course, was on the move as well. Kisei doesn't know that Balkan's hovering, but it has to be assumed given that Rogue is also missing, and this sweeper confirms it. But still, poised very aggressively in this lane. Is not afraid.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, even Rogue shows his face. Never really looked like there was an angle to try and go for that assault and battery. Kisei with a disengage of his own. Sure, it can flip into a flash, and suddenly the Vi is completely compromised.
And it's a big Herald play here. Skimmy, above all else right now, both teams are poising themselves around the river. All 5 members of each respective team are here. Corporal level 5, as is Rogue. That's the only thing really missing here between both squads is ults on their support. Everything else is up. And Bio starts the Herald.
Herald acquisition is big for Pentanet. That is the main difference between these two teams. They get more plates, they get more turrets, they get more map control early on. The Herald will unlock that.
Good, already taken a beating from just the Herald, is now half HP. Has got the smite. Kisei finds himself an actual flank. Of course he's going to be spotted, but has the flank, is a threat. Looks like we're just getting a smite 5v5. This is dicey.
Vision being cleared out, and Balkan steals it away. Quarter to 4, Joe goes out. It's a triple knock-up! and that's first blood. It goes on to Puma, he gets the adoration, and he gets himself a double kill. Kisse now with a last stretch of money. He got exhausted, Rusty, but he still got the kill. He's now flashed away into a mannerless Gragas, who has the flash to follow to at least answer back.
And you might look at that flash from Kisse and say, what for? Well, it's to stop the kill from going to Praedyth, and it has to go to the tank of the team. We'll watch this one more time. And again, it's quite simply, Kisse finds a flank. They commit themselves completely to the steal. 3 people strong, just quietly. Yuri, of course, does have mobility. Balkan used his to close some distance, but Rogue does not, and is really just left to the wolves. As the flash from Kisse confirms that Winterer is the one that has to pick this kill up. That was so worth it for Order. Any day of the week you take that trade. If they're going to throw themselves at you, adoration stacks and 3 kills any day.
Absolutely. Denied it from Niseva. Yes, you've managed to get that Herald, but the Herald's not going to try and net up a 2k difference only at 10 minutes in, right? So certainly feeling really, really good about the position you find yourself in, because now a mythic item has been completed.
Yeah, look at the gold. Puma goes from relatively even, of course, a couple of waves ahead of Praedyth to now monumentally very, very large Draven is going to command respect. And remember, this was a fight that took place without Corporal being level 6. Their combo can be even greater as the next fights break out. Which does lead us to a quick Summoner Spell check-in. Lots of flashes gone here. Balkan, Rogue, the 2 key targets that I think a Jarvan would consider.
Yeah, without a doubt. There's 2 plates are taken in the bot side. Pentanet putting a lot of resources, having flipped their bot lane here to make sure that happens.
Corporal standing on a ward, hasn't worked it out yet. There we go.
Yeah, Puma is still on the bot side, firing up some solo experience into that tank Gragas, as opposed to the full AP variant that we've seen in the past from these solo laners. Only Bio and Winter have actually played the Gragas so far.
True, yeah. I mean, Gragas is starting to come back. And the expected thing's going to happen here as well, right? Herald's just going to be summoned. Gudo's been hovering this whole time, as has Corporal. Dash going to be used to get away, but it should be very close to a turret confirmed here with the extra member of PGG showing. But they're buying time constantly, and if Yuri shows top, this is a wave that Kisse gets mid for free, and then he starts getting plates on this Akali, and suddenly the Ahri is wasting time and resources to help the team succeed, and they're not succeeding. Yeah. They don't even get the turret.
It's rough, because that is their bread and butter for Pentanet. They've always claimed that first turret. Oh, that looked a bit interesting right there. The binding's going to connect.
No flash.
With the Soul Shackles. Falcon's in trouble. Everybody's going to collapse, and that's the Whirling Death from bot lane. And this Draven, I mean, he was up by 1,600 gold before. He's in a league of his own.
Yeah, it's starting to look like 12 minutes into this game. It is already dire straits for Pentanet.gg. Consider that they are the explosive team of the 2. They're the team that we come into this best of 5 expecting to see an early game lead from. When all's said and done, it is Order that have found themselves a 3,000 gold lead and keeping Pentanet.gg at bay.
It's just so crazy to me. Kisse gets a free wave, Puma gets solo experience, he gets the kill as well, and Order just have to stand face, hold their ground, prevent those turret plates from being removed for the full one-shot with Herald. They've done a phenomenal job here, and they've retained their really strong gold lead.
Oh, Puma actually has to flash here. Is just deciding to waste time to see if they commit to him. They might have assumed he flashed, but either way, he's going to have to flash the wall. Just a greedy recall position from him, right? End of the day, no one saw it. No one saw it. There's a blue buff to go back to. Don't worry about it. Just go get that blue buff, bud. It's fine. Everything's fine. Has his mythic for what it's worth.
Yeah, so no mobility, right? I guess one of the champions, right, in the discussion that doesn't really need the boots, can afford to rush that mythic item.
Could make the argument that you want Merc trades into Morgana anytime you verse Morgana, and movement speed, obviously, to dodge the bindings, to dodge the Jarvan engage is going to be valuable. Even the Ornn ultimate, right? Movement speed can deal with all 3 of those things pretty well.
Sure.
But also just needs damage. And if you are going to be hitting someone in a fight, especially when you have flash back up, then it's probably always worth getting just the full mythic spike over getting brown bags on your feet.
He has to be the emergency solution. He told us bot lane, enjoy life as it is, come claim that dragon with me. And life has gone from bad to worst here. His bot lane in trouble. He's 0-2 as well. He's buying his time. I mean, Gudo's going to have this read as well.
It's a 300 gold shutdown on Puma. It's worth it. Even if you trade evenly. Yuri is moving, however. That is something that Order are aware of, so expect to see passive play from them, right? Vi can't engage. if Puma exists. I'd rather if Goodo exists because of the Black Shield. No matter how good your vision control is, if Order know where you could be and they're prepared to be there, then you've found yourself in basically a situation that is null and void, and Order wants that because they can continue to try and win through that.
Keeps defending his bot lane, knows that's the point of power. And it's farming up an absolute storm individually as well. Morgana certainly wants a few items come online now with the Leandries too.
Yeah.
Really starts to add up, one binding, and a big chunk of HP goes missing.
And you can see how quickly he does clear camps, right? To the point where he was able to sit bottom at no loss.
Yeah.
For 30 seconds plus. Meanwhile, camps, of course, being alive for the Vi, wants to get back there and clear them as fast as possible. But two very different jungle styles, to say the least. But this is where the deploy changes once again. Skimmy, we've got Herald number 2 up. She's a tanky epic monster. Also very free today.
Yeah. First one stolen, second one uncontested. Pentanet, they need gold. They can't afford to try and flip the game again like that. All about getting these items complete and being as strong as possible going into these next team fights. And it could just be a long, drawn-out objective game if that were to be the case, right? A Dragon traded a piece, much like the Heralds. Now it's going to be all about, once again, going back to their default, claiming these turrets, opening up those avenues for ganking success, because this fight has to come online.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, right now you're seeing the first turret of the game still being taken by Pentanet.gg. It's extra money in their pockets. They'll take that. The follow-up here from Order, very obvious where they're going to summon in a cross-map trade, but they're also threatening the second turret to be taken down. If Bio moved mid, there was a chance that Draven translated towards top, but it doesn't seem like they're going to overexert themselves for this. And it's funny that the Herald actually just results in a favorable trade for Pentanet.gg when you consider that they get the first turret and money because they don't spend time moving to the objective.
Bit of hesitation, rotating between mid and bot to respond to what the Sivir had achieved. So, once again, still in a very even affair despite Order having that 2k lead. Item spikes are to be matched. Obviously, still, there's no surprise as though that Puma will always be one item ahead. He's got that juicy shutdown. He's got that damage spike. It really will be, you know, protect the president.
It's amazing that even in a losing game state, Pentanet.gg averaged the first turret 81+% of the time. Even now, they still find a way to get it against the grain of Order being so strong. We're still waiting for those big item spikes for the support Jarvan to come in. One thing to consider here is, obviously I'm a big support Jarvan fan, which is why I don't stop talking about it. Zonya's Hourglass is crucial for your build. You actually get it before your Mythic more often than not. You can consider the Locket if you don't need the Zonyas because they're a low damage team on who you're engaging on, but very rarely the case. Does mean that correct Zonyas usage is crucial for everybody in Order's comp, bar top lane, right? Goodo is the Zonyas user, Kisei needs the Zonyas as well on his Akali. Puma obviously only gets it for like one team fight per game, but Corporal as well. So there's going to be 3 people going gold here for Order. A lot of time where even if they're not tanks, they're effectively tanks. Does make team fighting interesting for PGG to deal with that, especially with all the single target they have between mid and jungle.
Exactly. They have a lot of one punches, right? The big charm, the big, the ultimate in rather from the Vi, you know, the separation with the explosive cask, even a polymorph perhaps, right? So you can certainly isolate out a key member and take them down, but a Zonya's, a stopwatch can certainly ruin that effect from really starting to take effect.
It's been a hectic vision battle, really, isn't it? Like every time we seem to look at the map state right now, there's just a host of wards placed that can't even be cleared because they've already slept and cleared half the wards that were there. There's just so many. 2 wards still left in the blue buff area. So again, confirmation on where Order are. And the fact that they're visible means it's hard for them to find picks, right? Hard for them to be proactive. And any time that PGG get to sit back and let their Sivir farm, you would say is time spent winning the game for the Sivir comp.
And that's why I say it was so interesting, you know, leading into this one, how would a team approach it, right? With the upper bracket, the lower bracket, the kind of differences, the mentality, the team as a style. This would almost be the most passive Pentanet played all split long. Right? So maybe you make the question, sure, but, you know, Skimmy, they've got a Sivir scaling comp. Didn't change them or didn't stop them last time.
They certainly had that last week while they were 20 kills at 10 minutes.
Do you know what I mean? So it's is this a bit of a restraint? Like, hey, I'm 0-2. Yes, we claim that Herald. That's a massive Draven. We cannot afford this game to go out of control too quickly. A game defeat like this, it could be devastating.
I think if PGG can win slow, then it shows another notch in their belt, right? It shows that they're capable of doing it. They just choose not to.
Sure.
And that's something that we're not used to seeing from them. But if it works, it works. And that's really what we're left to see and wait for. Just how well does it work? Or is this so uncharacteristic of them and they're actually just doing it because they're losing? And suddenly the game just... Because this is, if you actually think back to the last 2 weeks of LCO, the way Order have won games.
Yeah, absolutely.
They get a lead, they just retain it for 30 minutes. Sometimes you would say maybe they're not good enough at controlling side lanes. It gets hard to deal with, right, when there's teleport advantages or a Sivir that just hoovers up things faster than you can deal with. But if Order can shape up that side lane setup, then they look dangerous.
They certainly do look dangerous. Great charm mid-flight as Kisei jumped in with a Shuriken flip. He's going to mean that both mid laners walk away no worse for wear than each other. As the rest of the Order contingency look to go aggressive, look to once again continue this big war of vision. But they are rewarded with a red buff steal.
The one really important thing here for itemization, just looking at this, Puma's 3 and 0, 2.5 items, almost 3 items done, is just the component cost away on his rapid fire cannon. Everyone's building magic resistance for Kisei.
Oh, hold the phone 2 seconds. He's come out of that Twilight Shroud straight into an ult charge, into a charm, and a perfect execution that is going to favor Pentner instead.
And they build it, they get him. They find the pick that they've been desperately searching for quite some time. Still 3,000 gold down. The reason that I bring this up, though, in itemization is they're dealing with Corporal having magic damage with the Zhonya's build, Morgana having magic damage, and Assassins like to be the sole magic damage source.
Yes.
So Kisei suffers a little bit as a result of the itemization choices of PGG and the overall draft having 2+ magic damage threats. However, and the reason that this is still a caveat is that there is a 3-0 Draven with 3 items done now, and all you have is magic resistance. If Puma hits you, you just die. You just disintegrate in front of the Draven's eyes.
Yeah, you will just get one shot, much like these caster minions. And that certainly is a very scary prospect. Interesting to see, though, how Order can continue to protect them. 2 Zhonyas completed for the Akali and for the Jarvan. They are well and truly starting to come online here, gearing up for that big team fight. Fimbulwinter also not too far away from being involved. Does beg the question, when will that next team fight happen? Because we bought an extra 5 minutes. Order snuck in that next Drake. Well, the next one's up in a minute.
Certainly is threatening that soul point as well. Lots of movement speed to come from having 3 Cloud Drakes into a Cloud Soul confirmed. Actually insanely fast, but they will be moving around, and of course the Assassin Akali will love that. Find those flank angles.
Morgana, Jarvan, all the angles to try and engage on it, be crazy.
And they do need to position themselves correctly for those engages as well, right? Morgana can't just stand in the middle of a minion wave and hit a bind. That out of combat movement speed to get places quicker will be nice to have. Kisei not spotted here. But it doesn't seem like they're going to do an... Ooh, Orno.
Yeah, Corporate Forge God does go. Wow, it's going to land right on towards Praetor as they flag and drag on towards him. But then they ult onto Yuri, who just Spirit Rushes out of it. That's a little bit ult there, but Gudo is dead. That's a massive knock-up again. Exhaust onto Kisei, out of the Shroud and into the action, bursting with fire as he's keen to try and find damage. Just gets out of range of that charm, and Yuri has the flash. What was that? That was certainly very questionable. But Pentnet holds strong, defending this mid-tier 1. They've taken 2 just out of range of the Everfrost as the Veto Ref tries to give them those unstoppable frames.
Teleport to come through as well.
Winterer.
Going to at least force them to go back. This basically confirms the Drake to be controlled by PGG. If they want to take it, they presumably can. A second teleport to come through as well. Recall's going to be stopped from Biopanther, not all 3. That was a dangerous fight. That was a really tense moment as well, because the Draven's also got their ornaments that couldn't be much stronger at this current moment and was free hitting through the majority of that fight, but Praetor kept up. In terms of team fight damage, they definitely kept up, and the engage wasn't all there from Order, but teleports to come through themselves.
Winterer copying too many 2-turret shots. He's down to 50%. He's run from the rest of the team. He's separated. Great dodge on the binding, but unfortunately for him, the explosive cast will not prevent death.
They go to Baron. Instead of the Drake, it seems like they're going to go straight to the Baron. There is a control ward in the back of the pit here, so they will know that it's being done. That will get cleared, but look at the health bars of Gudo, already half health. And Kisei going to be slow to the play. Can they do anything about this? That was the question. Balkan has flash.
It goes down so quickly. They lock in place 1. Corporal's dead. Praetor's found that one. It's been stolen away Balkan has got the Baron for the team of Pensnet. He's been charmed mid-air as he tries to ult out to safety, but Pensnet won't mind. That's 2 Baron buffs lost.
Kisei.
But now can he run away? Oh, Kisei.
I thought that E hit as well. Kisei pressed E2 trying to connect, just found that it was on the Shroud, not the Ari. But he was going for that play any day of the week. This is messy from Order, to say the least. They try and force the Baron. Gudo flashes the Baron pit wall to try and fight. And Balkan's like, all right, say less, gets in, steals it. 1 and 4, but has contributed an entire Baron buff for his team. And it's just a messy engage from Corporal, right? Needs to zone use the second he ults here. Gets knocked up by a Lulu ult, dies before he can press it. Kratos flashes away and Biopanther flashes the wall with Gudo. Balkan just steals it. Like, it really is that simple for the jungler of PGG, and Puma was stuck on the other side of the wall saying, well, I'm not flashing that. Like,
I'm not chasing this. It's been stolen. I'm not having that stolen away from me as well. Yeah, the consolation prize is just going to be to pick up that Drake as well, right? So now the question becomes, what can Pensnet actually try and achieve with this one? That's going to be a great way to, and a surefire way more than anything, right? To try and bring back that gold and potentially for Pensnet, have the gold lead.
Let's talk about the important information to set up this next fight as well. Praedyth no flash, Corporal still existing with the Jarvan makes it an issue for Praedyth, right? Makes it an issue for PGG and how they want to play this out. Praedyth needs to always position perfectly, or he just gets comboed by Gudo, by Biopanther, and gets free hit by Puma. Kisei being 2.5 items building towards the Zhonya's Hour, rather the Void Staff, very much an item of necessity for him. If he can complete that, then he starts to get a bit more team fight damage. But for PGG on the other side, they're getting towards 3 items on their Sivir. They're getting towards an inevitable win condition for them. They've got the Baron buff to get some extra money in their pockets as well, and it equalizes the gold score in this game.
Oh, Praedyth though has to hit the spell shield. Thankfully for him, can go on the hunt and just run away in a fool to make very cheeky plays like that.
Yeah. Also has the Shirelia's Lulu. You won't see a Sivir faster.
2 ultimates committed towards him, and has opted to not go for the Infinity Edge for that 3rd item spike.
Oh, he stops him by accident.
Cast Whisper instead, now into Lord Dominic's regard. Done a great job, though, of looking to try and keep himself relevant, though. He was down, what, 1,600 gold 10 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
Despite that still ringing true for the most part, pound for pound doing the job.
I think the reality is that it's Order who haven't been able to find their best engages, right? They have been struggling to find the moments to go in. The first fight that they really won was on the back of Pensnet.gg coming towards them, which is valid in terms of ways to play this game out. They also now have the Cloud Soul to threaten, and Baron has, as of now, dissipated. So they can kind of bring that style back, and I feel like PGG are predictable enough to say they will engage. The question is, when will Balkan get impatient? Not will he get impatient. But still, for what it's worth, if Order keep trying to go forwards themselves, they're playing into the Sivir. They're letting the Sivir farm. 1 point of difference is still, however, 4 completed items and an ornament upgrade for Puma. And one of those is now an Infinity Edge. That is a very big Draven.
That is really all that separates these 2 teams at the moment. 28 minutes into this game. A slow start here to playoffs. One that certainly matches the nature of it.
Order cutting the wave by force here. Only going to get 2 of the ranged minions. They're going to show, and there's a choke point that Bio could ult if they walk into. Teleports are coming in.
Put on a Forge Guard, right in a choke spot like this would be fantastic. Cataclysm goes out, locks in place 2, knocks them up as Winter comes in. Explosive cast could be great. Yuri acting as the assassin on the side is going to do his best here, but again jumps upon there by Kisei. He's going to die, forced to flash away. Sivir is dead. He paid the price. He got a kill, and he died for it. Pensnet will just limp away, as do Order.
Order looking for the fight this time around, right? They're the proactive team, they're aggressive, but they also allow PGG to position forwards as they make a play for the turret with no setup. So it was a nice collapse by Order. Still, as the fight fizzles, it's amazing that there was only 1 kill. It's a flashless Praedyth that dies. That's expected. He'll have his flash up for the next fight. The engage from Bio misses. Corporal gets cancelled, but the combo here is perfect. They still try and stop Kisei from getting into the fight to deal damage. But you can't stop him with a Grag Assault and a Vi ultimate when Praedyth is still stuck, right? He was always going to be stuck. There was no safety for him. But it seems like the game's about to come to a head at the Cloud Soul point.
He is, and Predator will this time have that flash. Full charm combo out from Yuri. Brings Kisei down to 50%. He tried his best in that previous fight to remove Puma. The Draven went down to 10%, but it wasn't enough to claim that massive 1k shutdown. In goes Corporal again. That's a Cataclysm on towards Predator. There's the Wild Growth. He's protected. They can't kill him. They've burnt all their resources to try and get to him, but now they've got to run away. Balkan flashes in and ults and plays Puma, but there's no damage to follow up. Cycling through those cooldowns, Corporal comes back in again with the flag and the drag, but he's in so much pain. Look at Rogue! Got 2 axes and has been eviscerated.
Rogue thinking he's a tank. Puma still hunting here. Predator very fast with the on the hunt, has got the flash. Puma needs to respect. He can just get one hit by Predator if he's not careful. Especially with those boomerang procs. Jarvan gonna base here. Means that the Drake can be started, but remember, it is such a tanky boy now that there is a chance Puma can get his health back. There's a chance they can get to the pit, to the area, and contest this one. And PGG will choose not to start it. Instead, they will choose to try and hold their ground, or to have numbers though.
Risky business there, Rusty. Very risky business. They won't have those numbers. Order respawn first. Order, they're here first. Vision planted and vision denied in a swift heartbeat. There's no smite still.
No jungler for either team.
This would be crazy if they went in to put a bit of a contest for this one instead, but they're going to go for a kill. That's been claimed by Yuri. Corporal dead again. Now, in we look for more. Bio charges in with a massive stun against the wall, and he is incredibly tanky with 3 items complete. Yuri once again limps out with fragile red bars.
They don't know that he failed. He sweeps the bush and is just saved by the Guardian Angel, the Vision Gods. Keep the jungler of PGG alive, or it was another kill. Cloud Soul confirmed by Order. Puma free hitting in every single fight that we have seen. Belkan, I need to watch his flash again in this skirmish because I'm very confused by it. But again, Corporal goes on Praedyth. We're seeing why the Jarvan's picked. They go straight in onto Gudo, who dies with the Zonias, unable to use it. Belkan flashes, auto attacks a minion, and just dies to Puma. And Rogue, thinking he's a Nautilus, is the second casualty in this trade. He is in front of the Gragas for no reason. If PGG position perfectly, these things may not happen. We watch the second part of this fight once again. Puma will get his health back off the Drake. Corporal's going to look, but has no Zonias. So just keep that in mind, that he's actually very squishy. Without the Zonias, is just going to die and gets bursted. But we're back at Baron, and Order has started.
It's back to another objective team fight. The first Baron stolen away there by Balkan. Can he look to replicate those heroics once again? No, not this time. Denied in a heartbeat. Kisei jumps in. They found Predator. Instant flash out of that Cataclysm. This explosive cast, he was kiting to his heart's content, but he just couldn't kite enough. The damage, the pressure, and the pain that Order are delivering was just too much to bear.
I mean, this time around, Order just play faster, right? They don't give Pentanet time to set up. Yuri, 1 ult charge left, isn't going to be able to use it for anything. And this time around, they'll get the Baron, they'll get the picks that were inevitably going to happen if they kept the pressure up. And it amounts in a whole lot for Order in 1 big punch. And they are still looking, but they only have 1 minion. Until now.
Kisei still pushing topside as well, wrapping around,
huge flank.
Acting as a flank, keen to find that moment to strike. Missed the Shuriken flip, Puma flashing in! Oh, nearly removes the Ari and 2 autos again. These axes, I mean, he's nearly full item. Full build.
It's devastating Draven to deal with. I mean, Order get the lead early game for their ADC, and now they get to reap the rewards of Puma being extremely fed. Yuri with an extremely wide flank here. He teleported in for this.
He's tried to do his best. He's tried to find a hero's moment in a play that is looking like it's going against the grain for them. He makes that first initial pick, removes out the squishy. Now they look for a second on towards Kisei. Balkan, level 15. He's going to try and run and gun him down. Gonna try and keep him interested, but how do you catch up when Akali with a Cloud Soul?
Yeah, out of combat movement speed kicks in, and Akali actually just taps the nos and just sprints away. Balkan's left to say, I'll get you next time, even with my Force of Nature not quite fast enough. Base broken. 1 inhibitor fallen, second one exposed. Bot lane the place to be, however, for Order, as they can just have Bio or Kisei sit on the flank and look for that third inhibitor for free. Really nice idea from Yuri. I love the teleport, the angle that he found, right? There's been a whole lot of vision dancing in this game in a very positive way. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In Order, I think the one time they played just a little bit faster than Pentanet were ready for results in the lead that we now have.
A fairly substantial lead now at just that. But it is always still teetering on the edge of a potential big late game team fight. You're still hunting for that elusive Draven shutdown. You're still fighting and praying that the Sivir can go toe-to-toe with it. One item is all that separates them. But Order continue to press on forward.
Pensinet always a dangerous team. You make a mistake, they'll lap that up. They will find you and they will beat you in a team fight. But if Gudo is steadfast with his use of the Black Shield, if Puma is able to position correctly to deal damage, then it is very hard to break the siege that Order have enacted. And Kisei threatening this flank as well can just go top if they're not careful, get another free inhibitor. Fury has to respect. Now they collapse.
Here we go. Quarter to Forge Goal once again. Combos out with the Cataclysm beautifully. I mean, just a layering of CC, Rusty. There's just no counterplay to it. How do you deal with that? As it gives free ground for the likes of a Draven just to walk into your base, pick up a cheeky triple kill, and look to try and end this game.
Yeah, Bayer just going to tank the turrets up. Minions will join them, and it should just be a game for Order. Fantastic team fight at the end.
Fantastic work and a fantastic way to open up this series. It was so calm. It was so tense. But ultimately, Puma's reintroduction, that's more like it. 11k damage in that final team fight.
An easy dub for Order in game number 1 when all said and done. There's a couple of dicey moments, to be sure. And I think that PGG still made them earn the win. But they started strong, right? They drafted really strong for being able to just deal with Pensinet.gg. And they just hit them with the haymaker at Herald number 1. And that was really Order with the lead that they were able to solidify through the rest of it.
The big thing for me, I suppose, looking at the game is just how well they handled Balkan. Because look at his form in the last, I want to say, 6 to 8 games. Really found himself again. Really a lot stronger than he had been. But then the presence of mind, I suppose, from the draft coming out in game 1 from Order was that, you know, there was always going to be that curveball, the flip between, say, the Morgana and the Jarvan, the ability to deal with the Vi. The Vi never really found its moment. The ultimates were there to, I don't know, be a show.
That was just crazy. When I saw Morg going back into the jungle, it just reminded me of last year when everyone was playing Morg in the jungle, and I hated that. So it was interesting to watch it, you know, come into a meta so late since sort of last seen. And also the J4 support. I've heard a few people in the community saying, oh yeah, it's possible, it'll work. And it really worked. Like, that was such a good game coming out of Order. Great moments of brilliance every now and then from PGG. Balkan still finding impact as well, even though he got, 4 death power spike before he managed to grab that Baron. Great couple of steals coming through. And I guess in terms of macro, in terms of the team fights, Order just seemed through and through like the better team in game 1 today.
I think the big thing for me is, yeah, just they got red, I guess, in terms of you've deliberately picked a Sivir into a Jarvan composition, and Corporal and Bayer were on another level today. I mean, this the layering of CC from the headbutt into the ult charge, into the Cataclysm, into the flag and drag. I mean, that's just like 8 seconds of CC right there.
I think that's probably the most perfect opener we are going to get from Order for a best of 5 series, because I really respect this strategic decision with choosing blue side, because we obviously see them picking the Jarvan with that first pick priority, where it was cleverly flexed to the support position, where they actually got a really nice counter pick on this Vi jungle with this Morgana. And if I remember correctly, they got double scuttle in the very early game, putting Balkan's tempo a little bit behind. And knowing Balkan, he is that high tempo, fast tempo player where he wants control of the map. But if Gudo takes that away, he seems a bit lost. And especially the significance of that first Rift Herald fight, where Panther got probably the most perfect honor on 3 people, and he got a follow-up 3-man knock-up, where fights like these, Jarvan and Morgana really flourish because they are close in pit and all the spells connect. And I think with Draven getting 2 kills, he was just popping off the entire time. And this Draven, Puma is here to reintroduce us because, damn, he's just so good. But I think this is probably the only time we'll ever get a Morgana Jarvan flex, because things like this surprises basically only the first game. And yeah, this is just a really perfect game coming out of Order.
Wondering what the ripples we'll get though as well, Kitty, right? Like, do you pick Sivir if a Jarvan's first picked, even if it's not flexing? You know, questions like that. Can you ever pick Vi in the rest of the series if their jungler is not shown? Things that affect us that we don't get to talk about during the regular season in best of 1 formats. Right now we come into the BO5s. They're strong considerations that we have to have for the following games.
I think another thing that I've noticed as well is when we see Corporal play some different champions, sometimes it hasn't gone super well, but considering he's really good on Leona, right, I feel like J4's kit works a little bit like Leona's, like the ult, a bit of a lockdown, The flag and drag's kind of like just going for that hook as well. So he played that really well. And I was, pleasantly surprised how this composition was executed by Order. Now, moving towards that sort of next game area, this comp from PGG, is there anything you would have done differently looking at this one in hindsight?
I mean, I do want to highlight that Winter actually had a pretty decent game in these team fights on this Gragas because he had a lot of zoning ability on the backline of Order, which is kind of why the fights were dragged on for so long. But PGG was just lacking that damage, especially when the Sivir is set behind. As against a Draven, it's pretty impossible for PGG to come back from that.
Really is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Menulog meal time for the first day of playoffs. Of course, we have undergone a very pleasant transformation, and it's your chance as well to win that $30 voucher. Make sure you get those menu pogs in the chat right now. You win yourself that $30.
We are matching.
Kitty, you feel better now?
A little bit. Now that Order's won, I'm feeling lots better.
Okay, yeah, our prediction's looking pretty good. Skimmy, I'm sure you're a little bit worried there.
Nah, never in doubt, mate.
Beautiful,
My butterfly lasts longer than 2 weeks.
Okay. Wow, okay. Stab's nice and early.
Last 5 hours.
$30 voucher on the line. Make sure you get those menu pogs in quickly. And you can get yourself some dinner, get yourself some dessert, whatever you're up to at the moment. Of course, we've already had dinner. So if we were to get some dessert for playoffs, would you go all out? Would you go a little bit fancy with it? What would you get, Rusty?
Pavlova.
Pavlova?
That's my answer to every
Good
question,
man.
to
Really
be fair.
is.
Yeah,
it
good
is.
man.
I just like Pavlova quite a lot.
I love that kiwi dessert.
I can't help it but have a kiwi next to me that needs to emphasize every time I bring it up.
You guys going to fight about it?
Nah, I love him too much.
Or are we going to save that one for Dreamhack?
I'll slap his knee at land, mate.
Hey, I'll be there right next to you. A couple of these ones.
Way.
What do you reckon? Now, look, that game, though, we need to talk about what's going on going into that next draft, right? And how PGG are going to bounce back, because there were obviously some moments that looked really good for them, but I just feel like in terms of execution in those team fights, Order just seemed to have that one-up in terms of the composition. So what would you change, Kitty?
I wouldn't say that Morgana is something to look out for. I'm sure that PGG have noted it down that, Goodo can flex it to jungle, but I think the focus for next game should be on bot lane, because we do see Kratos having quite a good performance on that Sivir. Although in a counter matchup, he was still able to do just as much damage, a little bit less than the Draven. So with, I believe it was Winter and Biopanther kind of on tank duty, the focus will really be on that bot side.
Okay, now I think it's worth talking about as well, because we got that Dare MVP coming up, which is at the end of the series, of course. But was there anyone that sort of sparked your eye early on? Because I remember, this game is just going to feel like a distant memory by the time we get through another 2 of these.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like overall, Kisei looked like he was in pretty good form. I think that Corporal and Bio together engaging had a really good game for themselves in terms of like the winning team for Dare MVP if that continues. Goodo was very shaky in team fights, but his champion by design was solid. So again, like I'm not even sure that's the best the Morgana can look, and it still did its job. Because like mentally, Vi's defeated by draft. But obviously Puma was the star of the show in that one.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit, I guess, fancy with it, Something like Rusty's Pavlova, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, that is first game, of course, going to Order. After the break, we are going to be jumping on into game number 2, so don't go too far. Keep yourselves hydrated, and we'll be back just after this with game number 2.
Hey, look, menu pop.
Definitely more energetic when we're versing you, for sure, in Flex Game.
Well, that's great to hear, and good to know that you're staying hydrated, because you need to stay hydrated for this game up against Giles. So
position.
Oh, Kissay! Ladies and gentlemen, guess what time it is? It's
Pink
playoffs
shirt
time. It's pink shirt time. I'm joining this side of the couch because Kitty didn't get the memo.
Hey!
Also left out.
Yeah, you do. You should. No, that's mean. Do you want a dare? I'm sorry. I'll come back there in a second. I actually got up to get a dare. I'm here to fulfill my caffeine needs because I'm a big coffee fan. Double espresso for me today. We've got a second game to get into here between Order and PGG. If you missed the first game, quickly pause the live broadcast. Go and watch last match real damn quick. Put it in 2 times speed and then catch up so you don't miss the live stuff too. Because game 2 is going to provide just as much fun as what we saw in the first one. Kitty, what would you like to see change for both these teams going into the second?
Would I like to see change? Well, obviously PG should change the Vi, which was something me and Rusty were discussing during the break. We think obviously the Vi didn't work and Order has this Morgana up their sleeve, but I really want to give credit to Coach Ceres because last split, Order basically won every single game through draft, and I think they're doing it once again with this opener where they had a really good flex in the mid support, jungle support. But yeah, take it away, Rusty, because I'm having a brain fart.
Yeah,
I'm not included in the party, so I'm sad now.
I think the other thing that can happen is a blue side select into like a AD or support first pick for PGG, in which case they're most likely able to pick a jungle or support second, right? Which is the big miss that they ran into this game. Because Order did really well in countering while also picking those counters in the first 3 of draft, which is often very hard to do and something that you more often see on red side with 4-5. So I don't know if we'll see that exact same thing happen again. I think the Vi's probably just cancelled for the rest of the series from PGG. And I don't know if we'll see a Morgana again because that was kind of just like a blip on the radar that really did stamp its authority in game 1, but that should really be it.
Okay, well PGG copying that L means that they get to choose sides going into game 2. So let's see which side they've selected.
Okay.
Oh, they're staying on red. Little giggle there, Rusty.
No, it wasn't a giggle. I didn't giggle.
There was some venom in that. Okay.
I'm just wondering, like, why? Because like I know that Pentanet.gg could be considered a really good like counter team. Like in terms of like their 4-5 pick and counter champions, for sure can work for them. But like if they're just gonna go jungler bot lane in their first 3 as per usual anyway, like what kind of counters were they gonna have in top or mid that can just win them the game? I'm not sure what that would be.
I mean, to be fair, we saw Yuri have quite a decent performance on that Ahri. Maybe if we're not looking at a counter pick for top lane in particular, it can be saved for Yuri because he can be that carry when he really needs to be. And I think just red side kind of says that you want to be more reactive and they don't have a...
I just don't see how 1-2 on red wins you a draft, right? Because like first pick jungler, you pick a bot lane or you pick a jungler bot lane, that guy gets counted 2-3 into bans. What do you do?
All I can think of is like a super mobile AD carry. So you bring about your likes of your Zeris, your Kaisers, even a Xayah, which was a staple of Prediv's meta for a very long time. Like anything that says like, I know I'm going to be a focus, I know they're going to try and punish this early pick. But I can still be relevant.
Look, Kitty mentioned this one earlier. Last time we saw these two teams playing in playoffs, it was that battle of the Twitch pick. Is there a chance we see that Twitch slide through, or is he just too out of meta at the moment?
Yeah, we could. No, I think we could see
works
Twitch.
in bot, hey.
It operates differently to like a Sivir would, and for sure you could see a Twitch. And Prediv's definitely one of the people that'll just play that one on a whim more than anything else. Even draft strategy aside, he might just say, "Chippies, I'm playing Twitch. Good luck with draft, coach."
I think in particular for that bot lane, what can be changed perhaps could be the support, something with a bit more disengage. Because Lulu, yes, you have a lot of peel, but once a Jarvan dunks onto your AD carry's face, then you can't really create gaps and distance throughout the game. And I think maybe champions like a Braum, maybe
Thresh is an option, but like Thresh got banned as well. So
Thresh got banned.
Yeah.
Okay. What about what's something that could change the lane state down the bottom? Because we were sitting there in the green room just watching Draven farm up a storm with this perma-frozen wave right under the tower. that was kind of an issue for Praetus, right? Because you can't really just stay pushed up the whole time, or you just open the ganks.
I mean, I don't know. Like, the reality is I don't think the bot lane needs to change much between games to succeed in this series. I think the Praetus and Rogue were fine. There was really one oopsie in a team fight from Rogue where he thought he was a tank for a second. But like, other than that, they had a good game. I also think Yuri had a really good game. Like, for me, the difference really is just like how the teams match up and interact when the draft is completed.
Okay. Now, what do we want to see coming out of this red side? Like, what you want that jungle last pick, or do you think the ADC?
Jax? Yeah, I want Winter. I want carry Winter, man. Like, Gwen's still good.
Is he a top?
Probably not.
Into Jax? It could be.
Great input.
Is he a top into Jax? The most base thing I'll ever see Winter do.
Okay.
It could work.
It could work.
I've seen it in Korea.
Do we want to see Mr. Tank, Bio, swapping it up and going carry again? Because he pulled the Jax out the other week, right?
I mean, Puma had such a good performance on that Draven. I don't think Bio, he can pull out the carries, but with Puma's form right now, I think he can just chill with the Ornn. Because he did really good on that Ornn as well.
I think, look, there's just a lot more confidence coming through from Puma. Visually, we're just seeing how he's come from like last week. You know, he had that little break, came back. It was just like a little bit awkward for the first couple
game
of weeks.
to answer back to that, wasn't it?
But today, different beat.
Yeah, huge game for him, right? And you do love to see that, because certainly in the past when we saw his stats, it was like just top of his class in every single stat, be it damage per minute, be it farming up a storm post pre-15 minutes. So he would get it all. He would actually justify its value, make it worth something, and the team would rally around him, right? And that has been the name of the game for the entire year. If it wasn't him, it was Kevy back in Split 1. Now this time it's like, okay, it's Kisse and Puma. So you've always got these two carry threats that rise to the occasion when called upon.
Guess what? I've heard from my friend.
Don't.
No, I'm not going to do it. But I have.
What does the dare tell you, Mac?
Oh, it's time for the Dare fan vote. Guys, get those Twitch points in. Let us know how you think this game is going to go. What's so funny?
I just love your transitions, bro. Keep at it.
Oh, true. Thanks, man. Look, get your Twitch points in, Skimmy. You've got your tablet there. Get on Twitch. Put them on a team. Put them on your Pentanet because you predicted them. Let's see if that one's going to come through. I went with that 3-2 because I thought it was going to go all the way to 5 tonight. Maybe it will. We'll see how Pentanet bounces back here. Do we think... well, I guess, are we confident in the predictions that we've already had?
What did we have for maps? Like, I know I went order.
You went 3-1.
I went 3-1.
We both went 3-1.
You went 3-1 as
Mac
well?
went 3-2.
3-2.
I went 3-2 as well, yeah.
3-2. So no one went for the 3-zip.
So no one's out of it yet.
I wanted to go 3-0.
There was no PGG 3-0s.
Order.
I was thinking about it. But I just respected how well PGG's been playing too much. I'm like, no, they have to...
They're just going to take one, right? Like, they're just going to take one.
Yeah.
Surely.
They're lethal weapons, man. They're just going to... Like, they'll find a way.
Order are looking insane after that game too, right? Like,
yeah.
We need to see the bounce back. Both these teams have been saying they're the best of 5 teams, right? They're able to make those adaptations going into the next game. And when this game is ready, we'll see if PGG live up to this story that they've just been telling for so long.
With our interview with Bio, I believe that he said that Guro was having a bit of confidence issues and he was kind of nervous going into this match up against Balkan.
Yeah.
But towards the end of that game, if you looked at Guro's face camera, he was squealing throughout the entire game because he was so happy. So I'm sure there's morale going on in the Order camp right now, and I'm sure it will also reflect on the next game.
There was that point when the Baron got stolen. I definitely saw a little frown, a little bit of worry going on Guro's player camera there. But at the same time, Kitty was right. There was just smiles across all the Order members. Even, you know, for the last 10 minutes or so, you know, Bio was there. You could tell he was just saying, nah, it's fine, guys. So this is going fine. Just keep doing it. Keep doing what we're doing. We're going to win. And it's beautiful. Pentanet, on the other hand, a lot of serious faces going on there. You know, you don't want to be coming into these best of 5s and losing that first game. I wonder, what do you think Chippies has said to them to try to turn things around going into second draft?
I mean, I can ask them the exact question maybe in a second, right? Say, hey, what did you tell the boys? I imagine for yourself, it's stick to the plan. You know, we put on all this homework. There's no need to panic too much. Obviously, adapting is the key to winning a best of 5, but I can't imagine anything too grand.
Ooh, well, guess what? Speaking of best of 5s, we're about to jump on into game number 2. Ladies and gents, Champ Select's ready.
Thank you much, you two. Yes, let's see what happens this time around. With red side being locked in for the second time in a row, will the ban just change to necessitate that Renekton is the staple? but the Ahri's been banned away instead this time. So I wonder if that does mean that Pentanet feel the need to lock in a support in that third pick as opposed to locking in Yuri's champ.
Yeah, why ban Ahri first and foremost, right? Like above all else, what is it about the Ahri that seems to be a concern? He had a very good game number 1, but I didn't think it would demand the respect of being banned. First and obviously, where you're expecting order to go, a Jarvan will be picked here. Now, you wouldn't say this is locked in and guaranteed to be a support. You would say this is locked in and is going to be a jungler until further notice. And wow, okay, so Draven gets locked in by Praetor. They're going to make sure that one, Puma doesn't get that combo again, Draven and any aggressive champion, but two, they pick the Nidalee without the Renekton.
And Nidalee's the most interesting one for me, right? Because right as you said, they've only ever picked it with the Renekton, but for one game when Yuri played a Kalista mid, which is how they paired together as a partnership to say that you can be crazy, but I will just bring you right back. So I'm really curious to see now what that partnership is going to look like, because the Jarvan's been locked in. You've got the Leona, you've got the MF. I mean, that is just a recipe for a wombo if you've ever seen it, right? It really does ring true to what we saw in game 1. I feel like, you know, if there's ever a world in which we are contesting and having these big full-out 5v5s for a Dragon or a Baron or whatever it may be, I mean, Order they're just set up to shine.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Order right now, teamfight comp, right? Draven gets matched by Misfortune in a very annoying way for Draven. You try and step up aggressively, she just makes it rain. You have a very rough time and kind of tries to nullify you and then get to teamfights with a fairly cheap build and just wombo with the rest of your team. Leona, of course, is something that we spoke about at the start of the day, is going to rise in priority. And I do think that Misfortune is a champion that really only Order will be picking up. I'm not sure if another team in the league will be looking at that as a viable option at the moment. And PGG are going to respond with a LeBlanc. So in terms of lanes that have been locked in, Jarvan is now confirmed for jungle. Draven has no support. LeBlanc has an AP jungler to work with her, so magic resistance stocks are currently through the roof. It means whatever goes top lane right now has to be a really high physical damage threat champion. I mean, what do we have, right? We have Jax, we have Gnar, Fiora, if it's an Ornn lock-in, perhaps.
Yeah.
But, like, not many of these champions have gank set up for a Nidalee.
No. And this is the big adaptation, right? It's the fact that they've actually changed their bans to deny top lane partnerships for this Nidalee. Last time around, it was denying the champion pool of Road. They ban away what I believe it was the Rakan as well as the Fresh. Fresh has been left up and available, so they've made the adaptation. They've made the read. If you're going to lock in this Jarvan, we will just answer and give you a champion with no mobility, high damage in the Draven, a get out of jail free card. There will be that Lantern there. As for Order, for the most part, not much changes. All that changes really for them is the bot lane.
I haven't really seen Camille in a while, so I didn't think about the champion at first, but look, it is an AD champion and has been known to deal with Ornn somewhat well. Bio thinks this is the funniest thing he's ever seen in his life. I can't believe you've just locked in Camille. He's in shambles.
Yeah, he's losing pixels by the second, isn't he?
Every one laugh is one pixel. F's in chat.
It's an expensive laugh, I'll tell you that much.
But their composition is very pick heavy, is what I will say for PGD. I don't see the identity of the Nidalee in this comp. First and foremost, right, the reason Nidalee likes Renekton is the setup is a stun.
Sure.
It is hard crowd control that enables a spear and a trap to be placed. LeBlanc does provide that with the chains. Thresh does provide that somewhat with the hook as well. But Camille just locks them in a giant hex deck arena and says, good luck with the spears, and it becomes a shooting range.
I've seen the angle here, Rusty. It's the hook shot. The millisecond stun,
yeah, well,
that's the lineup.
Yes, like it can work, but also a flash hook shot. It depends on the direction that Camille lands.
Exactly.
Keep all these things in mind. What they do have is a lot of mobility in their comp, and they have a Thresh that can play for lanterns to keep their Draven alive. So what that does mean is that Jarvan has a very hard time in team fights. But when you couple Jarvan with Ornn, with MF, with Leona, and the flank threat of an Akali, they still have an exceptional 5v5 teamfight here on Order's side. And it does mean that fights that happen around objectives will be a lot easier for Order to set up for.
Exactly.
Where I think the difficulty here for PGG is if the game is dead even, how does their composition function if there is a Baron on the line?
And how do you handle the side lanes is the big thing for me, right? Because the Camille and the LeBlanc is certainly going to want to try and flourish on that effect. Yes, and Akali can certainly do battle in those 1v1s too. But the Ornn, the longer the game goes on, will be like, all right, guys, are those ornaments starting to work out? Are we winning these major team fights? Because that split push pressure is always going to be on the cards. Well, a quick reminder, these are your 2 team comps as we load in for the second game of this best of 5 on an opening night of the playoffs. Game 1 going the way of order. Only a few changes being made on their side, but a completely different look coming into Game 2 here for Pensnet, and a chance to see what they are made of. Well, Chippy, you're the right man for that, I suppose. Coming into this one, I mean, talk to me about some of the lessons of this year as a whole, right? Order with a team that were to eliminate you at a split 1 playoffs in a convincing 3-0 fashion. What's different this time around coming into playoffs?
What's up, G? I'd say the main difference is last split. After the close series with Chiefs, we were really focused on the revenge match versus them, and we sort of overlooked Order. But this time, we're not underestimating them for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, coming into this one then, Mac made the question before, you know, what really changes? What did you really say to the boys in between games 1 and 2?
Yeah, last game it just wasn't, even though I think our comp was pretty good, it wasn't us. We had a Lulu and not really many tools to start a fight versus Morgana, so I just wanted to give the boys more agency.
If you can find just that. Best of luck, bro, and we'll catch up next time.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Well, there's some agency. They've just been given Agent Smith appears behind them. Ornn suddenly from the bush will find themselves a nice little engage in Order. We'll start game number 2 with a kill under Puma.
I certainly do, and I've seen the story before. I really have in game 1. It really did flourish in the very same effect. I tried to wrap that one up as quickly as possible, anticipating
hard,
potentially there's more action
Asking
here.
a question as Ornn dashes into knockup 5, you're like, oh,
you're thinking, yes, we're back at the playoffs. That's when level 1 start to happen again.
It is. It actually is as well. I mean, as an actual concept, especially when you're coaching for best of 5s, one thing that I did coming into series is we'll hold that conversation.
Hold it for 2 seconds there, Rusty. A very late cleanse there from Praetor, who's still going to try and fight his way out of this trouble and potentially look at getting a first blood onto Corporal. That's the first one here for the side of Pensnet, and that's a much stronger laning phase this time.
Yeah, and while Puma gets the kill, he doesn't have anything to actually contribute positively to the game set right now. Belkan level 2. Signature Belkan strats right now, but Goodo at least at the Krugs will spot him. It's going to be a fight for Krugs. Mid lane's been ignited.
Really close to trying to scope that one out for a potential fight as well. The respawn time is obviously so quick at this early stage, so Corporal can just rock back up, but he's going to be level 1, Rusty, so what can a Leona do?
Belkan got 3 off the Krugs as well. Goodo got denied enough of the experience for him to still be level 2. Corporal cannot provide anything like you highlight. Mid's been so pressured as well. Kisei with nowhere to go. Yuri ignites to get a free base off, but it was a free base. And again, Puma with the early kill, it was just a tier. It hasn't had a chance to shop, so there is no tangible lead as it currently stands. And PGG know it, and they just poke at the wound. They prod at it. They find an angle, and they're able to make it stick.
And certainly being a lot more aggressive this time, right? Game 1 it was very, very slow by their standards, and I'm glad that Chippy's mentions that, right? Give themselves a better chance to really showcase really what they've done so well during this entire split. So starting on the right foot this time around, and it is just a pure jungle steal at this point, isn't it?
And there is a world that Goodo and Kisei move into the blue buff together and find Belkan. He is flashless, but they respect the fact that Winterer was missing. And they don't bring their top laner into the fold. And so Goodo's just going to go for the cross map. They're going to try and get as much as they possibly can. Corporal now here to assist as well. Game becomes a vertical map. It is an Ornn lane that you're ganking for, but that's the way you want it to be if you're in Italy, right? You want to play for the Camille side. And constant gank threat in mid skimmy. Keep that in mind. LeBlanc, one of the best setup champions in League of Legends as a mid laner. Right, before level 6 as well. Hit the chains, suddenly a spear from downtown can connect. And you've even got the setup time of the tether right before that takes effect.
No doubt about it, a ton of bursts. And it won't be the LeBlanc Lee Sin, but Nidalee can certainly look to answer and add a fair degree of burst themselves. Be interested to see where Belkan...
Goodo is Nidalee trap.
Tries to put his attention.
Oh!
There's no way. It's going to expire. He's literally gambled right twice.
He's going to get himself the Crux. He's not going to be spotted. Nidalee still topside though. So again, the ever-present threat the Biopanther has to deal with. He's going to play super passively. He's going to go for a reset here as well. You know, Ornn can stay in lane if he wants. He can build the items. It wants the control wards, wants the potions that come with that reset. really stunted in the jungle is Goodo. That is the biggest thing in this game too. There is a large Draven, there is a very supported Draven, there is a fast-moving and fast-clearing Nidalee, and there is a Jarvan that is definitely struggling, and that doesn't get better, right? As Nidalee completes the mythic items, or the first big item in the game, the jungle clear speed accelerates even more, and just gets faster as time passes. Jarvan doesn't.
No.
Jarvan tends to just be as fast as he is. Whoa. We need to stop looking at Belcard on the screen, because that's when the spears miss. But otherwise, he's fine.
Otherwise, the stats are fine as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they
I mean, look at that. 3 games played. He gets all the kills. He barely dies for it.
He's a terror. He always has been, right? This is one thing coming into this series. We expected AP junglers.
Yeah.
The rise of Renekton brings us around. Renekton's been a perma ban, though, for what it's worth. They don't want to deal with it at all. But we're still getting the Nidalee. We're still getting the AP junglers. Really just waiting for the Talia Pantheon on the flip side. And look at the respect Order are giving.
Yeah. They aren't afraid. Well, they certainly are afraid, but they're certainly not willing, I should say, to engage in what Pinsnet games are, which is we want to be aggressive. We want to try and force out your hand. And if you're not going to match us, then we will just go for this Drake instead. It's great to see, though, that Rogue is back on that Thresh. It's almost... It feels like such a long time since I last saw this. It almost feels like the OPL 2020 Showdown match that they had when they went up against that star-studded roster of Legacy.
Well, suffice to say as well, Rogue was always known as a hook player. When he was a young upstart in the Oceanic League way back when, he was known as the Thresh player. I think there's probably an old school montage on YouTube from like 2017 of him, or 2016 of him playing Thresh only and just hitting good hooks. That's how like low-key obsessed with hook champions he always has been. So. It should come as no surprise to any long-standing fans of Oceania that Rogue picks this one up, but Thresh has also completely died in terms of priority and preference in all leagues competitively. The reason that you're seeing the Thresh right now is just because of what it can do into the Jarvan, right? And once again, double down on that reality. It's a hard life to be Goodo in this game. Doesn't get much easier. What you're actually looking for is to force summoner spells and try and position correctly in team fights so that even if they try and get away from your ult, your team is still dealing damage.
Battle utility for sure. It was the Morgana Shield in game 1. And certainly now going to be the Fresh Lantern here in game 2. And it wasn't to say that Praetor was weak. I mean, he was holding his own despite that Draven from Puma being 9-0 in the end. He was strong, but he just always assassinated in those very few first moments of a fight. Flash was up. It was gone on a heartbeat. The Lulu Wild Growth in the shield just wasn't enough. And this time, if the Draven can also match that same standard, that is where all the gold is once again in the spot lane.
Kraken Slayer as well, from the looks of it this time around for Praetor on his Draven, in contrast to what was the Eclipse last game by Puma. So it seems to be a little bit more consistent team fight crit build, right? It affords you the luxury of an Infinity Edge third. The average game time, 30-odd minutes, you'll probably be able to get yourself that Infinity Edge. The game time stays short, and you don't go for the Infinity Edge third, you have to get it fourth, and the lethality item actually delays that crit spike. Sometimes games don't get there. Last game, though, we absolutely got there.
We certainly did. Yeah, we had 4 builds. We were close to having it across the board for a lot of these individuals. Reached that point where the fights were just a little bit too devastating in their effects, and members respawning. Going to take a little bit too long to try and defend their base. It's interesting, though, because as much as the attention that we put towards the spot lane, I'm really excited to see what can happen in this mid lane, right? I mentioned the point earlier in the show about how they have been the 2 star players for their teams, carrying the majority, or the actual, just the most MVPs respectively for their sides.
Yeah, just carrying.
They've just been consistent, clean, which is really good.
Which is weird to say for Kisei, isn't it? Because you kind of know him as the good or bad player at any given moment. He could have a hallmark moment, just straight up montage. A montage could be made of him, however, if you're not careful. Okan going to walk through mid to leech experience because that's what junglers do these days. Yuri just has to hold that L. But they're going to be able to move together, try and advance their vision line, advance their control. Remember, they've got a Herald to summon as well, Skimmy, at any time. But an unbelievably passive start to this game, an unbelievably slow passage of play between both teams. Bot's been nullified, right? They're trying to play super risk averse. Kisei and Yuri in mid. One has Ignite, but hasn't been able to play for kill threat.
Yeah.
And junglers, I mean, there's been a discrepancy from very early on in this game, but it hasn't felt like that's shot out of proportion. It's just kind of remained. Makes you wonder when both teams will say, this is the moment we need to fight. You're expecting Mythics in a team fight around a Drake, perhaps, in bottom. They'll get the cleanse.
Yeah, there it is. Instant cleanse out of that one. That means that Zenith Blade won't connect. Would have been poised to be just that way, as Gudo was lurking in the shadows, waiting for that wave to push up. Knows that vision is going to be cleared as well. Second Drake not too far away, so we might be starting to tee up for those fights, getting a little bit more angsty as to nothing really taking effect.
That's exactly why that cleanse is important, though, right? Praetor's now no longer having the cleanse come the fight for Drake. Leona will have the ultimate up. It is up in 60 seconds. Drake in 50. Depends on when it gets started, but you'll have that Leona ultimate. And Draven will not have the ability to cleanse it, so he'll have to flash. Gets a little bit harder to play these team fights. Eclipse going to be finished here as well for Puma. Praetor's likely to base towards his Mythic if he can get it, but PGG finally pulled the trigger knowing those reset timers. And knowing that Kisei took a really disadvantageous trade mid in the 1v1. They try and make this really good for them and just get a whole influx of money before the Drake.
And this time a much better Dragon, rather a Herald summon, right, to actually get that gold and not feel punished elsewhere like they were in game one, right? So this is textbook Pentanet once again working overtime, but actually starting with a lead and looking to try and build upon that. They're up by 2k now. The final reset comes out there from Balkan, who also picks himself up a mythic item.
He's late though, isn't he, right? If the Drake is started off cooldown, there's going to be really nice flank wards. You can see to the left of Order right now. Control wards to teleport to. You're expecting to see Order look to this one as fast as they can. More importantly, look for the engage. Praetor's
in so much trouble.
No cleanse.
He has no cleanse. He can't even flash out of that one and just went a little bit too far, trying to deny the vision line that Order had planted.
And quite simply, Praetor tries to clear wards without flash, gets killed for it. Order do what everyone expects, what we just called 1.5 minutes in advance. But it also happens with Balkan being late off the reset, very late to get to the rest of his team. And so there was no threat, right? So there's no reason for Praetor to even go for that ward clear if his team isn't going to be there. And that is the kind of tendencies that you do get here and there from the PGG roster. They want to biff. They want to clear those wards. They want to take that fight, but it's not always perfect, and Order all but happy to prey upon that.
And in all the right places as well. That second kill goes the way of Puma. That's what you want. If this is set to be a battle in the bot lane, to see who is superior. It's almost funny in a way, right, that the misfortune has come back, because we only saw like a couple of games during the regular season. It got punished, right? A lot of mobility that made sure that the MF ultimate, the bullet time, would never find true value. But this was like a staple pick of his back in playoffs last year, right? I mean, playoffs in Split 1, I should say. And he played literally every variation of MF there was.
Yeah, I mean, enjoyed the MF. Was the only one, I think, around the entire world that had a crit MF build in a competitive game. Kiss actually in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, has to flash at the very last moment on those chains. Otherwise, he was about to die to the Nidalee gank. Back to bot lane we go. And another chance for the Draven to try and achieve a little bit of gold that they were lost out on that Dragon being denied. He got himself 2 plates.
And the cost of the Dragon, like, as a standalone objective, isn't huge. Hurts a little bit because Order finally get themselves a Drake, right? It's the second one of the game. It helps them build up towards another reason to team fight. That's another 6 minutes of gameplay with another team fight confirmed. That's what Order want, of course, ideally. PGG, of course, you mentioned this in Champions Select. They can play for side lanes. They could play for a split push Winter build if they wanted to go Ravenous Hydra or something of the like second, right? Just try and out-sustain in top. But even then, Bio could even consider a Warmogs, and is that ever truly the case? This is kind of the crossroads that the top laners will find themselves at, but LeBlanc and Nidalee are very good at playing towards the side.
Sure.
Right? Nidalee moves so fast. LeBlanc has such a strength in traversing terrain. They can make it very difficult to be Biopanther, especially as a Biopanther that needs to get armor for his lane opponent when there's magic damage just running at him. Hard to live.
That is a very mixed damage profile. Very hard to itemize towards, but we'll get to see what they do decide to invest their time and effort into. Going to group themselves up for the potential first 5v5 of the game, because that does mean we've got ourselves that second Herald.
Biopanther, no potions, already down to half HP. There's a honey fruit on the other side of the wall that he may want to take. Gudo, of course, receiving a bit of poke himself. That's the game plan from PGG here, right? They just want to harass. They want to hit some chains, hit some spears, maybe hit a thresh hook, and then the fight is on. And so far, so good. They've been able to body Order out of the river. They retain full control of the river themselves. There is also an Akali that needs to be careful, and is being careful. They really are just taunting him.
Yeah, aren't they?
Go on, get those minions. See what happens. Buy space. Again, like PGG, they look at the Akali and they're like, can we kill Kisei? Or to just get vision, or rather get river control. They get the ability to push out mid-wave, and suddenly PGG are pressured to take the fight. Yuri on a good flank.
He's on a good flank, but he has been spotted. I'll imagine he's still there as well, just out of range of that death sentence, but the Hexagon Ultimatum locks in place Kissy for the meantime. He gets Chain CC, the Call of the Forge Gods, it's literally, it parts the sea. It hits nobody. Make it rain, self-cast on their head because Yuri is still taunting him from enemy lines. He looks for the chains, he's looking for the one-shot, he's looking to try and dash away as Gudo can't do much about that one. Puma turns around with the bullet time, but the axe takes him down. They're angry, they've had enough, and they want more. They won't settle for just 2 kills, they want a third. It's a double now for Praetor from the Draven, and the Draven may just be the key all along.
And just absolute river supremacy for PGG. It never really looked like they were out of control. There was small moments where you're like, oh, Order have got an inside track here. They had a line through mid. But Kisei just gets caught, knowing that they should be there. Where else are they going to be? Tries to face check and just dies. The rest of the fight here, look at how far Order moved up the river to try and assist their mid laner. And they just get routed. Yuri walks into the bush, assumes there's no vision. Puma will dodge that one, but the Hex Tech, or rather the hook shot, will follow through. And you thought you got out to get the ultimate off. Praetor says, no, you did not. And he'll hit him with those ults. And the rest of this team fight, I mean, you can see some half-health members there of PGG. If a bullet time gets to go off, maybe it's a different conversation. But not to be. PGG are too good.
Not to be whatsoever. And that is a great invitation into this game to try and bridge a big gold lead, to find yourself a point of power to work around, and to really work your magic like they've done all split long. Another similar story, though, in the battle in the bot lane. That 1k lead, those adoration stacks cashed in. And now, the one and only bounty in the game. Another Herald instantly summoned in this mid lane. Turret plates are gone. They are wasting no time with this one. It just looks like they're forgiving and forgetting about the Drake.
This could be an inhibitor turret. Charge will get off here for sure. Inner turret dies. Another charge 100% will happen. They're not going to commit themselves to it, but the Drake hasn't even been confirmed by now. I'm surprised that they don't stay to crash that turret. Dravenult even used to stop resets. They've got Biopanther.
Yeah, going to look to try and see what they can find. 4 members strong, only Kisei in mids. But without any further vision, or any further damage for that matter. They've got Predator free farming topside. Don't want to overexert themselves.
Almost like a game of chicken. Order will get themselves a turret, at least in a trade here, right? Ends up being a fairly even transaction. This, in reality, is just opening the map up. The advantage being Herald getting an extra turret and breaking mid lane. So there's very few places that you feel safe anymore if you are Order, as your presence on the map shrinks.
Yeah, Rogue's just like, you gonna cook this lantern anytime soon?
Like, listen, I'm going.
Are you coming or not?
This lantern.
Hop in the car.
Just get in the car.
Put your seatbelt on, mate. Safety first. Come with me. Places to be, things to do, games to win. Certainly what they're looking to try and do is he must have been so close to an item spike, right?
Yeah, he'd have to be.
LDR, here we go.
Looking like it is going to be the LDR second. Born, of course, being a full tank, you're expecting to see some armor from the Jarvan. Leona as well naturally has a lot of armor. LDR stocks pretty high. And I feel like overall, like as an actual narrative, a bounce back from PGG, this is really important, this game for them. And they do look like a different team between games 1 and 2.
For sure.
You heard it from Coach Chippies. The draft wasn't their identity. I think they just got mind controlled by the crazy picks of Order into picking things that they thought have to work here, right? Like, we have to pick the Lulu. We spoke about in draft. Lulu made the most sense, but they've shored up that weakness. They feel like a different team, and suddenly the real PGG stands up and is giving it to Order in game 2.
That's what makes it so interesting, because we even heard from Praetor from one of his own interviews that Rogue had been putting in a lot of time this split especially to get better at enchanters. Hence why a lot of those initial games in the split were just Lucian Nami on court. I mean, he was playing phenomenally, but it brings it back to your point before. Historically, if you are a fan, he has all been about these engage heavy styles. And the Fresh is certainly at the top of that list, as Pentanet will claim yet their 4th turret. Complete map control.
Absolutely, another free turret to be taken. Biopanther getting level 11 on his own, is starting to ramp up in experience, gives some extra items towards his team. But still, overall, it does feel like they've been starved out. They are falling further and further behind. And, you know, what was a couple thousand stretches to 5. Next Drake up in 2 minutes. Order do seem to be ride or die by their Drakes themselves. They lost 2 turrets for the Drake last time. I wouldn't be shocked to see that as a point they fight for one more time. Kisei back-to-back, same itemization choices here as well. Zonya's secondary after the Proto Belt. Isn't looking to maximize his DPS output, though this time around he is the sole AP threat.
Yeah.
Things like Shadow Flame obviously rise in value at that point, but wants the Zonias, wants to be able to survive for a little bit longer. Camille ults you, you're locked down. What do you do, right? You need to survive somehow. You can't use mobility in that case. Rogue's being owned by his team with these lanterns. Are you seeing? He threw another one to Balkan, and Balkan just hops over the blue buff wall.
Yep.
Also is Lantern max. Need to keep that in mind. You pick Thresh in this comp to throw lanterns out of Jarvan ults, you are going to max the W.
Yeah, you need that thing to be available every single moment of this game, no doubt about it. Lowest cooldown possible. Cheap items like a Kindle gem will certainly help with that. But yeah, itemization differences certainly do seem to be a big thing in this one, right? The fact that LDR was rushed second, the fact that Avoid Staff also from Yuri as well. So your big AP and AD threats are going to make sure that they have as much damage there, regardless of how these tanks can look to try and respond to that.
It's an interesting game overall because it feels like the Nidalee pick hasn't done much. Like, it's been really good, but all Balkan's had to do is farm fast, and he'll get natural leads from that. But level 1 also causes some chaos in the mix. A little base stop there with 40 seconds until the Drake spawns, but no damage done. Look at the control they have, Skimmy. Almost absolute and total control of the red side quadrant, and walking into LeBlanc and Thresh is so difficult. Order have to play through mid-wave.
And just a lot of that comes from the fact that the Nidalee was able to achieve just those double heralds into just complete domination of that mid lane, right? The price was paid for that dragon, which took a while to take. Now it just gives them all these worlds in which they can plant very deep vision.
His W.
Look to see, what is your real response? Well, Winter's response is to go for a cheeky 1v1 right now. We know that Order on the way to try and back him up. Solar Flare hits absolutely nothing. It's their own minions. Instant flash out of that Cataclysm. And the Slippery Camille is away.
And again, Akali uses the Shroud, suddenly finds a Camille, and they'll get the flash, yes, but they will lose control of the Drake. They will sacrifice that Biopanther cops the 2 chains combo. And a lot of pressure down towards this bottom turret as well, making it really difficult for Biopanther to safely and happily and successfully farm, even getting experience. And so there is no Drake win con just yet. It's going to be match 2-2. And this brings about the question of scaling for me, right? Like, is there any kind of tangible advantage that belongs to Order for playing slow and scaling in this game? And I think partly correct.
Yeah.
In that is a factor, right? Misfortune. Hume has been farming exceptionally well. Is going for the big team fight ult build with lethality there, and there's not going to be many resistances purchased by PGG. Late game, 1 ult from a Misfortune can 1v9.
But that's the big thing for me, Rusty. I like how you highlight about team fight build, because we just saw in that literal last minute of play that Pentanet are just saying, we'll sit to our side lanes, have to answer to us top side,
exactly.
We're pushing you down bot side. That's a dragon for free, where there could have been a team fight, but there isn't now.
And I think it's funny because, like, as much as you don't want to give over a soul, especially not an Ocean Soul with multiple Drakes backing it, having an Elder to fight for actually gives a reason to team fight.
Sure.
Where PGG now can afford the freedom of not team fighting. They can also do what you just saw with the last Drake of have LeBlanc run zone defense, just be a pest. More items come through on the LeBlanc, more kill threat comes through on the carries, more of an issue. And that kind of continues, right? You throw spears, you throw chains, you throw hooks from Fog of War, and you're not actually looking for the team fight, you're looking to get a single kill and then for objectives. That's really the difference that we're going to see here, right? So can Order team fight, or can Pentanet just continue to win more by playing methodical, by playing for poke, by playing for pick? W the wave they go.
Oh, good-o. He was keen for a second. He does still have that flash available, so it still can be able to run away and not feel punished. Really feel too threatened. Titanic Hydra now online for the Camille. The Winter will have a lot of AoE clear.
Good
also
on, big
some
trouble.
Very strong splash damage too.
Yuri doesn't know how many people are here. That level 12 Jarvan, I mean, there's Merc trades, but that could have been a big health trade. I wonder how slow this game will get as well, right? Like PGG having control, not wanting to force fights at objectives. this could be a slow game. This could take a serious amount of time to get what they're after. And Order seem like the type of squad to happily lose slowly for as long as necessary before they can try and find that one punch to win.
I always just look back at their games up against Chiefs, right, where they would draft infinite scaling and say we just want it to go late. And they were very close in a few times, right, actually winning out in a late occasion.
This isn't an Azir, right? This is an Akali. This isn't hyper-scaling mage in mid lane. Akali does still scale for damage output, but not the way an Azir does, not the way a Victor does. It does mean that a cleansed Draven doesn't have the best time at all, because they're able to find an angle. LeBlanc also notoriously fragile, though highly mobile and hard to lock down. If you do lock that down.
Game plan here, though, just seems to be Rusty. Attend to these side lanes, push it out, once again return to all this vision, which we can see is just all in favor right now of Pentanet.
Yeah.
And just wait to see what Order's next move is. Who has to go face check it? Who goes in? And who can just get one shot by somebody like her? You know,
I wonder if they hit Baron here, actually. They've just witnessed on vision 2 people recalling. So they know full well that this can be started. Balkan's going to hit this one extremely early and lose a whole lot of his health. Praetor, greedy man, wants to make sure the full wave is cleared before he takes the Lantern to come and assist his team, or to get time to get here.
They certainly do, Rusty. But this one is still dropping at a very accelerated rate. And Goodo, would he even dare to try and steal this one away? He tried, he flashed, but he failed. It didn't go through. And Praetor, oh no, the Lantern's been taken by somebody else. He's the flash across the water. Solid Flare is there, instant cleanse out, bullet time is enough. And the stun CC means that Kisei can get that shut down. Now they just have to run away. They've lost one Baron buff. It was on a carry. Will they lose the second? They will. Winter is dead, and it is doomsday for Pentanet as it's Kisei that picks up the double. Now Yuri, as a carry, tries to answer back and tries to remove the misfortune, but Puma, thankfully for him, survives just barely.
Is able to cleanse the Ignite, right? So it doesn't cleanse the CC. Will hit himself in Italy, trap there and take a bit of extra damage, but will survive. The trade fizzles into kills for Order, but the objective for PGG, they catch them resetting, they find their window.
Oh, Balkan! Oh no!
Where you off to, buddy?
Oh no, Balkan. This game has descended into madness.
He saw the mid! They were hitting a minion wave, Skimmy, I don't get it. He just face-checked them to see if they were there, and I tell you what, they were there.
Oh no, they're going in one by one, the soldiers are marching. Oh, they're having a crack at him. We're just making a YouTube montage in a final. In a playoff game.
The carousel commences. Yuri's going to have another crack at it, lose half his HP, trying to double distort through a minion wave. Hook just going to miss there, though. That was nicely dodged by Kisei. No Baron to take, no trade to be had. Jungler of PGG dead. Order will get themselves the 3rd Drake of this game, Skimmy. The question becomes, what does this Baron provide?
It's becoming more and more like a buff denial at this occasion. You were thinking that would have been enough to try and open up all the great work they put in moments earlier, right? Potentially start to look at a mid inhibitor, continue to threaten those side lanes.
And those fights that you don't want to take if you're PGG, because you don't need to front-to-back team fight, now becomes a no-summoner Draven. A little bit harder to keep him alive, right? Angles start to arrive, start to exist for Order. There's always worlds that they can try and find a prey to try and pick the AD carry. That's obviously one of their prime goals here. It is a large Draven with 3.5, almost 4 items done. Stopwatch in there for the GA. There's suspect number 1, in Order trying to murder him.
Well, they had a 10k gold lead. That's been shored up quite nicely. Good to stall back before Goodo was able to land that CC. And I don't think they can afford to really play those split push shenanigans this time. They will have to invite the pressure of a potential Order team fight. They have to rally around this LeBlanc. He has to play around that Baron buff.
Yeah, but no one with Baron is on the way.
He wants to flank.
if you're playing to flank as LeBlanc and you're playing for Lantern as Thresh, no one with Baron buff is there for the siege. And if you're not playing for Lantern as Thresh, Draven dies. So you're stuck in this conundrum of like, how do we put Baron on a minion wave and play our composition the way that it needs to be played? So you're seeing that dilemma come through where Order just look at that minion wave and gobble that one up. And so the play does just fizzle out. Now, admittedly, look at the vision control PGG have in that red side jungle. It's gross. It fully belongs to them. Yuri got hit.
Oh, Kisei's in!
Oh my god,
the longest shuriken flip you'll ever see. That's a cheeky heal from the Nidalee. But he's still running, and that's a
Kisei.
perfect execution. I love that from Kisei. This is what you get
So
from him.
good.
He's just such a special talent. Back-to-back double kills, and the most kills in the game.
And you know what you might be thinking, why did he just use his ultimate to go into the fake LeBlanc? It was actually to get the R2. So he R1s the LeBlanc clone knowing that it's fake and then chases the real one with the non-targeted ultimate. Really nicely done by the mid lane of Order, and it just wipes PGG almost single-handedly by hitting 1E. That's the variance that an Akali can have. That's the fragility that the LeBlanc has that we highlighted. Kudo.
Team are disengaging away. It is just a lone Jarvan. Winter is just watching him.
Wait, that is a Camille that doesn't know that Order weren't protecting him. And again, this vision war, she's a little bit hesitant. I don't know if that's something that, in regular season, do PGG not just go for that? You know, that's the question.
No doubt in their minds, surely. You're thinking, you flip a game here, you're down 0-2. A lot of pressure to try and flip an entire series back to back to back.
Order have never lost in a best of 5 in the LCO this year to PGG, right? It was 3-0 in split 1.
Yep.
They're still 5,000 gold down. They still are not in the driver's seat in this game, but they're getting more and more confident. Ornaments come through to equalize a bit of that effective gold difference. Both carries now have one. Puma's still been farming up a Storm, is 30-odd CS, and has retained that ahead of Praetor. That's reflected in the gold because he's been keeping up as best he can. Hard to keep up with the Draven, but he is doing it as best he can. Kisei, 5-1 with the shutdown. Yuri, the most quiet LeBlanc game I think we've seen.
Yeah.
When you consider how much damage he's potentially done, but for 0 kills.
Yeah, the poker's been there. For the execution to find those explosive kills. Hasn't been enough to try and answer back to his mid lane opponent. And Order certainly have been the team that just come into these playoffs this year and take those big 3-0 victories. But as far as split 2 have gone, they lost 1-2 in the head-to-head. Tencent have been able to try and take them in that regard. Best of 1s versus the best of 5. I mean, it's a completely different beast.
It absolutely is. PGG now setting themselves up for the Baron here. 40 seconds on Drake, 40 seconds on the Ocean Soul. If they commit to Baron, they're going to forego vision control at the Drake River. They're going to start this one off. Order haven't copped the whiff of it just yet. They've got one blue trinket on their AD. Confirms it. It also confirms that it's been reset. So expect to see Order push this wave and get all of the control that they would like from this towards the bot side river. They're actually not going to do that at all right now. They're going to run down mid. They want to find the fight. They want to find the flank.
Yeah, they've been pinging Kisei to say, I'm on a great flank right now. Just play around me, and we might be able to find something. Praetor. Luckily, Them was able just to walk away. Gudogo's gone for a moment.
Praetor's dead.
And Praetor is gone. That is a shutdown. That is the kill, and that is the conviction you need to try and bring back what is a devastating 10k deficit. But they're making it look close.
And they find the picks that they need to start this Baron buff off. And again, Jarvan ults the Draven, who didn't have the flash, I believe, at the time that Misfortune ult came through. It must be just coming up now. Because he dies to a full bullet time stuck inside the Cataclysm. That's what it comes down to. Not sure where the Thresh Lantern was or if it was clickable in the first place. Order looking for the fights, looking for the team fights, not letting the poke come through. Teleports are here. Biopanther on the collapse.
This is perfect from Order. Really cutting
Drake's
off every
gone,
avenue.
though.
You can have that Drake, but you will lose something for it.
Ooh.
Sure, it can flip close. For a moment, you're thinking that could have been the wipe.
Yeah, I mean, if they weren't as fast as they were, absolutely. But the Drake goes down in relatively short order. We'll see this fight again. Lantern on cooldown. Okay. Follow through comes in. Gudo gets hooked. Has got enough time to hit the ult, hit the stopwatch. And poor Praetor. Right, locked in, no Lantern, no ability to get out there. I'm not exactly certain on the flash timer. If he had flash, that's his bad. But it might have just came back up and he wasn't aware of it. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but the point is Order picked a perfect moment for them, right? They find those team fights that they want to pull back this game.
Phenomenal work from them, to say the least. To claw back this one. They're certainly engaged. Despite Winterer and the side of Pensnet being reluctant to team fight, they've forced them to.
I think your goal here is to get the teleport from Winterer. Or dive.
Okay, just
or
go Fury.
do that.
Just do it again. Why not?
Yeah, that works.
It's a different carry. It's a different kill, but it's all the same in the end. Nice! Call it a Forge Gold, knocking up 2. The headbutt against the wall as well. And I mean, these carries, Rusty, just a little bit too strong. Kisei is on a rampage. And it's a fadeaway Nidalee just wondering where it all went wrong.
I mean, if you get given an angle that sweet, you're going to have to take it every single time. Kisei finds his flank angle, gets in there. They have lost Puma. They've lost a fair amount of their ability to siege, but Bio is so tanky, he does not care. He will just walk at Balkan and Winterer and take everything away from them. And yes, the ADCs are both dead. They did their jobs in these skirmishes. It's quite simply the fact that Order are team fighting when Pentanet or GG are the ones getting caught 3 times in a row.
Yeah. And its gold lead is now just non-existent. It was a big component of what made their early game so strong. What makes Pentanet as a team tick? What put them in this position here in an upper bracket seeding? Fury just gets caught out.
Gets locked down, just dies. LeBlanc again, no flash. The Lantern wasn't going to be there in time. Perhaps Rogue could have been there. Maybe he wasn't expecting Order to play as fast as they were. I feel like if I was Order in this situation, I'm playing really fast here with an Ornn and Leona ultimate to try and force a teleport out of Winter, or perhaps just force him to reset to come back and assist. Because he was split pushing and he was side laning. And PGG, with their top laner split pushing, not there to assist, still get caught out.
Oh, Kisei could be in trouble. Axe goes out. Is it lethal? Well, you can't run away from everybody.
That's lethal.
That'll be it. And that'll be Balkan that picks up the bulk of that gold. The entirety of Order went topside, anticipating a Pentanet move. It didn't work that way.
Baron Recalls will save the day here. There might still be a turret that drops, actually. They're going to commit Leona ult.
Solar Flare onto 2. Predator slowed as well. Great fly away onto Corporal as he tried to engage. A TP comes out. Bio headbutts the wall and does nothing. Yuri now still trying to teeter on the edge of do I go in or do I not? We'll settle for the inhibitor. And that's our ticket back into this game.
They're still looking for the hook. Connect fights on.
Hook goes out. Bullet time. This is doing so much work. Shredding the entirety. Instant flash away from Biopan for the shield. Would have been enough there, but the spear went on through as Balkan leaps into action, but dies in the end. No, he's not. He's alive for the meantime, but Puma is answering back. He's on a triple. It's looking like a quadra. There it is. Make it rain. Get the gold and get it done. As one more auto, surely. Oh no.
He's too quick.
Comment.
He's too quick.
It's not enough.
Spear gets dodged. Of course, Balkan trying. It's just raining constantly.
The TP.
The fight that never ends. Balkan has to go in.
Oh, level 18. He thought, well, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I've got to do something, but far out. What a team fight.
There's a Fisher Pykel fridge top lane, man. It's very hard to get through one of those, so just resigns himself to taking the fight. That will be a lot of damage potentially on this turret, if not the entirety of it. Yuri here means that Puma has to be super careful. Bio can cancel if he plays it well.
Nice GA pops.
Just gets GA'd.
Okay, has to block this death sentence, does so successfully. There is the Glacial Augment, slows them down. All the attention goes into Biopan for the inhibitor as Mark, and so is Rogue. There's bullet time at legal levels of damage.
Just has one hit. Exhibit A as to why you never see Thresh at the moment. He's just so fragile. Of course, it is the Shirelia's build from Rogue. It isn't the Locket, isn't tanky by any means. He is a very, very one-hittable Thresh. And Puma shows exactly why he is the premier ADC of this league right now. Watching this fight way back, Biopanther CC'd, so wasn't able to hit the R2, headbutts the wall in frustration. The fight resumes, and it becomes, does Puma win or does Praetus win? That's really all you're looking at for both of these teams when the fight breaks out. The hooks are hitting, but it's tanks. The bullet time annihilates them, but Praetus is still full health, but he's frontlining. He is next to Puma, taking damage at the same time as trying to hit frontline champions. And just positions forwards, hoping that he can get maybe the quick kill, and then it becomes an even battle. You feel like if Draven and MF are hitting each other, it's probably Draven favored?
Yeah.
That's not how it played out.
Got caught stuck catching axes and looking for kills, and that predictability, that read was matched there by the side of Order. As they're going again for that one big final team fight, it's geared up to be just that. They've got the Ocean Drake, they've got the damage, and they've got the kills to take these members down. One's resurrecting, one's gone golden, but now they're dead, they're grey, and it's double digits here for the Akali. 10 kills. Kisei is just on a rampage. Winterer can do nothing more than try and proxy this wave.
I mean, they've got a big wave top here, Skibby, so for sure they could try and push this one to end. Remember, it's an Ocean Soul, and it is so hard for them to actually win the 5v5 team fights into that. Winterer can deal with Kisei. But can Winterer deal with Kisei with 2 tanks protecting him?
Oh no, he's been hookshot buffered. Gets stunned up against his own turret for the meantime. Jumps in, Hexagon Ultimatum, looking to try and take out Kisse as quickly as he can, but minions are coming from top, from bot, and from literally everywhere. It is a delayed ace. And as Rogue respawns, he hopes he can land in the Nexus into his fountain to give them a little bit more time, a little bit more of a hope in this series, but it won't be afforded to them. Order now on match point.
And that feels like a bit of a heartbreaker for Pensonet.gg, right? That's the game that they should be winning. That's the game they have a 5,000 plus gold advantage in very early. And that's also the one where it gets completely thrown away, just unable to use the lead and turn it into something tangible, into something meaningful. I look at this draft and I still think the Nidalee feels extremely out of place. All it did was farm. And I don't see how that works with a LeBlanc to make a team identity or composition. And I think that in the end, Order proving why Blue Side is superior because they draft a comp into what feels like a bunch of cool dudes on PGG as they get bested.
Yeah,
cool dudes can't keep up.
I mean, they can be cool, they can be strong, but unfortunately for them, that Baron incident, which led into the 1v1s being, or 1v5s rather, I suppose, Mac. Baron buffs being lost, members just falling on down, and that gold lead just went to nothing.
Yet another incident to add to the tally of LCO incidents for the split so far. But again, look, Order 2 and Zip, that is a crazy, crazy start to the series. Still a chance for PGG to go for that reverse sweep, but let's talk about this game. Kitty, what did you notice in that one that really sort of tickled your fancy?
Well, I'm sure everyone saw by giggling after we saw the red 5 Camille coming out of PGG, which I thought, yes, it
Giggling's
works.
a bit of like a
understatement.
soft way. Yeah, a bit of an understatement there.
It was a cackle.
He was a cackle. Yes, he was cackling at the Camille lock-in because overall it doesn't really fit into PGG's comp. You have Camille, you have Nidalee, you have LeBlanc and Draven, 4 resource-heavy champions where if you don't get ahead in the early game, which is what they did, and if you don't snowball that early game, then it will result in a very terrible loss. But I do want to mention Order's entire comp because they have really nice engage. They have a good team fight 5v5 comp where I think Kisse was once again the shining star on the Sakala. He got a 2-for-0 trade in that very mid lane that kind of turned the game around. But look, PGG, I would have liked to see a Galio maybe instead of this Nidalee. I am quite fond of Galio and Camille where they are able to play for side, because if you look at PGG's comp, they're clearly going for either a side lane pick or they're trying to play for Draven. And if we want Winter on the carry on a Camille where it does well into the side lane up against his Ornn, then we need more frontline where they can play towards the side lane, which is not exactly what we saw because once we got into the later stage of the game, PGG was kind of forced into a situation where they had to play 5v5, and looking at both team comps, Order just does it better.
Volkan, this game of cat and mouse was
great
something
chase
to watch, right? And look, great attempt to really turn that one around. He saw that TP coming in towards the top before jumping in. But at the same time, Order, even though they were down in gold at this point, just barely, by the way, they still managed to have everything going their way. Base was already fallen down. Kitty also noticed, look, there was no mid wave to push mid, but look, top was open. So let's just jump in there and finish the damn game. 40 minutes, an absolute thriller for the second affair here in the series. Now, did we enjoy the changes going into this one? Or, as Rusty put it, at least for PGG, was it still just, once again, 5 cool dudes?
When I was a fan, I could see the merit behind what the comp was trying to achieve, right? You see the misfortune come out nice and easy, you think, I'll just draft the comp to try and play towards those side lanes. They did so very successfully. They got a big lead. You can see, like I mentioned, a 10k gold lead. But then, yeah, they just had a lot of back-to-back team fights lost, double kills picked up left, right, and center, shutdowns galore, lots of objective bounties claimed as well. Then suddenly that gold lead became nothing and they lost the game. So devastation. And I guess that is what Rusty's mentioned before, right? If it is going to go to the late game, you'd probably bet your bottom dollar that Order will win it there.
I feel like, for sure, every time we've seen, I don't know if we've seen many games where a team is down in gold and they win the game. Have we seen that this split?
I mean, I can tell you that PGG went ahead win like 85% of the time. So that's not something you'd expect to see between these teams anyway, right? Especially with the leads they had. But here we are. And I do think a large part of that is just like Kitty was highlighting, the cohesion of the draft and what that actually looks like. I don't think that PGG had, like, frankly, I don't think they had a good draft. Yeah. I think that they had to pick Camille because they were looking for physical damage because they did LeBlanc Nidalee 2-3. And that in itself confused me. And I do think there are better compositions to have that still, as per what their coach said, fits their style as a team, which is much more aggression.
Was this a Chippy's draft?
Well, I mean, he's the coach. I can't answer that question, mate. I'm here doing the LCO.
I'm just checking.
It was a solo queue draft from what I saw. It was literally, I load into League of Legends, my top lane picks Camille, last pick, and we have 4 resource heavy champions and we throw. So that's literally solo queue.
The way that I see it is it very much looked like the boys just really wanted to play certain champions after what happened last game, try to use that to get back into the series, and it just didn't go their way because order, cohesion just looked so much better. Quickly, from the fans, we have a couple of letters sent in from you guys at home. So let's see what you've sent in to at LCO on the Twitter sphere. Hey, I know this, man. Oh, do you want to do a voice, Rusty?
No, you can read it.
Oh,
no, I want you to read this.
Okay. Goodbye to Mammoth. I wish you the best.
At Ryan.
But if your coach looks in Zach, again, he's under arrest. Your 015 looking ass in my clash looking ass.
Made sure to add him. I can't tweet that and not add him. With respect.
LK, at row_LK, at row_LK.
I played Clash with Ro, coach of Mammoth and Tron as well. We had a happy game.
Happy
but
game.
What I will say is,
game.
I think the game, while happy, was winnable until I looked at the score of my jungler.
Okay.
But Ro also hard carried the game prior, so I'm willing to forgive him. I just don't want to see Zach again.
Sounds like
or his
our
ass.
games.
Or his ass. I don't want to see that.
But just not in Clash. Anyway, we have one more to have a quick look at. I love the story behind that one. Who's this guy? This was just an example for you guys, but also at the same time. Take notes real quick. Kitty, do you want to do a voice for this?
Sure.
Can you do my voice?
Okay.
Good luck.
To my dearest LCO children who couldn't make playoffs, I bid you farewell.
Is that Mac talking?
We had so many great memories this year, and it makes me so sad to think we won't get it to see your handsome heads on the screen for the remaining weeks of the split. Much love, the LCO Godfather, XOXO. How was that?
Gossip Mac, yeah. Yeah, at the same time. That was pretty good. I thought it was me the whole time. Nailed it,
It
Kitty.
was you. What do you mean?
Anyway, so this is what I was hoping we'd get a little bit more of from you guys. So, look, we do have one more segment, at least one more game, if not 3 more games. I'm still hoping for 3 more games. I really want PGG to pick it up going into that third. So we get a series, because every time we get those 5-game series here in the LCO, they're just so fun. It's so much damn fun. And I want more of it.
You know what, Mac? I'll give a consolation prize to the teams, right? If they don't have them here now, it's because they're saving them for Dreamhack. When there's going to be a crowd, when it's going to be more exciting.
True.
Benefit the doubt.
Yeah, saving strats for Dreamhack. I love it. I want to see it. I want to see your faces at Dreamhack, and I want to see one of these teams there as well. Whoever wins gets it, and that could be order going into game at 3. We'll see how that one goes just after the break. We'll see you then.
Hey, look, menu box.
Not proud.
I like how when Mac drinks, because he has a mustache, he has to drink it like this.
Yeah.
Hey.
Every time.
What if I've always
You've done him
drank
dirty
like
there.
that?
You've done him so dirty. They've been the team to beat, their team to watch all split long. 21 flawless games back to back. They are record setters. Can you get it? He's got another cage, pops across on towards that Victor trap still.
Tapoon dead.
Look at Tapoon! Flashing across and just locking down all 4 members. That should be the opening that they do so desperately require to try and close out this game and to try and get the perfect split, Rusty. Appy, surely, you just keep beating the minion.
Lisa has to tank both turrets again.
There it is!
They teleport to the minion. Now look at that.
To the minion.
The savior of peace. It's 1 melee minion. Essentially, Ali G is scorching to the turret dodge. I'm going to use his cleanse in mid. Has lane out.
Into cleanse. Oh, the shockwave away. He's just put himself enough time. And he can't find Lee for Ryufu. He's in so much trouble, and he's going to fall on down for this one. Darshan! He's flushed out of range! He was sub 10 HP, and that is picture perfect.
Side lane and threaten the flank angle, right? Just look to throw those claws out from the side. Oh, just go in.
Yeah, why not? Front door. Charm though, so you can't hit the Frozen Tomb just yet. But everybody's locked in place. Darshan locked on down. There's the shockwave. That's a massive loss, Brent. Look at the shockwave. Oh, you just love to see a big combo come to life. And that is a perfect ace. Hostile takeover once again comes across, only hits onto 2 members. The fight breaks out. Liv looking for that initial target. It's going to come down to a smite steal right now. Arthur, can he look to try and steal this one away? Jumps in and steals the Elder Rusty. Chiefs are just from a different cloth. They are unbelievable with the ace.
Kanga choose to take the flip. Chiefs say thank you very much. Don't mind if I do. They will take the team fight. That perfect split is theirs.
actually, and just evaporated.
Oh, Kissay! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO delivered by Menulog. It's playoffs time and we are 2 games deep in order up against PGG. Order taken 2-0 so far. And PGG really need to hit back now before it's too late because they've only got 1 game remaining to make that happen. And Kitty, tell me, how are they going to do that?
How are they going to do that? Well, we're going to start off with what Order has been drafting. They've drafted the Ornn, Jarvan, and Akali 2 times in a row, so that's definitely going to be off the board for the 3rd game because it's obviously working too well for Order where they're able to be 2-0 in this best of 5. And I think in particular, PGG, they went with the I'm comfortable on this champion route, and they did do well in that early game, but I think they need more structure to their team comps. They need a clear front line because that's clearly what they're lacking. They don't have a clear engage source where everyone knows that's the go button and everyone will follow because the boys seem a little bit lost in these team fights.
So what you're saying is we're waiting to see Praedyth pick Yasuo and PGG with a perfect knock-up comp.
I mean, that's one way to do it. I don't know if that's what I'm
That'd
expecting.
be the most stylish way to get back into a series,
cool.
eh?
But no.
They are cool guys.
What I am expecting is those cool dudes. Sorry, my TFT vernacular was leaking into League. I won't do that again. That's the TFT comp back.
Okay.
What I'm expecting to see is, 1, they should pick blue side. I'll be a little bit sad if they pick red side.
You want to see?
Yeah, go on.
Let's have a look.
Good. Now the next step.
I was ready for rusty tears.
Just genuinely start crying. But I think the next step is either you pick the Jarvan or you pick a composition that can deal with the Jarvan really well, and then you prioritize a really good 2-3 bot lane duo. Okay. So I would like Jarvan to like maybe force Order into like a Zeri, Yumi type champion trade-off maybe, and then you see the Zeri and you just go like Twitch and just win.
Okay.
Like, I'd really like that, and I think that's much more accessible on blue side. I think that right now red side has proven through even just this series alone to be the weaker side.
Well, we'll see how that opinion evolves. It's an opinion, but it's a very strong one. And
yeah, I do have strong ones.
Could be a solid strategy. And so if there's any, I don't know, fans in the chat watching this, maybe think about it. Also, you've probably got Twitch points, so it's probably a good time in a moment, of course, to put those Twitch points on the Dare fan vote so you can tell us what you think's going to happen in this game. It's been relatively order-sided so far. Buttons up there, if you want to get it. Just up there. Yeah, you know, there's a button, and then where do you put your numbers in? Yep, Rusty's all over. It's down there, down towards the bottom of the Twitch chat. Custom amounts. Have a look. It'll show you. You've probably got about 250,374 right now. I want you to put that many on the game. Custom amount, please. Thanks. Send them in. And, you know, you choose which team you think it's going to be. But that's it for the Dare fan vote. No one's going to get predictions right if Order wins.
We're all PGG fans this game. Because we want to be able
You want the 3-1.
correct predictions. Yep. We all said 3-1 minimum.
True.
So we are all PGG fans for this next game.
Yeah, I really hope Order lose this game. And then the next. But not the last one.
I've already planted a curse on Twitter. I've already said there's no way they can lose from a 0-2 standpoint now, right? It works. It's definitely worked in the past. So, you know, hopefully we can get enough traction behind that one.
We've never had a 3-1, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Have we ever had a 3-1 ever in the LCO?
It's either 3-2 or 3-0s.
Maybe one.
Dust off the old history
maybe
books.
Like
Let me have a quick look.
Split one last year, maybe.
There's been mostly 3-0s and 3-2s is the big point that I wanted to make there. Also, PGG, even though there's no loss, like if you lose this series, you're still in the playoffs. I think that last game was a tilter. Like, I think losing that game was there was a tilter. Like,
They did get really close. There was a world where like that 4v5 in base.
All I think of is that moment where, Kisei goes crazy as the Akali, literally Shuriken flipping from their blue buff to enemy red and getting the kill. Then they will just one by one die. I drew parallels between that game and when Direwolves beat Pentanet, where like Direwolves was behind the entire time, and then like you're gifting us a win. Okay,
it's crazy, right? Because when we had that conversation about who was that like early front runner for the Dare MVP today, Kisei's name came up. And it has to come up after last game as well.
Sure.
And if he gets it for the whole damn series, he would be so ecstatic. And I'm ecstatic because it's time for me to eat my 5 gum and go to the damn green room. I will see you after this. Champ Select is ready for game number 3.
Thank you so much there, Mac and Kitty. Yeah, let's find out what happens in game 3, right? Blue side is the big change up. Big change up in the bans as well, right? The Wukong is going to be a staple. You called for it, and Jarvan is what will be the response.
Okay, so yeah, the shoe is going to be on the other foot for this third game. They chose blue side. They took the Jarvan away. Zeri's going to be banned, however, as is the Sylas and the Akali and the Draven. So it almost wants to like funnel them into a Sivir pick. I guess the curiosity comes up to like, what do you actually pick now? Do you go for the Sivir when there is obviously a clearly attached risk to it, or do you go Pantheon LeBlanc, right? And then just say, what's the Jarvan going to do now? We have a stronger 2v2. What mid laner do you pick? You go, already we still have a Pantheon LeBlanc, right? Like we still have something to be supremely confident in. It is funny because like you would say that Order are the slower team of the two, but Kisei's just been playing Assassin so far in this series, and Akali's gone. This feels like natural progression.
So it would be the case.
Oh, also Talia's up.
I was just going to say, Talia is what they played in their second to last game up against Kanga. They played the Talia Pantheon, the comp which just has so much reach to go literally anywhere on the map. So if Pentanet were to dive deep into another composition playing towards the side lanes, could have been an issue. Not to be the case though, because Pentanet certainly have a lot of proficient Talia players on their side as well. So that's been denied. They've locked in the Sivir too. They've now gifted themselves an opportunity to lock down crucial members and just dish them with big amounts of damage.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be Ahri third here instead, so they're not going to double down on the Pantheon LeBlanc by any means. Pantheon Talia is the duo, so to speak.
Yeah.
I just assumed it'd be banned, because it often has been. But perhaps this is one of the things that's left up as a result of just the side select. Picking Pantheon actually forces the Talia to be responded to by PGG. Which allows the Ahri, if that's a favorable matchup for Kisei's sake, that's something that he wants. So this is what he gets to choose now, right?
Yep.
Something with perhaps a bit more wave clear that isn't committal into the Talia might feel better than the LeBlanc, where you could stun yourself trying to clear a wave.
And Kitty's hot on the money, right? The Jarvan gets denied. You ban away the Akali first rotation. You ban away now the Ord in the second rotation. The two champs, well, the three champs rather, that have been locked in those first 2 games. Order respond back with double support bans, right? So deny the Tarek, deny the time Kench, make sure that the Sivir, if Order have a pick combo of their own. Yes, there's no Jarvan now to try and make it an issue, but still won't be protected in that regard, whereas Ornn and Tryndamere.
Yeah, what do you ban the Tryndamere for? That is the question. What is something that Ornn and Tryndamere specifically have a good time into? It is something that we'll find out pretty quickly, of course. Maybe it's, like I wanted to say Gwen, but then Gwen beats the Ornn, and maybe it's a compositional thing. Right now they have a physical damage jungler, so they have no necessity of AP or AD damage. I like this Alistar pick, particularly into Pantheon and Leona. Not to mention the Samira, very low range champion. And is it a Jarvan top?
Would be looking like it, wouldn't it? A nice...
Or a Zillion top. Winter would.
He would.
But I feel like Jarvan top.
Winter's first game in competitive was a mid lane Nautilus up against an Orianna. We always talk about him playing crazy things like an Azir top, for instance. It would be in his wheelhouse. I wouldn't put it past him. Certainly would not. I'm excited about the Samira, though. Only our second of the entire split. The first being played by Voice up against Raze and the Chiefs. As for Puma, though, big change up pace, continue to be aggressive. And I believe that's actually going to be his first time ever playing Samira in Pro.
So my perspective on this game is I do think that Zillion top is like more PGG. I did wonder where they go, but of course I had to wait for the last pick as well from Order to truly be able to decide. That's one cool thing about the flexibility perhaps that comes from that. Either way, it is going to be the Talia mid. Yuri's been an absolute monster with this pick, so to no one's surprise, he'll lock that one down. Gragas can still go full AP, but has got a pretty decent game to be tanky in. Just wants to have that wave priority, so it could even be Everfrost into full tank. And right now, it feels like Order's whole game plan is just like aggressive, right? Just going in, making the play. Samira Leona is the identity of this team, and that's what they want to be about. With that in mind, Talia very good at having people walk into you. Alistar very good at having people walk into you, also very hard to kill.
Yes.
Jarvan doesn't mind, and Zillion frothing at the idea of just being able to sit back and keep his Sivir alive. And that is the whole game plan here for Pentanet. It is the prey to show on blue side here. They have the best composition to make sure that he's enabled to do the work that he needs to do.
Doesn't this roster from Pentanet, or this composition they've dealt today, feel very much like Peace last year, where it was just protect Violet at all costs, right? Have a Zillion ult there and make sure that he can just 1v9 in that fashion. A few interesting points for me that we touched on at the start of the show. Winter and Biopanther are the only Gragas solo lane players we've had so far. Talk about Alistair, barring Violet on those 2 games to close out the split, it's only been himself, Rogue, and Corporal that have locked in the Alistair as well. So the niche picks coming out to try and be the saving grace here, and they'll need that because this is a big change-up again out of the camp of Pentanet. We said last game it was a cool dude comp, it had the expertise, the proficiency, all the rest, but they lacked a clear source of engage. This time, they almost have too much.
I'm good with shipping it as the dude's composition from now on as well.
Why not?
I mean, why not, right? If you don't understand what a comp does, it's just a bunch of guys just having a game of League of Legends. But we are into this 3rd game, Skimmy. And first and foremost, one thing that we've seen plenty of times is level 1s, right? We're not going to see it this time around. Posturing, Yuri might try and get a ward here, but also no sweepers to get rid of them if the ward is placed. Information, just intel, going to be gained.
Though, was anything going to materialize there from that level 1 moment in this bot lane? Rogue was contemplating the decision. Do I go in? Do I not?
Danvert actually goes back a little bit in PGG's favor in game number 3 here as well. I think it was even more in favor of Order in game number 2. But we'll be able to watch as these players clear their way through. Balkan going to start red buff. Leashless might himself through. Goodo going to start the Raptors because he's Pantheon and can afford to do so, such as Pantheon's life. It's also a champion we haven't seen too much of, right? It has had been picked a lot in 1 week.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, this is an issue, and just started banning it. We never really saw Pantheon again. But he's early aggressive, right? Jarvan is aggressive as well. And I feel like there's definitely going to be a clash between these junglers, though they are starting on the opposite sides of the map and pathing to the opposite sides. High risk wherever they go.
Should be a big difference to game 1, where it was all about hitting level 6 as quickly as possible to bring those ultimates online. Obviously, these 2 junglers will be very strong with ultimates as well, but it's very, very real to have that 1 buff into a gank, level 3 into a gank start for either of them. Plenty of lanes to try and work your magic in. Especially the spot lane here. I mean, the Samira pass is going to have so many avenues to try and find those knockups to lock down these people. And to be a menace if you can find those Inferno triggers.
Oh, okay, so Balkan is going to do a leashless red start, take his blue Gromp, and then come straight back towards the bot side of the map. So I feel like he's putting a lot more emphasis right now, or priority, towards his bottom lane specifically. It is, of course, a Sivir Alistar. He wants to keep the Sivir alive. It also helps to protect the Talia. So, of course, while he gets spotted, he's going to be sweeping out some wards. Priority, I feel like, does belong to Yuri if they're going to be playing for the bot side Scuttlecrab as it spawns, as well as the first move belonging to Pentanet.gg in bot lane. The Goodo can't actually stay bot lane, and that's really a big win for them overall, right? Leona, Samira, they want to get rowdy, they want to have a fight, want to go forward. They're going to be denied that right by Balkan.
Yeah, his presence alone was enough to have them quivering at the prospect of what could really take place in that moment. He's going to work his way down towards this Scuttlecrab, just to ensure that Goodo gets that one up for free. Obviously has not too much pressure to really worry about in this top lane, right? Up against the Zillion, that's going to be going to try and keep that wave at bay.
You know, one thing I've noticed about League of Legends, this split, for sure. But more and more as the weeks have gone on, is that ADC is a solo lane. It really is. I don't think there are many times that you see a support even really stand with their AD, even when they're an enchanter. At some point in the game, like, jungler is my new ADC. You're dead to me. Already Rogue with an early move, just with the brown bags, has got Balkan in the pocket right now. Rogue could flash onto Puma. Again, very killable lane, Puma and Corporal, if they're not careful. And they have no jungler nearby. This is a terrible freeze for them to try and break through.
Flash Pole would certainly do what you're hoping for it to achieve.
I mean, that sweeper basically confirms that they're in danger. Right, the body language is speaking towards Balkan being here. He is here, but so is Yuri.
Oh,
there they go.
There it is, the flash pulve. Got to lock down Puma, who's been exhausted and just does not have the kit to do much about it. Balkan wants an assist, but Predif, he wants that kill. That's first blood. Yuri on a massive rotate that has not been matched by Kisei. You just need to flip. You just need to bring him back. There's another pulve. There is that flip. And there is that second kill.
And it's really easy pickings here from PGG. They have control of mid. They have their jungler in the pocket. And they also know that Order's wave was doomed. Reinforcements come through good on Kisei, but there's nothing to reinforce. It's already dead. Those resets come through, though Yuri now needs to respect that he's by himself. Good, does well to hold the wave, Skimmy. But the end result still so good for PGG.
And great patience, right, from the side of Yuri. For instance, the fact that he waited to see, Corporal, are you going to flash this? Because otherwise you're in trouble. Pima considered himself, I'm in trouble, I'm dead. There's no point burning anything, and Yuri, just for good measure that. I mean, he's got an unsealed spell, but is this going to rotate from that cleanse?
I mean, if the charm hits, the cleanse is perfectly timed. He doesn't lose any distance and can continue to run away. Something that you take. Puma decides to come back and wants to continue to hold that wave in a freeze. Will lose a whole lot of health for it, but does have the refillable potion. Corporal finds himself Balkan, however. And this is a very solid start for PG. That's the most important takeaway here above all else, is not only is this start solid, their comp makes sense, right? They have so much engaged. Rogue's able to be proactive, be aggressive. Yuri stuck bottom, but the reinforcements are here. Who's going to save Puma?
Next flash is on, the cleanse is there. He's going to get knocked up into a shake away, into a fair bit of damage, and he's spinning all around the world, but ultimately going to fall on down all the same. I mean, this CS is going to be denied tenfold as Puma goes down for the second time, and Pensnet can just walk out for free.
Yeah, look, he's got the farm. He's managed to keep some CS in his pockets here as the Samira, but he's now 0-2. Good are going to try and take away some farm in the enemy jungle. But Winter even moves towards mid to try and equalize the wave there, right? Just to try and keep that pressure. And what a fascinating series of movements from Pensnet.gg that results in, one, their mid laner staying bottom, but two, the entire team reinforcing him and diving on that wave crash. Kind of what happens when you force and hold the freeze, right? Like, you spend so much time to make sure that's a freeze. Well, they just dive you. That's why you can't freeze.
Everything you want for a comp that is built to try and scale in with a Sivir once again. As the Samira, you want to be aggressive in these early stages. You want to link up with your jungler, your mid laner. Find a pick target and burst into life with that S ranking. Hasn't really worked out in their favor just yet, however, but that will still obviously be the saving grace, right? Despite his deaths, he's still keeping pace with the Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely still farming as best he can. Corporal hasn't been in the lane all too often, so even in terms of experience, he's keeping up. What it does mean, though, is the money is going into the right places on PGG's side. So yes, like we can credit Puma for saying good job in keeping up in such a terrible game state for you, but you still have to deal with stronger and stronger opponents. If Yuri gets kills, if he's able to keep priority in mid lane, then he's going to continue to keep coming bottom, and he has a Jarvan and an Alistar that will tank for him at any time. And Sivir just makes them go that little bit faster now that Praetor is 6 as well.
Sivir is going to be incredibly fast, especially when the rewind comes across.
Yeah.
On the hunt is active, you get the reset on a kill. You're just boosting around, basically putting on your Zeri boots. Once again, there's another pole, the headbutt away. Weaver's Wall will separate them. They flash across, and they charm, and they do what they can to take out Yuri. He gets the resurrect, which is fantastic, and Praetor completely untouched. He's acting as a tank right now. He's in their face, a two-man seismic shove, and Order can do nothing. They are literally stunned by the prospect of what that had to deliver. There is another bomb. They don't want to steal it, but ultimately Winter will do just that.
And I mean, they just get zillioned. They try so hard, Order, to get in the area. They flash over to try and make these picks happen. They're second to the play, and they still commit themselves to it. And then along came Winterer to make sure that that pick never really happened in the first place. And this is the advantage of the Zillion, right? You pick Pantheon, you pick Ahri. In the same way that Order have countered you with their own style of team comp, PGG have done the exact same thing. The engage is good, the Zillion ultimate keeps them alive, the shove comes through from Yuri, and this fight was over the second that Praetor was able to play flanking Sivir and tank everything with no threat.
Phenomenal work from them and completely obliterates any kind of pressure that Order will be hoping to try and achieve in this early game. Praetor is now 3-0-3. So strong, so early on. and really is a welcome addition. I mean, that gold lead is only going to balloon further and further ahead. They get the team fight. They remove multiple members. They've got bounties on their head. They've got the Herald as well. And now, Rusty, they are teeing up for a potential fight here at that first dragon.
Balkan, no ultimate. Does make it a little bit harder to commit themselves to the fight, especially with Kisei being able to get here, but it's still 3.6k HP on the Drake. Biopanther is half health himself. The Drake's gone, it's not theirs. And all that's really left is for Order to concede themselves to that fate.
Good locking. Maybe an empowered spear, have a crack.
Maybe on a miss smite. Not to be. And so now a 7-1 scoreline, 3k gold lead, 10 minutes in. I don't want to say similar to last game. The lead perhaps is, but the cohesion this composition has with the lead is going to be devastating. And Puma is going to watch as a Herald gets summoned, and 4 people strong stand up to him and just knows that this is rough. There's no way out.
Without fail, Pentanet have always got that first Herald and have always used it to get the first turret. Once again, doing just that. Balkan. Flag and drag, warding shots are there, has a flash, has a cataclysm, but that's not the purpose. Just wants to guarantee that this turret is down, zone them away from the wave, and they will do just that. Yuri also winning his 1v1. Good shove, and an empowered boulder has forced that Kisei to ult away to safety.
Yeah, wow, getting the ultimate out of the Ari, just really well done by Yuri. We said this in draft as well. He's an absolute powerhouse with the Talia pick, and now you're seeing exactly why. Has kept the Ari at bay the entire game, to be perfectly honest with you. There's been maybe one moment that Kisei's had the ability to move first, but otherwise just kept down. Feels like the real PGG have come to play in game number 3.
Certainly have to. Down 2-0 with a game that you've just lost that split to a lesser team. May have shooken them up, something chronic, affected a mental, and would have boomed them, but we spoke to Chippies earlier today and he said, well, we've learned those lessons from Split 1. We don't want to repeat that same fate of being 3-0'd by a team like Order. This is a revenge story. I mean, it really is that dance with the devil to showcase that, hey, 10 weeks have passed and we are better than we were in that previous form.
Winner goes on to face the Chiefs as well for a shot at being directly into the finals at Dreamhack Melbourne. So there's obviously a lot on the line here for both of these teams. Pentanet.gg don't want to kick off and debut their playoffs campaign with a 0-3 start. That does not bode well. Does not look good on the resume either. So they've shorted up. Looking like a real team coming to this third game. Balkan going to hover with Praetor here as well. Pressure on this top turret. Bot outer already dead. Pre-14 minutes means plates exist to be taken. Corporal does just tick over to level 6 though. Dive gets a little bit harder, but Yuri with a wall.
On vision right now. Still have a numbers
don't
advantage.
Have a built minion wave. This is going to be a really slow start to a dive if it does happen.
Winter's getting bodied in a 1v1 right now. Has to self-cast that chrono break. And when Bio can just wait this one out. No, ultimately hits them with the empowered auto. Explosive cast out of your turret. And, oh no, he's body slammed into a wall. This is just a moment that he'll wish was never observed.
Quite the incident has taken place here. Winter is going to cue the bush, find the wrong one, go to the next bush, find the right one.
Bio has flashed in about 10 seconds. He's just going to deny himself.
Fair enough.
Well played.
Yeah, fair enough. Didn't think he'd go for that, but he did. I mean, at the end of the day, he had his ult. He could have perhaps played the distance, maybe forced a flash out of Winterer if he used the cask. Kind of got the worst of both worlds there. With the ultimate going off successfully and being forced to execute himself. Night Harvester build for this Gragas as well, so full AP,
version this time, yeah.
High damage, and of course high risk. That's rough.
I mean, yeah, it certainly is. It'll be different to the Winter Gragas we saw earlier in the game, or early in the series, right, where he was really the only tanky target they had to play around. This time, obviously, you got a Pantheon and a Leona to try and rely on, so you can be that backup AP source of damage to complement Kisei here in the Ari. Try and break apart the combo, potentially, isolate a key champion like a Sivir, like an Alistair, or you maybe push away somebody like a Zillion so we can't get the ultimate off.
Certainly would be nice to do. I mean, the way that you want to play into most Zillions is to make them use the ult on themselves. If at any point in this game Winter is not using his ultimate on Praetor or Yuri, then you would call that a win for Order, right, as far as that team fight is concerned. Puma?
Yuri, looking at a potential 1v1, has a 2-level advantage, drops off the wall. Alistair on the way.
Gets knocked to safety. Puma will ride the wave, get pushed away. Secured. I mean, a secured Herald is nice to have. It will result in probably an outer turret breaking. I would like mid to be broken, but top makes the most sense given how free it is for them right now in order of playing cross map. But if you can break that mid lane open, then the world becomes Praetor's oyster and we all just live in it. Is it really going to come down to a Drake flip is the question I guess we have to ask here, Skimmy, as well, right? Order really want them to walk into them, but there's a Herald charging mid and no one answering.
Going to get, once again, another uncontested headbutt off for 3. So Order feel pressured. We have to start up this dragon. We can't afford to wait for Pentiment to go for that face check. Kisei on the side there, looking for a juicy charm target. Rogue flanks on in and hits a 3-man pulverize into the shove again. Cataclysm lights out. GG right there. Order just a little bit too hesitant to pull the trigger. They've lost turrets in the mid lane. They're going to lose this dragon as well, and they've lost their lives in the process.
And on the hunt to find the last remaining member hiding in the bush, and they will find him. So another kill goes the way of PGG. The Ram is okay for good measure. Trying to defend mid lane, Kisei finds himself with the smallest amount of health remaining. Yuri pushes him back. The inner turret fell from the Herald, and it feels like Order just said, this is our play, do or die. We go for the Drake. If it doesn't work, fair enough, we move on. And like you said, that does feel like they just made the GG call themselves, because the reality is there's no way out from this situation. Rogue goes large, the flick is instant. Belcan hits the drag, follows through with the ultimate himself there as well. And that's all she wrote for the team fight. Just one and done, the combo connect.
Phenomenal team fight there, and that's what you want to see from champions that have been in positions like this before. Down in the series, but stood strong, found that resolve, and answered back the call. And it's so interesting, the storied history between some of these players, right? Pentiment with a team that came into League in 2020. That original roster had Praetor Rogue as their bot lane. Biopanther was their top laner at the time, right? They move around, they shift the parts around. Obviously, Bio joins Order this year. Rogue went on that vacation to France, comes back. That is the homecoming, right? I've come back, I've come here to try and win. And I said in multiple videos leading up to try and get us hyped for playoffs. On our day, we are the best team. Well, that was looking like a really good a little skirmish to indicate just that.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a bit of psychological warfare here, Skimmy, with the emotes. That does work. Thumbs up from Order. Belcan just saying I could. Like, if I wanted to, I could. This could be an engage angle. And they have to be constantly vigilant of this as well, right? Order, like, they're 8,000 gold down 17 minutes in. The snowball is so large. Kisei.
One again. Kisei tried to ult into nowhere. It's been cancelled. Beautifully buffered. Phenomenal work there from Pensnet as the Bruiser boys will get it done. They're taking up the turret. Rogue is doing it all for his team and more. Yuri with literally a blinking health bar. He's chucking out pebbles from afar and saying, just give me an assist. I'll settle for that. But no! Gudo snipes him with a spear. And Balkan will actually just do the exact same with his javelin. They're going to fall on down. They got the turrets. But they got 2 kills.
They got what they came for sure, right? Praetor just limps away. Yuri does die. A huge ultimate actually out of Biopanther with the Night Harvester there to make sure that he was super low and allow that to happen. And we'll see this fight once again, because keep in mind, first of all, Samira isn't here, nor is the Zillion. But one of them moves really quickly. The other one is the Samira. So gets here extremely late to the fight. Winter comes in, tries to keep his team alive. Will actually use the Zillion ultimate onto Belcan as he dives here. And then Gudo flashes forward, sees the window, sees the opportunity, will die for it, but it's so worth it. You get the shutdown. And yes, the turret does drop. That's really what they were after. At least the cost was higher this time around for Order's sake, but still so far in the back foot.
Certainly are. 5 turrets to nothing. And it is just a sea of blue at the top of the total gold graph. Praetor, the first to hit the magical 10,000. A perfect game, really, on the blue side, which is what you wanted to see. And it is giving us that proof that blue side may just be that key to victory.
And of course, a draft that can revolve around having a large Sivir, protecting that Sivir with the Zillion, with the Alistar, is now a 507 and a 600 shutdown bounty on Praetor. He is monumentally large, but also has the items to back that up. The gold they did shrink a little bit, I will say, as a result of the skirmish. It was like, what, 8k? Now it's about 6.
Oh, look at the work they're putting towards Kisei, just forcing that ult on cooldown. Trading it every single time and saying you need to be perfect, pixel perfect, otherwise you will just get buffed. 2-man Everfrost. Radef can thankfully for him. They'll shoot that one. Yuri pebbling them with damage once again. He's rushed the Magi's with only 3 stacks on that Dark Steel.
Giga Chad.
Doesn't care. Why be a statue? Why go golden if I can just make them grey instead?
Exactly. Get more pages in your book. One good team fight. It's a very snowbally decision. I don't mind it at all. Especially when all eyes go to Praetus.
In we go. Corporal, Zenith Blade, Solar Flare, 2-man pole for the backline. Orders damage can't complement the Leona. Great zone defense there by the side of Pensnet. And they're just wiping the floor with him. This might be that perfect ace, that elusive ace, the one they've been hunting for all series long. And Bio's going to do his best to try and deter them from that fact. He's a squishy AP Gragas, but still too tanky to take down.
Yeah, he's doing the best that he possibly can, but the team fight was already a wipe. It was already over for Order. The inner turret and bot lane will naturally fall here as well. Yuri is going to crash mid lane also. 3 pages become 13, and suddenly he's got stacks in that Magi's. Drake to disengage to as well after the reset. Easy as you would like. The gold lead continues to snowball. They see a turret. They like the turret. They take the turret for themselves. Order, I think, admirably are trying to find those engage angles. It was actually really nice by Corporal to try and lock down Praetus, but he simply flashes and cleanses away and was able to spell shield part of that combo regardless. And you saw the makings of what Order could do if this wasn't such a devastating lead in favor of their opponents.
Kisei is clawing at literally anything they can find. 6 turrets to zip. That would at least give them something to cheer about. A bit of objective bounty goal going their way before this gold lead once again reaches familiar territory of game 2. A 10k lead would, I don't want to curse it, I want to say feel insurmountable, but we've proven that's not usually the case. I will say, however, though, Pentiment have managed to pick up 3 Drakes back-to-back and are certainly on course to not only snowball the game with their itemization, but with a massive damage spike. Bio's been denied, the body slam has failed! He's forced to try and flash, but that's on cooldown, and he's just literally going to get run on down here.
Yeah, Balkan just stands on top of him, denies the body slam twice. Now a 0-4. Gragas has been farming pretty nicely, admittedly. He's about 50-odd CS ahead of his opponent, Windsor, but Windsor doesn't care. All he needs to do is press R.
He's got a Windsor
He
chapter as
also
well.
has a book.
We're a bunch of authors writing a bestseller book.
Pensinet.gg, the bookshelf comp.
They can smell blood in the water, and they can smell and hunt down another kill. In goes the Solar Flare Corporal, a single Leona flashing away to safety inside the Baron Pit. In comes Kisei, flanking his Diari, looking for Balkan, who destroys his hopes and dreams as they tank Jarvan and is angry, seeking revenge, wants it. 2 different fights on 2 different fronts. The bot lane of Order will be collapsed upon individually.
Yeah, I mean, Kisei trying to flank ends up just becoming a side of flank meat for the rest of PGG to pick them up. Pretty easily done there from them as well, right? When all's said and done, you know that Order are going to try and fight their way out of this one. But every time they attempt it, they're just getting further and further behind. So it accelerates the game. 23 minutes in, gold lead becomes 10,000. Kudo.
Yeah, crack.
He just said, what's an extra 300? You can have that one for free. Consider it a gift to your Magi's. Because you've already got a lot of
stats. You've got writer's block. You need some more pages, mate.
Yeah,
have this one.
Definitely the inspiration that they needed. And again, we'll just see this fight, but it's not really a fight, right? When you really try and break down what happens in this one, it's every time PGG are on the screen, they're better than their opponents right now. They're stronger than their opponents right now.
A lot of separate 1v1s.
Yeah, and then they just kind of run them down. Puma tries dashing to Yuri, gets flicked back onto the rocks. And has stunned Samira on the rocks. Juicy for the Alistar to pick that one up.
Certainly is. And I mean, if you need a better proof as to just how much of a difference there is to be found, just check in with the automation of both AD carries. 3.5 items for the Sivir, 1.5 for the Samira. I love the champion, phenomenal in what it can achieve. Just has been targeted from the very get-go, and they have shown no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the big talking point as well here, especially after this game, if PGG win this one, is what is the scaling options of Order? Did they not just pick a comp that PGG love as they dive again?
Certainly do. Solar Flare goes out onto only one side, on towards Yuri, but he's only trying to protect himself, and that's not going to be easy. Kisei in trouble. The orb goes away. Pensnet literally let him walk out. We've got bigger targets in mind. That's a headbutt pole bomb to 2. Lock them all down. Inferno Trigger does literally nothing. And Bio once again finds himself in familiar territory. I am that last man standing. Kisse, come out the base. Please protect me. Well, thankfully, he does just that.
Yeah, I mean, pulls out a miracle to stay alive. Yuri's still going to be an onslaught of rocks as PGG threat in the end.
Well, that's a statement game if I've ever seen it. Down 2-0 at a potential match point that would favor Order to go through the Chiefs. They pull out a game like this, 25 minutes with 25 kills.
That's it, 25 kills, 25 minutes, an 8-0-14 performance from the Sivir as well. And it feels like a much improved Pentanet.GG came to play in this third game of the best of 5. Rogue out of his chair. He's ready to go. Wrap it up. Game's done.
Back to the fridge. Off to
Good
get the orange
game's a
juice.
good game.
You know, orange juice buff may be starting to kick in here. And, well, Urian must have been a bit exhausting, that one for him.
But a good win, right? Like, for PGG, a much-needed win. Obviously, they'd be out of the series, but the way that they won felt extremely them.
I agree.
They pick blue side. They kind of bring it all back together and find the missing pieces that they need to keep themselves alive in this series.
And I like the identification to try and target Puma first and foremost, because the first 2 games he was like playing out of his mind, right? Like 9 kills, 10 kills, whatever it may be. So I feel like this game is really taking the wind out of his sails, Mac.
It's just one of those things, right, where PGG showing that they have what it takes to identify those, I guess, pain points. And when Puma's not performing, then Order just don't feel like they have that cohesion we were talking about for the last couple of games, right? And it's great to see that not only are we all on for our predictions now, still, game's not done. That means we've got another one coming up, much more action, and more LCO fun. And that's what I'm here for all the time. Now, Kitty, any takeaways from that one that you want to tell the people?
I mean, you've already kind of highlighted that PGG is already kind of figuring Order out. If Puma's not ahead, then the game's basically done. Although Kisse, yes, he was doing really well on the Akali was taken away, sadly, so he is back on the Ahri, where we did have a previous game where I believe the statistic was 9 to 1 as a KD, but I think the overall form of PGG is just back on it again. We have Rogue on the Alistair. He's able to get those really nice engages, a really clear indicator of when a team fight is happening, and I think the team really needed that. And I think the turning point for this game was the very early, I think maybe level 3, level 4 roam on that bot lane, where even the Talia came bot, and it got a double kill on the Samira and Leona. And we all know if Samira is behind, then she basically can't come back into the game, especially when you're into so many CC heavy champions. It's really hard to get that ulti off. And if Leona and Samira are behind together, then the Pantheon and the Gragas really suffers from this, because they don't have enough damage unless they are ahead in that early game as well.
There was just so many crazy moments as well. But as you mentioned, look, not only was that early gank on bot lane, there was a re-gank like, what, 3 minutes later. They just cleared out the river, got that crab, and just sat in that tri-bush, went straight on in. And like, I feel like we've seen a few games where Rogue on the alley may not have worked as well, but today, this man, it is just perfect.
And honestly, all I'm going to say is, you know, it's a good game for an Alistair when they go deathless, because that is a champion that is always going in like 9, 10 deaths, right? Every single game we've seen from either Corporal or Rogue during the regular season, they've got like 10 deaths. They are running it down as best they can to try and find those big engages. This time he's finding these massive, massive flanks and just not dying. It's just phenomenal.
I think this is the perfect redemption game for Rogue, because we did see, like you said, 10 deaths on an Alistair, which is normal, but this game, he really shined, and we need to highlight that Winter on the Zilean top, he used to be a mid lane player back in OCS, where he transitioned to become a top lane player, and he's able to pull out these wacky mage champions in top lane. And in a best of 5 series, it's really hard to predict what Winterer will pull out, especially with that Medjai's going on.
And I do really wonder as well, Kitty, on that exact same note, is the fact that his first year in competitive for OPL 2020, he played for Legacy, right? He was the top laner there, and their coach was Ceres. So in a way, I'm almost wondering if there's any like kind of like things in the back of his mind where he's thinking, I know exactly what can be utilized here. Like that could potentially catch us off guard, but at the same time, like, oh, I know you've been practicing something weird and wacky to try and take down Biopen for a notch or two.
It worked out really well. He got a couple of very crucial ults off. I think he kept Yuri alive a couple of times in those earlier team fights as well, which really turned the tide, stopped those kills going over to Order. And did Order only get that one pick in the end?
I think it was like 25-4?
25-4,
4 or 5. Yeah, there wasn't many kills, but like they never had.
Kill a minute.
It was just a walloping.
The way the PG won was by just diving, so they were going to lose some casualties along the way, but it was a worthwhile sacrifice for the cause.
There was a lot of fun in a very short amount of time compared to, you know, the prior game, which went for 40 minutes. So are we expecting to see that again? Because PGG, they've got fire in their eyes now.
stylistically, I mean, I feel like Pentanet ideally always want to try and play at that level of tempo, right?
Yeah.
Have a quick game. If Order try and answer and match them pound for pound in like a heavy skirmish and heavy early game, I feel like Pentanet should always be favored. But if a game does start to reach into that 30, 40, 50-minute territory, that's when, again, I guess the odds would go back into Order side.
Okay. Did we think that Order were happy with how that worked, even though they got that red side and they got the final counters? Or do you think that they're just going to be going straight back to blue, going back to square one and just going for those early picks?
I'll say blue side.
Yeah, we see red side where there isn't a really clear counter pick coming out of Order, where none of the lanes actually had a significant lead. So I think it's just red side curse. You don't want red side, but I'm sure one of these playoff teams can make it work, and hopefully we do see it for the next game.
Well, speaking of the next game, that's it for game 3. We've got a 4th one to get to, but to get there again, it's time for another quick break. So ladies and gents, go stay hydrated. We'll see you just after this for game 4 of the series.
And it's a 3-man pole right into the shove again. Cataclysm lights out GG right there. Order just a little bit too hesitant to pull the trigger. They've lost turrets in the mid lane. They're going to lose this Dragon well, and they've lost their lives in the process.
Hey, look, Menulog.
Man's been playing a lot of Diana, and when I saw it get locked in, I go, ooh, my whistle started getting a little bit wet, and that was when I was like, oh, the Yasuo, oh my god, this combo is going to be insane! And then we got to see it a little bit too late. Oh, Kissay! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the What?
Just read it. Read champion conundrum. Welcome to the champion conundrum.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO delivered by Menulog. We do have a bonus section of the LCO champion conundrum because we've got a bit of extra time here. So guess what? We had an extra couple of questions and I didn't get to yell. So I'm going to yell, and then you know how there's usually the screen that has us all doing like the question, the thinking and stuff.
What's our pose?
We all have to pose. You just pick a new one, because this is our moment to pick our poses. Ready?
I'm just going to do my side.
It is time for the bonus LCO champion conundrum. Awesome. Yeah, great poses, guys. I'm really happy that we did that. Cool. We have two of the lines remaining. Of course, if you weren't here earlier for the LCO champion conundrum, you know those tool tips that are there in the loading screen going into game. We got a few of those. So we actually have. We had some really hard lore-based ones earlier, and we have to fill in the gaps in those quotes. So let's bring up this one and see what is there. What do we have? Okay. Use pings to keep your teammates informed or blank blank. Rusty thinks he knows this one. He's on it.
Oh, mate.
He's seen this one before. Okay.
Never in doubt. I know exactly what pings do. Ready when you are.
Banger.
Yeah, we're thinking the same thing, Skimmy.
Oh, we are? Yeah, love your work, mate.
Yeah, mate.
3.
Yeah.
That's like 5 words. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, reveal. I have annoyed them.
Aware of gangs
from Jug.
Oh, I love the off gangs from jungle word. Big fan of that one.
Alt F4, insanely tilted.
True.
I don't know if any of us are right. Let's have
I feel
a
like
look.
we're on the money.
Make suggestions.
We'll make suggestions. Maybe hit Alt F4 on your keyboard.
I would suggest you to not do that again with my question mark ping, and you will quit.
Maybe I am getting a little bit passive aggressive.
Passive.
I've learned the easiest way to win ranked is just as soon as you get pinged once for something someone doesn't agree with, it's muted.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, for sure.
I hate your opinion. That was terrible. You're going to annoy me. So
yeah.
Go on.
There's also ping metas. Like, you need to work out how much brain lag there is in players before you ping in a certain way.
Certain plays.
Like, when I played on the Chinese server, if I ping on my way, they fight on site.
Ah.
So I couldn't ping
How
unless
long
I
it
was
takes
going.
to process into their brain.
Yeah, where in Oast, if I ping on my way, I need to give them 10 seconds of notice that I'm coming, because then they like mentally prepare to fight.
I never thought about that. I'll usually ping when I'm coming, but like there has been times when I've pinged and the team will go in and die
Max
and then get
mid-game,
really
I'm on
angry
my
at me.
way.
Yeah, but if you pinged on my way and your team goes, whose fault is it?
Oh dear.
Cool. We have one more quote to have a quick look at here.
Cool.
Those ascended by the blank blank of Shurima can live for thousands of years.
This is law.
My lore brain isn't working today.
Well, I think your spelling brain's also not here today either. What did you bring to the office?
I brought
Your
black
League
and
of
white clothes.
League of Legends brain, but not your pink shirt. You forgot a few things today. What do we got here?
I'm going to give you like an actual guess, but like, I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, mate. You said actual guess. I said you'd be lucky, mate.
I mean, I don't know the name of them. Surely like Nasus and Renekton and
we
stuff
good?
and like Azira, like... Yeah, what? Yeah, sure.
2-1 reveal, let's go.
God's is, yeah.
Wait, sorry.
This butterfly lives
Wait, which
longer
way
than
is
2
it?
weeks, mate. 1,000 years.
Rogue is Skimmy's answer.
Yeah.
You're too big, mate. Only half your arm's in.
Sorry, as respect as is.
What's
Was
the
I
answer?
was I right? Ah, it's a sun disc. Damn, how did I know that one?
Shurima does have those.
Mm.
You're telling me the
Do
sun
you think
disc
they
ascends people.
purposely spelt the disc
I
with
like
a
mine
C
better. If
to be
Riot
edgy?
is Riot watching, can they just put Gods is in there instead?
No.
Well, if they do that, Mac, they need to introduce Jeff Bezos as a playable character alongside Renata. That's the ideal financial lane.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for enjoying being LCO champion conundrum bonus round enjoyers. But now it's time to get back on track, get back to talking about the game. Let's see what side Order has decided to start on. It is going to be blue side, so no surprises there. Seems like blue side is the cream of the crop at the moment. And are we expecting now a 3-1, Rusty?
I think blue side is clearly something that has an advantage. I'm wondering if the Jarvan first pick is going to be the reason that teams win, though, because I don't think the Jarvan first pick is broken. Just ignore them. I'm talking to you guys. I don't think the Jarvan first pick is broken. I think that it is counterable, but I also think it is a really free first pick, and that blue side 2-3 is too strong for picking like a full bot lane, and that's where teams are winning on blue. So like I think blue is actually too strong, and maybe Zillion works on red side, right? Like maybe they have a counter that works on red side for the whole comp of what Order pick.
I feel like that whole comp from PGG kind of it suited their playstyle more, or at least it sort of caught Order off guard, forced them to try to play counter a little bit, and then Order didn't get to play the style that they sort of had for those first two games. So, you know, PGG, I'm sure they're going to run it back, and there's been like a good 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so since the game now. So we'll see which team is just like that little bit better at drafting. We'll see which Twitch chatters are better at using those Twitch points on the Dare fan vote. Have you won some? Have you lost some? Let us know at LCO on the Twitter sphere to let us, I don't know, get angry at us if you lost your points. Tell us how much you love us if you won some Twitch points.
You'd have to follow us to get angry at us. That's all I'm saying.
True.
I'm not gonna respond to anyone who's not following.
Yeah, we'll have to check that quickly with production, and if not.
Actually need permission to see if that's in the terms and conditions.
I could say that. They don't have to follow me. I can say that.
We're just telling you.
Would be good if you followed us. We talk about the LCO.
Follow at LCO on Twitter. Follow at KitTwee on Twitter.
Yeah, got it.
Is there a W on your Twitter tag too?
Follow MacMate on Twitter.
KIATTWA.
Actually, if you follow at MacMate on Twitter, that's not mine. As an old guy from America somewhere.
Get in there. Get in there.
I
Follow
have an
him.
underscore. But if you go follow that guy, say, hey, can you please relinquish this Twitter tag and change it so Matt can actually have his Twitter tag?
I'll just talk to him about
anyway,
the LCO.
we got to talk about this game.
See what
There
he
is,
says.
huh?
Yeah, there's Perks, who is not actual Perks from G2, right?
Oh, really? Gets added all the time?
It became a social media sensation in the LCS, I think.
Did you know? I think it's
Getting
Perks.
big
Did you know
fan.
Perks' dad looks like Kevin Rudd?
Oh, I did not. I haven't seen Perks' dad.
That's a fun fact.
Isn't Perks' dad the one that goes and watches him play in the
Cap's
crowd?
dad?
Cap's dad.
Cap's dad.
I get it mixed up all the time.
Yeah.
Perks, Caps,
Perks
you
and
know,
Shambles.
yeah, you know, flipping.
I'll need to look at him. I think that makes more sense.
Because at
It's
Worlds,
like I didn't even know Perks' dad
Being
was
the
a
Prime
man.
Minister
Worlds,
while being
Cap's
Cap's
dad
dad.
was in the crowd.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had the mask on because everyone's wearing masks, you know, being safe. And he was like doing like the same sort of dances that Kevin Rudd would have done when Kevin Rudd was, you know, he did some weird stuff when he was Prime Minister, some, like quirky, fun stuff.
He did.
Yeah.
Most
Anyway,
Prime Ministers do.
I was like, whoa,
he's living a double
good to
life.
see Kevin 07 is
Part-time runs the country.
sad.
The Forgotten Past. He's retired now to embrace one of the best Western talents in League of Legends.
And I can't
be
believe,
his
I
dad.
think, I
Don't
don't
be
know
his
if
dad.
I was the first person to notice that, but I was definitely the first person to put it on Twitter because everyone was like, oh my God, you're right. And I was just like, how did that not click for anyone else?
I think you might have been.
Anyway, are we going to see
I love
some
his
champ
tweets, by
pool
the way.
flexing going into Game 4? Are we expecting Order to pull out something crazy? Because we know that like Bio's got a ridiculous champ pool.
I mean, I think the Talia coming out of PGG last game, it has always been the flex of PGG where it can either go jungle or mid lane, which I believe that Balkan is also a really good Talia. So that's definitely something to look out for. I'm not sure if it's going to be available for the next ban phase because I believe that they banned it for the first game by Order. But because they freed up so many bans by banning out Draven, Akali, and Ornn, was it?
Oh, I don't have the band.
They did ban Ornn in that
They
last game, yeah.
did.
In the
Yeah, but
second
they
rotation.
had three.
Yeah,
They
4-5.
basically had 3 new bans, and they forgot about the last few bans. And Talia was let out, which became a menace.
Well, what about Samira? Is that just in the bin?
I mean, it's very case by case, I would say. Yeah.
Perfectly
Is it
timed.
time for draft case?
It is time for draft, actually. Let's jump on in and see what they're going to be playing. Time for Game 4.
Time for Game 4. Will that 3-1 prediction ring true for the casters here
We're
on the couch?
incredibly far
We
in the
are
draft.
so far through this one.
We've
Two
lost
things.
the ban.
well.
Is that just...
it's a Zeri ban.
Oh, it's a Zeri.
Two things I wanted to mention. I think two namestays that we can guarantee will always be ban away. Renekton, Pentanut way too strong on it in those last few weeks. And Silas, it's the most played for both Yuri and Kisei.
Yes, so with the Silas gone, the Yasuo Rakan locked in bot lane. Ornn first picked, Order have just gone crazy with it. Acknowledging that Jarvan, of course, was banned in the first 3, right? So things have changed a little bit here and priority has changed. This still feels like Order throwing something at PGG and their response to be the standard Draven, right? Keep in mind, while Sivir was up, they've prioritized the Yasuo Rakan. Alistar into Yasuo Rakan is still really good.
Of course.
Because like if Rakan goes, you have an immediate answer. So Draven Alistar is a fine 2v2. And then the Zillion. I do wonder if the Zillion's flexible. But the Zillion locked in first 3, seeing the Ornn. I feel like Winterer has his pick. We mentioned this before very briefly, but is the Zillion red side the missing piece that Pentanet.gg need to win the game? We will find out as the 4-5 bans go straight into the jungle role. And I'm wondering if they're just going to pick a jungler here.
Yeah, would seem likely. I guess talking on that Zillion point just one more time, would it be a flex into the mid for Yuri, given that he doesn't typically play those kind of champions, right? He is that carry outright.
Yeah. I mean, Xin Zillion actually is really strong.
Yeah.
Right, because if you want to play Xin Zhao, you like having like a Lulu, a movement speed champion to enable you to constantly not just hit the wind becomes lightning, the W, and slash them, not just to dash onto them, but guarantee the 3 auto attacks. And being able to run press the attack, you have a movement spin champion, etc., etc. But okay, we've gone aggressive. This game is aggressive.
Very much so, isn't it? Infinite knockups now for this Yasuo to try and find success. And we'll get to see what their final pick is here. To finalize, really, if that is going to be a bot lane Yasuo, or if it will be planted in the mid instead.
Akali Azir banned, Silas gone, Ari still up, so it is the logical choice here for sure. Lissandra still exists. I don't think there's many reasons to pick Lissandra in this draft. Vex also existing. And I do wonder if that's a potential option for Yuri. What else would there be? Ryze. But Ryze matching Ari isn't for anything other than nullifying. Swain, yeah. Yuri's a beast on the Swain.
Really is. Cycling through so many champions, just looking back at Heroes Gone By, Talon and the Evelyn as well, but ultimately is going to stick to that Swain, and you just have now so much control.
You just have damage everywhere, right? Like a lot of this game plan comes down to keeping your Draven alive, similar to their last game on blue side, right, with the Sivir. This time around, obviously, the Draven has got some big enemies to deal with that are hard to deal with. Rakan, obviously, with a super snap engage angle. Ari, slippery in team fights. Lee Sin, the exact same thing, very slippery. Yasuo can combo with almost everybody in Order's composition except for the Ari. But she's going to have a lot of magic damage and crowd control to lock them down. I do think that the interesting thing about both of these drafts is I think a lot of this game comes down to early game. Right? If there is a successful Xin Swain combo, or Xin gets to bot lane and gets preyed at those early kills, it becomes so hard to get back into this game if you're Order. But if they can snowball early, their level 6 spike is unreal, and they have a high potential to scale the game through. But they have to win by team fighting. Both teams have to win by team fighting, I feel like, more often than not.
Yeah. Certainly is going to be a game tailored towards split push shenanigans. It is all going to be about who gets that better engage, right? You've got all the combo tools to try and lock down a crucial target to allow Puma on what is only now his second game on the Yasuo to showcase what he can do with that brilliance. And then for the side of the Draven, can they find the same levels of success? These Dravens, they found kills in the early game, they flourished, they've shined, they've snowballed, and ultimately have been a massive component of that overall GG condition. Big ask as Rogue locks into Alistar again, and it looked ever so clean in that game 3. Flawless, really. Didn't die once.
Yeah, I mean, he had an outstanding game. I feel like most of PGG had an outstanding game, all things considered. The deaths were in the act of diving. They never really looked like losing. They had control, they retained control, and they early snowballed the game to a clean victory for them. That is the bread and butter Pentanet.gg, and that is something that I expect to see again in this 4th game between both teams. There's a lot on the line early game. High chance of snowballing. A bit of insurance, it must be said, Skimmy, right, between the Swain and the Zillion. Their late game still exists. Draven's still a decent late game champion when protected. and so many melee threats on the other side of Order. And Swain absolutely loves that in team fights.
Certainly does. Demonic Ascension, the big ultimate. You just need to be tagging at least one member, and that ultimate continues to go on indefinitely. And we'll have to wait and see what build variation he goes for. Will it be Leandries for all that massive damage? Will it be the Imperial Mandate for a cheap item spike to try and find pressure Withers in, Wither Draven in some early team fights?
Oh, and again, another 3 to 4% swing back for Pentanet.gg. Still Order the heavy favorites when it comes to you guys at home with the Dare fan vote. But Pentanet.gg, just like they are in this series, clawing their way back in the fan sentiment. Quick check-in as well with how this game starts. Obviously, the junglers are quite important. Belkan had a hectic path last game. It worked, but it was quite insane. He's going to be getting a leashed start at his red buff, so Order are aware of that. Where on the other side, Gudo, leashless, is going to be doing red to Raptors, and most likely pathing towards a 5-camp clear on top side. This does free up bottom lane to be a point where Order have no control. They want to sit back and be quite passive, and Rogue, you can see this already, doesn't care for passive. He is a cow.
Finger on the trigger, ready to hit level 2, ready for that all-in potential. Don't have an ignite, but they do have an exhaust heal. Corpora, however, will have that ignite to try and land that counter punch back.
2 off this next melee minion, Rogue, threatening for the flash. Praetor's keeping them at bay. Definitely an angle if they go for it. Rogue keeping them busy. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find the engage. Most Alistars really want the wave to be sitting near their turret. Really, it's just damage for the sake of damage here, but you take those. Xin Zhao has finished his pathing, right? He's done 3 camps. He's ignored his blue buff. He's ignored his wolves. He's just got level 3 as fast as possible. And is now immediately looking towards bot. The size of this wave that is crashing Skimmy has a cannon. Has a whole boatload of minions backing it up. Belkan not going to be here as the wave crashes. This is a really awkward crash, actually, because it feels like they might be able to get through this perfectly fine. If Puma gets level 3,
oh, look at mid lane, no. It's going to be that jungle action. He sidesteps out one, but ultimately can't do much about that. Just outside of turret aggro range, and that could have been the 1-for-1, but regardless, first blood goes the way of Order. Belkan puts his attention towards those Krugs, and Order's bot lane survive.
Rico going to be stunted there by Praetor as well. Belkan moving with Rogue towards mid. Kisei needs to know this and move up towards top side. Dodges one ability, doesn't dodge a second.
Wind Becomes Lightning was there, but Audacious Charge already on cooldown, so cannot utilize that empowered range.
Oh, Belkan's not going to stop.
Okay.
Nuisance. Gudo winning throughout all of this. Let's just keep in mind really quick that the jungler of Order did a normal path, right? Just cleared red, Raptors, went to top side, has now done all of his camps, and the Krugs were of course taken by Belkan. During this time, Belkan's clear was odd. He also ganks mid at level 3. Charm connects, Ignite is available for Kisei, and that's really all it comes down to. Sonic Wave may miss, the damage was still going to be there. And that's a brilliant little passage of play utilizing Kisei, and it feels like a different game from him already. Without the Talia permanently pushing him in under turret. Belkan's pathing, in contrast to what we saw from Gudo, which is a pretty straightforward most of the camps, like 5 camp clear. He did red. I think he did Krugs. He might have done red Raptors and then went straight to Gromp to invade to bot Krugs. Left his blue buff up. It is still up. First blue buff of the game, 4.5, almost 5 minutes in. Still there to be taken. Just feels a little bit odd, you know?
Yeah, took a gamble, circumvented that Tri-Bush vision planted by Order, but was unable to back them up, try and find that first killer as a result. Cross was, though, good had to burn that flash to try and make sure that first blood did come across. And now he is able to claim that first scuttle in the bot side of the river. So vision guaranteed to prevent Pentanet stealing and sneaking into Drake.
Has the Krug spawning as well. Belkan just refuses to do jungle camps. I mean, legend has it that blue buff is non-existent. It's a mirage. There he goes. Good man might actually take that buff. Protecting bot lane now, though, obviously, right? The wave starts to build, starts to crash. Least in by getting that Scuttle Crab able to stay bot side, Krugs, and protect. A lot of this game does feel like it's about protecting bottom, but it hasn't resulted in anything good for Order, right? He's still so far behind in CS compared to Praetor's Puma. It hurts. Big wave to crash, so be able to equalize a fair bit of it, but That adds up. And it's a Draven, right? So now we play the game of will those stacks get cashed? Or will Order dissuade the Draven snowball?
Well, looks like that might be the case. That's a
Wow,
very
Bio.
early teleport in. It's not unleashed, so it has to go to a bot turret. They're going to commit and try and find a bit of action, bit of success around this first dragon. Volkan sees the call and says, I'll go in. I'll take that answer. Goodo travels through space and time and gets knocked into a turret, exhausted. Turret shot and a cash in for Big Draven.
I mean, they teleport their top laner into the play. Winterer is just casually farming tops, about to get himself a little turret plate up there as well. A couple of extra minion waves in his favor. Draven cashes in. It may not be the Drake, but that's a play that Order put into effect, and they get punished. They lose the trade. And they're still in trouble.
Not what you want to see. Knockup goes on to Praetor, but still the damage is in favor of Pentanet. Regardless though, barely any scratches on either side. I'm quite interested actually as to how this Zilean pick is going to work. Not being the expert on top Zilean as such, but whether or not there's any parallels between, say, like a Misfortune in the bot lane to try and shut down some counter picks, right? To be a menace that you can just casually coast on through. You know what your job is in this game, right? You just need to ult, speed up.
They pick a tank or a free lane. You get to pick a Zilean, right? Which is, like, Zilean is one of those champions that you do often see at mid. Very few people play the champion in the first place, right? Like you have your Bjergsons in NA, one of the few players that actively pick that one. And you just clear waves. You're just so good at diffusing. But Zilean also is one of the highest skill, I feel like, champions in the game, because you need to hit 2 skill shots. You need to cycle between, am I going quick or am I going slow? Or are they going slow, right? How I'm using my E. Also using the ultimate at the correct time to make sure that it does something. It doesn't just get used. I think these are like things that definitely start to add up, right? You make a mistake, you can get punished incredibly hard in a long lane like top, but if you're really good at the Zilean and you don't get punished, you're a nuisance at all times, and you scale so well into the game with ability haste that you just get to permanently stun people at some stage. You just get to permanently cycle cooldowns and move quick or slow someone down, and there's no escape from you. And so if Order's going to continue to pick these tanks top, then perhaps Winter is just going to continue to pick the Zilean, and that's the pick that they need. It also does really well into pick compositions, right? The Pantheon, the Lee Sin, the Ahri. Zilean, by design at teamfights, can counter you.
All groups up once again in the mid lane, wrestling for control. Another benefit of the Zilean, right? You can just donate levels across to teammates.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that go to Rogue, being level 6 though. I don't know how close Rogue is, but if the Zilean could have given him experience, that's one of the advantages. Or an ultimate coming through.
Certainly has been. It's been sounded, it's been locked on down, and literally Yuri cannot move. Infinitely CC. I don't even think a cleanse would have helped on that occasion there. Layered beautifully.
Keep in mind that Kisei still with 2 ult charges on that Ahri. Is going to use them to go mid, make sure that the wave doesn't get missed. And it is just going to be a confirmed Rift Herald going the way of Order Smite to secure that one. Drake going to be on the cards here for Pentanet.gg, right? That's their supposed trade-off. That was also, like we highlighted from draft, right? Expect violence early, expect a lot of action early between both of these teams. That was a 5v5. That was all 5 members of each team grouping up Skimmy, but only one of them really finding the angle.
Yeah.
Almost deja vu to game 1 with the Ornol.
Agree. Yeah, only one deciding to actually go for it, make a play, and feigned a potential ultimate onto 4 retreating members of Pentanet. Went for the individual pick onto Yuri instead, trapped inside their Herald. We're teeing ourselves up for a potential dive here in the bot side. 4v3, numbers would favor Pentanet. In goes Rogue for the meantime. He's got the ultimate. No, he doesn't. He's only level 5 still, so still very squishy. Yuri, Demonic Ascension, he's doing what he can. He's just out of turret range, just a flash away, and claims the damage. And that's a flash from Predator, looking for the kill. Catch one more axe, and catch these hands. He's 3-0 again.
Massive Draven, right, from PGG, but the trade was still there. It becomes a 2-for-3 trade overall. There's going to be some plates taken in mid lane as well as a lot of minions missed. Yuri does seem to be willingly sacrificing himself for the sake of his team. Now 0-3. We'll see this dive one more time. Goodo's the target they go on. Lee Sin Kit can go onto Belkan, the closest target, straight into the Yasuo, who's already knocked them all up in his ulting. Compliments of Corporal. Corporal's flash was a little bit, how you going? Didn't do too much. Was still inevitably going to die to Praetor. And I think the reality there for Puma is he said, I'm just going to get run down. So takes the fight, had the lethal tempo procced. Maybe he outplays, but couldn't quite find it. Well played by Praetor.
Certainly was well played by Praetor. And let's check him with that total gold, because that was the trade, right? Predator gets all those kills, but Nkise gets uncontested CS and gets some turret plates as well. Rightfully so. They are the two top of the table. First Blood Gold obviously helping out Gudo as well. And is opting for this Kraken Slayer build again, right? Makes sense, up against a lot of tanks that you are identified. Big deviation from what has been the norm for a Draven, right? An Eclipse into an Essence Reaver.
Goes for the crit damage build, which is totally fair. I think Eclipse is nice for being able to snowball early game, right? Lethality build. Lots more damage that can come out of your ultimate, for example, as well. But at the same time, perhaps doesn't feel like he needs the shield, which is something that you would like to have, but wants to have the 3-item spike, wants to have the crit build there as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's a Zillion. Just says go fast, go like the wind, and get this done for us. Max just out of range, but the Herald is summoned to try and take down as many of these plates that do still remain. Now a real window in which Order can actually, for the first time in this series, claim that first turret.
Ice towards the next objective. Above all else here for both of these teams, keep in mind here that they are minutes away. So this is that really interesting crossroads that teams in competitive go toe-to-toe with. Can we actually look for something? Is it just picks that we're after? Because otherwise the game just becomes a farm-heavy stalemate. Rogue gets knocked up.
Rogue could be in trouble right now.
Should be okay though, Skimmy, because it is an Alistar with ult.
Yeah, whether or not Order decided to commit on towards that one. Corporal was considering for a second there. Imperial Mandate is the option for Yuri. Big reason why I suppose we've seen him play in such a facilitating factor, right?
There's also a secondary AP carry in this team as well. Winterer, like you're seeing with the Leandri's build from last game, doing something similar in this one. Fire Panther just being annoyed to death. Just a tickle monster top lane. And Nkise really wanting this mid lane out of turret.
I was gonna say, it was a good way to view how the Zillion build looks like.
Yeah.
Tickle monster Zillion.
I mean, tank into mage top lane becomes that way, right? You just get tickled to death. Eventually,
it looks like a
you
new
just
skin
get
line.
pissed off.
You should be charging right for that one. That's real estate.
This mage keeps hitting me and it's 50 health a trade. I'm annoyed and then I just spontaneously run it down because I'm frustrated. Welcome to playing into a mage top lane as a tank. They really want to make this play work bottom. Remember, Lee Sin kick followed with a Yasuo ultimate is really possible. It doesn't need to be Rakan that goes in. Ornn ultimate with the Yasuo to follow up there as well. They have options everywhere. I think the best case scenario for Order, just keeping that in mind, is at the mid-game point of the game, right, when lanes are broken open, plates are gone, and your Yasuo is mid. Then you can actually have convergence from Lee Sin and Rakan on one side, convergence from an Ornn on the other. All of these different ult options, every single wave that connects in mid, and Draven feels incredibly unsafe. But we're not going to get to that stage anytime soon, especially not with Praetor as large as he is.
No, certainly not. Only bounty in the game. Once again, really, really strong. It just seems to be that Draven is the theme, right? We talk about really the flexibility now in the bot lane as to literally you can play anything. What do you want to go for? Hyperscaling, lock in a Jinx, lock in a Sivir. Do you want to go for early aggression? Maybe it's a Draven, maybe it's a Kalista. Do you want to be mobile? Maybe it's a Kaiser or a Zeri. The world certainly is your oyster, and that's even without exploring the idea of, you know, these AP mages as well, which is certainly on the cusp as well. I mean, Puma, a renowned Ziggs player.
He'll play Karthus. He'll play Ziggs. Certainly options there. Nkise currently having to respect a little bit in mid lane. Yuri, of course, the designated support of the team alongside Rogue, is willing to sacrifice minions for Praetor at any time. And the game plan continues as per normal. The weird part, of course, being that Belkan has been farming bot wave constantly instead of jungling. And Yuri has been roaming the map, helping his ADC. So I'm not going to say this is going perfectly from PGG by any means. But they're getting money where they need it. No sweepers used by Order yet.
Internet here first. Who wants to start things up?
They really need Nkise to come through with a sweeper right now if Order want to contest this one. Because they're just standing on vision, allowing this to happen otherwise.
They're looking for the flip, aren't they? And it's going to be secured by Pentanet. So 2 Drakes the name so far. A 1-man ultimate on towards Balkan. There is the last breath. Here's the Crescent Guard. Tries to be as protected as he can be. Demonic Ascension is there. And that's the ultimate cast onto Praetor. If the Chrono Break actually works in that regard. Chrono Shift rather, but regardless, they are trying to break the ranks of Order. They're going to find another kill. More Adoration stacks cashed straight into the bank. And this Draven was large before, is massive now, and is a monster to try and contend with.
Rogue finds Nkise. There's now a turret there in the first place. The charm may interrupt the headbutt, but where are you to go? Just wants to give the kill over. Unfortunately, it goes to the Draven as the Alistar applies somehow 0 forms of damage. And still a very nice team fight from Pentanet.gg. A 5-0 Draven, as we'll watch this replay one more time. Weak engage from Order, to say the least. It's on Balkan. They lock themselves in the pit. Rogue just uses a Pulverize and walks back to protect the rest of his team. The other side of the fight, however, Kisei does so much work in locking down Praetor, but the Zillion ult just stops that from being a factor, right? The pick composition gets denied. If Praetor was dead there, maybe this is winning from Order, but he's not dead. He's actually front and center with a second life. And then Rogue, of course, while the headbutt gets cancelled, what Kisei doesn't know is that he's not on an execute timer here. Tragedy for him. And he was dead.
He's dead again. Out of the replay and into the mix. Straight back to the belly of the beast. And from one objective fight into another, Penta have claimed a Drake and a Herald.
And the Herald to summon to break top lane out turret here as well. Looking at what Order can respond with, perhaps they can go for the the bot lane outer, but it'll be so much slower. If Pentanet.gg want to here, they actually wait for the turret to drop before they summon the Herald. They go for a fresh charge on the inner turret and just continue to win harder. No reason to force it. With Puma, of course, coming back alive. And Fire Panther not committing to the bot lane at all.
You disengage as they do not want to contend with the pressure Order we're running up with.
Big boy.
Very strong. 8,000 gold, nobody close. And despite Balkan's weird and wacky parving, he's managed to break into the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's been farming waves. Hasn't just been farming jungle camp, Skimmy. He's been farming that bot wave constantly. Has found himself 130 CS, is ahead of almost his ADC and mid laner. The only person who's farming better than him right now is Winterer. But for once, he will actually allow Yuri to take a minion wave. He's a nice god.
Gives him like a little permission slip.
Yeah,
Yes, you're allowed to.
Yeah, this one. You can have this one.
I need that second item spike as a support Swain. Okay.
Still not summoning the Herald. That's the interesting thing here, right? They're just controlling the map. It feels like the flow of this game, Order had a chance, then they lost the Drake fight, then they got a pick onto Puma, and all momentum and control that they had is completely gone. Gudo has discovered Narnia.
That was cheeky, because I almost felt like he was waiting for somebody to take the Hex Gate out of the base, right?
Yeah, or he was
Catch
just
them by
waiting for like
surprise.
Puma or someone to walk in, but I'm not sure he even wins that 1v1, so that's why I'm confused. Who's he expecting to come in that he wants to meet? You use a Sonic Wave, you hit a 2-item Draven, you lock eyes. Do you take that cue? Because I don't.
But I was here first.
I don't think you do. I think you hate that idea. Herald finally to be summoned here, you'd expect.
Well, it was a world tour, really, wasn't it? From top lane to bot lane. They could have summoned it then. They decided we have way too much damage. It would feel wasted. They can't afford to wait any longer to try and play for another Drake into a summon. Utilize it to very good effect. And claim the mid-tier 1. So they've claimed every single outer now in a clean sweep.
Order do deny the second charge. The inner turret not going to be attacked by Shelly. Now going to try and clear out some vision now. Drake up in 50 seconds. Going to be definitely going to be the name of the game with no more Heralds to take, just the Baron. 19 minutes into this game. It does feel like the lead is more than the 2k that is being reflected.
And I am terrified at the prospect of Pentanet getting a Hex Tech Soul with the composition that they already have. The amount of damage, the AoE, the slow, the chain lightning, I mean, it's just going to be so frustrating to contend with. And yes, you could have a potential wombo combo with a pick potential, but we saw what happened in the last team fight. If Winter is uncontested, he gets to ult the target that he needs to.
You know what's funny about this game, right? Is like, in theory, how do you beat Xin? Well, if you can get inside his ultimate range, then you can attack him, you can beat Xin.
Sure.
But if you do that and Swain's there, that's not how you beat Swain. You beat Swain by walking away from his ultimate range so that it expires.
Yeah.
And then you're walking into an Alistar combo, and Azillion's going to keep him alive anyway. So,
things to note though, Praetor splashes up in 10 seconds. He's got a stopwatch. Zonya's complete for Yuri. Third Dragon of the game.
Looking for the big combo, perhaps from the Ornn ultimate, perhaps from Corporal with a flank on this Rakan. We'll see how the vision control goes by PGG. Kisei straight to the mix. They know he's there, so now they have to assume that he's there and play like Corporal's going to be spotted. But look at this Rakan. Has he been seen by Rogue? Because if he's been seen by Rogue, he's been countered. Headbutt away and it's done. Just out of vision. PGG with mid priority though. They're steadily losing Order. The longer this goes on, the more that PGG eke out in the way of gold, and Balkan just keeping them entertained.
They're in. Corporal, we know exactly what your play is. You can hit the quickness, you can hit the charm. You've been CC'd for what feels like an eternity. He had the quickness just to run away. The Dragon still engage. The Demon Eye comes on down. Doesn't connect, doesn't really matter.
Alistar no ult though. Now's the time to sound the horn, but unfortunately it's on cooldown, right? How do they get in? How do they find an angle? It has to be a kick from Goodo to get Puma in.
In they go! There is the headbutt right on top of it. Balkan cops a one-man ultimate. He does get resurrected. It is perfect. And there is Desmodic Ascension to kick away to try and make that one fizzle on out. But Yuri with the last stretch of mana continues just to run these members down. Draven unstoppable. 5-0 before, now 7. And Goodo is running for his life, much like Kisei.
And twice now Kisei's found himself dead to turrets. Wintra trying to hunt Goodo down, but the bomb just missing. Drake going to be confirmed. Drake going to be secured. It felt like a stalemate, but again, acknowledge that it's a stalemate where the longer it goes, the more that PGG win. And the protracted little skirmish that took place still goes very favorably for them as the fight breaks out. Quite simply, Black Panther, Corporal don't have ults. Probably just give up the Drake. They're losing a wave at mids in a turret. The engage is nice, but Zillion denies it, right? You get inside the area, Rogue's going to knock you up, and Yuri is able to stay on top of you with the ultimate running. And it really is that easy. The fight is over the second the fight starts because the flank angle that they were hunting for was just dealt with in very short order.
Instantly Red's completely
oh, Corporal.
Completely
There's a
dealt
blue
with.
trinket there as well. Maybe he can use his W to get to the Hex Gate. If he's... Nah, he's no shot. He's thinking about it.
Oh, hello, friends!
He wanted to. You can see what he was thinking.
Surely they're not all here.
Surely they're not thinking what I'm thinking. I'm 5-heading this. Turns out, PGG have a 6-head.
Ah, yes. They had the Mega Brain and straight into a very early Baron. Goodo would have to pull a rabbit out of the hat with this one. They've stolen Barons
2K.
before. Would Pensnet even entertain the idea of a flip? Rogue jumps across the wall straight away, and that is their ticket to burst this one down. They do so successfully. Kisei runs for his life, sidesteps the axe, but the retreating axe certainly puts in work. And now Goodo finds himself
before.
in the Corporal incident. Where do I go? Who do I juke to?
He's having a Corporal moment. Goodo, how many times are Order going to execute to the turret? That's the question. He's going to choose not to. He wants a respectful death this time around. And Pensnet.gg knocking on the door of a Game 5 in this series. Our first best of 5 of playoff skimmy. In the LCO, we don't go to 4 games.
No.
We do 3 or 5.
It really is always about that, isn't it? 3-1 does seem to be a bit of a fake prediction. The writing is on the wall. The Draven is large. He's under no pressure. He still has the stopwatch. He still has the flash. He still has the Zillion ult.
Freest game of his life.
Yeah.
Can't ask for much more. Team to protect him, team to stand in front. I think 2 times in a row now we've seen a really good Alistar pick. It certainly has worked wonders for them. That and the Zillion. I think just in itself, the Zillion pick has completely owned Order's strat.
That's either getting banned in Game 5 or they're changing it up completely, right? Bio's like, I'm playing something very different. It's no longer the tanks. Give me a carry, give me a bruiser.
Yeah, something that deals with it. It could be even a late pick counter.
Gwen, Jax, whatever it might be, right?
Balkan caught.
We're looking at mid, instant flash away from that Call of the Forge God. Goodo goes in, kicks him away, says, I'm not interested in this whatsoever. Challenging smite on his head, and it is just a familiar telltale, isn't it?
They try and engage, they realize it's a mistake, they run away as fast as their little legs will take them.
Yep.
And then PGG continue to win harder. You put yourself in this draft hole, and now you have to live with it. How do you get out of this impossible situation with 4 melee champions into a Swain? A very fed Draven that will one-hit all of you because there's really limited tanks on your roster. And a do or die, have to fight your way out of it scenario.
Round 2 onto Balkan. He just absorbs it and kind of laughs, shrugs it off. Not deterred whatsoever. Takes a bit of damage. That is all the pressure in the world. Top was being pushed for free by Praetor. Mid lane was being looked at, and Order tried to deal with it. One more reset, 90 seconds and counting down for that big decisive soul point.
And this is one of those funny moments, right, where we see an Ahri picked by Order, and knowing the Zillion's there, you would almost rather that was an Azir, rather that was a team fight mage instead of a pick mage.
Yeah.
Or assassin mage, whatever you'd want to call Ahri. You'd want it to be a Victor, right? But like picking these champions and Yuri having 5 pick on red side, do you really want to pick those champions when there's a chance he hard counters it with something like a Zed, right? Like an Akali, things that you're not ready for. And that is the difficulty that Order have faced in this draft into the Zilean.
Certainly feels like the first time this series that the blue side has struggled. And what has all been about pick your comp, force them to react. And the first blood was good, but that's really been about it. And they're slowly starting to come into this one.
Kratos with one auto attack down on Imperial Mandate.
This might be it.
Fight. Feels like it's happening.
This might be it before that dragon fight takes place. They're in. The last breath is there. Is that Order's last breath in this team fight? Winterer comes across the wall, drops the bomb, holding the ult. Draven's dead! The Zilean ult is still there. He burnt the stopwatch, he hit the flash, but it just was not enough. Balcon comes in and tag teams through. I will get the double kill. I will do the damage. Don't worry about the Draven. You put all your eggs into that basket, but you're now going to pay the ultimate price for that. It's a triple kill, all things said and done. Question now is, do you keep pushing or do you disengage for the Drake?
And that could have been a perfect fight for PGG if Winterer got the ult off. That's how close this game is for Order in being just over immediately. They're going to try and defend. They're still going to lose the turret, but the Drake is the easy disengage choice. We know how Order's going to play this game out, but they continue to play this falling further and further behind, now in an 8k deficit. Dire Straits, to say the least.
Order are going to respawn and get here first. Draven will be slightly lagging behind. Puma's not even interested. He's going to the top wave. That's a soul point given across.
More than just the points, Gibby. It's the whole soul. Balcon going to walk mid because that's what junglers do. They take mid waves. Am I right?
If it's not bot wave, it's
yeah,
mid.
he wants to, but Draven's in the area. Of course, Balcon going to take it before the Draven possibly could. Why would you let the Guardian Angel be purchased on the person without stopwatch? That would be crazy.
It's just looking like the perfect game now, right? You've got Order utility, you've got the Black Cleaver, you've got the healing cut on the Xin, you've got the slow, the amplification of the damage on the Swain, the ult to keep you alive on the Zilean.
Yeah.
I mean, the game is all teetered on Praetif. It's a 1v9 angle.
Said it from draft as well, they're right. This game was about snowballing early. Game was about early aggression, expecting to see skirmishes, expecting to see fights. We saw them, but we also saw PGG win them. And now the game has felt incredibly one-sided from that point. Goal differences meant less and less. It's just you have one way to operate in a fight as your comp, and you're just counted.
Oh, look at that. That is chronic. Couple that with the Rylai's, and I mean, it's going to be so hard if Order do go into then try and run away like they've done multiple times.
Things that Order do have is the ornaments once again starting to come through. Level 15 on Viad Panther means he's been able to give out 2 of those. He has prioritized his jungler and ADC. Waiting to see one for Kisei. Level 16 will be the breakpoint for that one. Has been farming up a Storm. I mean, ultimately it feels like the Lee Sin has done nothing in this game. Has been so handled. Right, has to go through so many impossible angles to make it work. They really need to sweep through here. Just missing out on those bombs. Baron being hit.
I mean, it's being hit. And the big question now is, what do Order do? Do they feel that they have to go for this one, or do they bank this entire game success and take it to a game 5 on waiting for the Elder to spawn in 4 minutes while Corpus is dead? It's a 4v5 from the very get-go. Biopember is the next target lined up in their sights. He's a tank, but he looks squishy when 5 members collapse upon him. And in goes Yuri. Demonic Ascension, you're just so slow. You cannot escape the death that the side of Pentiment are delivering. And that might now be that nail in the coffin.
Puma left to just run away, or even just limp away. He's going to be spotted by Yuri. I'm sure Yuri doesn't feel the need to continue to fight him at all times, just keeping tabs being a pest. The Baron is being done throughout all of this. Feels like 2 games back to... That was extremely close.
Very close.
2 games back to back. It's been a shutout. It's just been a complete and total shutout, not just from draft. I felt like last game was draft. This time, they were just the better team early game. And Order have definitely reassessed. This fight, of course, again, starting with just Zilean stun. That's really all it comes down to. Zilean's such a pest when you're trying to flank. Corporal hasn't been able to flank once this game. It's just been kept at bay, bodied out, dealt with. Fight was a wash the second the first pick took place here, and you'll see the follow-up really is just getting those kills. What I wanted to say, though, and I feel like this does ring true, at least in my mind, is that Order have foregone all scaling to try and match PGG where they are strong.
Yeah.
So instead of playing something that is familiar to all of us, knowing Order as a team. 2 games in a row, not just the Samira angle, it's the Yasuo Rakan angle as well. They've committed themselves to this style of play that Pensinet will welcome with open arms. Because if you want to flip, these guys were molded by the coin flip.
They certainly are. Ian goes by one more time. Been stunned, but Balkan said, I can do you one better. The turret goes down. Same fate could be afforded now to this inhibitor. It's going to be a split team fight. They try and turn their attention onto Kisei, try and force out those ult charges as quickly as possible. And Yuri, he might be a support in optimization, but he's playing like a carry right now. Going to go golden at the very last second. Overlap that with the Zillion ult.
Hey, Ornn has ult, Zillion ult gone, so the angle is there. The teleports are coming through. Order is saying, is this it? It's not it.
Well, it has to be.
Puma.
In through the gates.
Can't get it.
Knock up. Corporal, quickness, charm, knock up. Looking for Kisei, looking for Puma. Where are they? Do they get the damage? I don't think they do. They're down 10,000 gold right now, Rusty. That's the explosion. That's 2. Now, surely you're looking to try and make it an absolute ace. Kisei, the last man standing, but not for long. A flash across the wall. You can go golden, but I tell you what, we're going to a game 5.
They're taking us all the way for sure to 5 games here, just waiting on that wave in mid lane to crash. They've got the Baron buff to empower this one. Belkan just been an absolute cheeky monkey.
Oh, this is a mental war.
Just going to get executed. Yeah, we're going to talk about psychological warfare. They're going to make it known that they were the better team in this game, and they stamped their authority.
What a series we have in our hand. Game 2 went the distance of 40 minutes. The last game done in 25. And Pensinet just looking hot form right now, looking to really do the reverse sweep.
And for me, it felt like we had 2 really big and impactful Puma games in a row, followed by 2 lackluster and non-existent Puma games in a row. Admittedly, the draft hasn't been kind to him, but Praedyth hasn't changed what he's doing. He's quite simply picking Sivir or Draven every single time, playing Sivir or Draven every single time, and just doing his job.
Yeah.
Puma is the one who's throwing spanners into the mix, right? They're doing draft strategies and changes and mix-ups. And that's really coming back to hurt them, where the tried and true of PGG just plays their way, and Order is saying, let's meet you in the middle instead of playing our way.
And that's what's so fascinating for me, is because we identified really early on in this day, right, that we would think that Order would play for a late game scaling composition, that Pensinet will go for the aggression. They do, they try and match. They've lost 2 times now, first blue side loss as well. I don't want to say you're starting to panic, but like Loki, you're probably thinking that's not the way the script is meant to go here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Well, that was quite a fun game coming out of PGG. We did see Balkan having some cheeky moments with the emote spam in mid lane as well, but I think that Zillion is just, and the Swain, a menace.
Yeah, crazy game going in there. And what an engage from PGG to enter the game. They just stood at the Hex Gate and Order ran into them. That's it. They just were so big at that point.
Oh, you wanted to end the game? Let me fasten that up for you.
Yeah, Order, look, they tried to get back in with that engage, but unfortunately it just didn't work. Swain was just huge. Every time they were going in, they were just full focus on Praedyth. Swain got to exist, just sitting there with his ultimate, just got even bigger. Man, I can't wait to see the scoreboard and see just how much damage that Yuri did this game. But now this man definitely needs to be in that discussion for the Dare MVP once the game's over. Skimmy, hold this L, my friend, because... Oh, wait, did you go 3-2 or 3-1?
I'm the only one that went Pensinet 3-2. Yep.
Oh, you went 3-2. Okay, who went 3-1? Was it you, Kitty?
It was me and,
hold
Rusty.
this L.
Yeah, 3-1 as well.
It's too good to be true for an LCO game to go 3-1, and it's going to continue the trend of being either... It's going to continue the trend of being a 3-2, which hopefully it's still going to be Order, because I don't want Skimmy to win.
Okay.
Oh, that'll be the leapfrog.
Exactly. That's how I get back.
Score correct. You're actually first.
I will get perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
And yeah, I wanted to talk about this game. We do have PGG back at it again with the Zillion top, which has been working out for 2 games. I believe he didn't die this game, so his overall KDA over 2 games is probably like at 40 something, because it's been absolutely insane. He only died once during game 3, and Balkan and Rogue providing that front line and engage for these team fights, where Yuri is just able to just press ultimate, and if you look at Order's comp, none of them are ahead enough to actually be able to kill Yuri, because he's too tanky. And in my opinion, Ahri as a champion with Lee Sin, it doesn't have consistent damage where it's able to kill tanks or chunky, healthy champions.
Yeah.
With Puma being behind, like Rusty said, Puma has had kind of an invisible game in these past 2 games. So I think Order needs to go back to the scratching board. Although Ahri did a lot of damage, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, crazy. I thought that the Swain would have done way more than what was there, but I guess it was a
Nah, my
relatively
man
short
started
game.
like 0-4. He came into his own by the end. The team fights are really impactful, but I think I just brought him back.
Yeah.
From what was like a really rough start because Order made sure he was dead a lot.
Always good to have that little comeback potential. But look, shout-outs to Kiss A for just still putting in the work. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to close the series out 3-1. Anything we want to touch on in terms of the item builds?
Not too much on item build front.
Okay.
The only question I suppose I wanted to put out there for either Kitty or Rusty to spitball with me would be, what are you more concerned about, right, at this stage? Going into a game 5, you imagine Order probably could go blue side again to try and have that quote-quote advantage. Do you feel threatened enough that you need to deny the Zillion or deny the Draven? The Draven has won every game so far, right? It's been that power pick. So do you say, well, let's get a better matchup to try and deal with the Zillion? Or is it like, do we just remove the Zillion and now that Draven Sivir is nowhere near as strong because it doesn't get that free ult charge?
I see no reason to pick what Order did this game again, right? And I think that the simple reality is if your opponents are going to pick Zillion to your Ornn, you just pick Sivir bot lane and have an Enchanter. And then all of your problems are solved. Sivir Lulu survives bot lane. It might not win against the Draven, but you both scale equally.
Yeah.
And then you're not playing this all-in, committed 5 melee champion composition into a Zillion and a Swain. So I think it's that simple.
Yeah, and that sparks the point where you just ban away the Draven, where it's a hard counter to the Sivir, and you just pick Hyper Carry with an Enchanter, and then you let the Ornn go even against the Zillion. But Sivir has a lot more security in that late game.
Okay. So are we expecting Order to go back to that blue side again, or do you think that they'll take a big risk?
I don't think you can risk the red side when blue side is just too good. Like if
PGG
are going to ban Jarvan every single time you go blue side from now on because it's been deemed as like a high priority champion, then you just get a free first pick Sivir with like a Draven third ban, right? Like you've got so many options there, I feel like on blue side now to go for that instead.
Well, there's somewhere we got to go, Rusty, and it's to another break. It's going to be the final one as well because game 5 is just around the corner. Ladies and gents, don't go too far. Go get yourselves hydrated. Maybe grab a dare or dessert on Menulog, and we'll be back just after this with the final game of the series.
Hey, look, menu pop.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO, delivered by Menulog. We're having a party and Rusty's not invited, but you guys are because it's Menulog meal time again. Oh, Kissay! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO, delivered by Menulog. We got one game left, and I'm pumped up from that song. Pumped up enough to even do yet another surprise LCO champion conundrum.
It's like a car that can't
Drum.
start.
Drum, as Kitty typed earlier. Either way, we're going to be doing celebrity heads. It's champion themed. I just prepped a couple of quick ones here.
Legend.
We only have, time for a couple, so we can't actually see the screen. No cheating. You got about a minute to guess. Unlimited questions, but only 3 guesses. Okay. Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Beautiful. Pass that down. Don't show him.
Alrighty, mate. Put it in the hat. Put it in the hat. So Mac made these, right?
Yeah.
Mac.
Yeah.
What is this, mate?
What do you mean? What is this?
What is this?
That's a great champion. I think
Yeah,
I
mean-
every champion's great.
Ah, yes, yes.
All right. Am I starting?
Ready when you are, Chief.
Yeah,
we're
mate.
going?
Ready, 3, 2, 1,
Am
go.
I a jungler?
Yes.
Yes.
Can be.
Am I a champion that you play?
Yes.
Can be.
Am I Diana?
No.
No.
Okay. Am I a werewolf?
No.
No.
Am I an armadillo? I'm going to go through
No.
Mac's
No.
champions one at a
Straight away,
time.
straight away.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. What else does Mac play? Am I a dragon sometimes?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Am I a monster?
No.
Am I human?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I male?
Yes.
Am I only a jungler?
No.
Now I'm confused.
Mm,
Am I a jungler and top laner?
Yes.
Am I Olaf?
No.
I'm stumped. What else goes jungle and top? What's that face for?
I'm gonna be another. I'll give you a little clue. I don't think it goes top lane. I think it only goes jungle.
Actually, we were talking about it earlier, and someone, it actually was Rusty, said it goes top lane. Time's up. Last chance.
When did I say that? Have I been thrown?
Yeah, mate.
you might-
Come on, last chance. Quick guess.
Am I Mundo?
No. Have a look.
Look how he wrote this.
You told me this goes top. You told me this has been going top. Got a good ring range top.
Yeah, chuck that one
You
off.
screwed yourself up there.
No,
Would you have gotten it?
You said it goes
Would
top.
you have got it?
I mean,
No.
I was naming your champions, so I was going to get to Master E eventually.
Maybe I threw you off on that one. But
Oh, I'm
someone
so scared.
told me it went top. We got time for this one more.
If this is all Max champions, I'm screwed.
That's not. Could be. Could not be as well. Either way, 1
Time has
minute.
already started. Alrighty.
Go.
Am I a jungler?
Yes.
Oh crap.
Can be.
Yeah.
Am I a dragon?
Yeah.
Yep.
Shavana.
It's crazy.
I think we got time for one more quick one. So
I was really
I'll
hoping
go
that I
check.
got like max champion
Dude,
out of the gate.
Is
with
it like, is it
Diana.
Ramis? Is it Diana?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
all right, ready?
But I got Yee Yee.
Kitty's turn. Yeah, you got Yee Yee, mate. Ready? All right, time
Okay,
started.
am
Let's
I
go.
a top laner?
No.
No.
Am I a jungler?
Yeah.
Am I an armadillo?
Yeah.
Is it Ramuse?
How did I get everything but
Damn,
mine?
how'd you all get him?
I think we got time for another one there, Mac.
I only wrote 3. I didn't expect him to be
Let
so
me just
good
write
at
one for
this
myself,
game.
actually.
How'd you figure out the meta?
Who am I? I am Mac, mate.
I did definitely freak out when I was writing them, and I thought,
You
know what?
honestly, I hard read you. I did. I just
read.
couldn't get my champion.
Tough, mate.
I'm sorry for ruining every other question.
it was a lot of fun. I just wanted to do that solely so I could wear my little crown again. And then if Bio wins, he can be like, yo,
This can go with the Yee.
what up, king? Very good, very good.
Crown on my knee.
Well, that is it for the Champion Conundrum. Thank you all for partaking and enjoying, but let's start talking about this game. So, Dear fan vote time, get those Twitch points in. Buttons up there, another button's down there. The custom amount somewhere over there as well. Put in your 250,000 because whoever won the 125,000 earlier, of course, now has double that. We wanted to just have the max amount, of course. What are you laughing at?
Because we're doing this, and his hand was just like, it's down there.
By the
Click
way,
it.
Kitty's prediction's wrong. Rusty's prediction's wrong. The score amount, but everyone can still win in terms of like the team.
3
that we
orders, 1
chose.
PGG, right?
You and me, opposite teams. 3-2. Dreams on.
Someone wins.
Let's have a look at which side Order has chosen. Of course, losing the last game They've gone back to the blue side, so no real surprises there. But I am keen to see what changes in the draft because their last draft coming out of order sort of left something to be desired, right? And that, as we were mentioning before the break, was range.
Yeah, I mean, Order committed themselves to a full melee composition. I think the thing that I would really like to see from Order the most in terms of improving their draft is, and I said this already during the last game, stop playing PGG style, play your style. Pick a scaling mid laner or ADC, right? Give yourself an insurance policy and acknowledge that they're going to be crazy aggressive and give yourself that out, where I feel like they're not doing that. And then they lose an early skirmish, and then the game just spontaneously combusts.
You know what we're locking in? We're going to get Belveth, Corky, Vayne.
Ooh.
We're just going to get triple scaling, and it's like, all right, Rusty, you want scaling?
Yeah, they've done that
1
before.
hour game.
How'd that go?
Yeah, well,
was that a 20-minute loss versus the Chiefs?
Sometimes you do get that on the big jobs.
It was.
That was a big job.
It was a massive job.
Very fast L. That was, I think that was Order's fastest L, right?
No, they actually did take that game to 30 minutes, I think, but they were never winning.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was the game where I was like, yes, my boy Goodo finally pulled it in the Belveth, and then just no Herald, no Baron action, no minions, nothing going right for him. Yeah,
just one scaling option. I want a Zir mid. Like that's the actual champion that I do want. I know it was banned 4-5 last game by PGG, but like an Azir type champion is really what I'm after because Kisei's been playing really well.
Well, mid and jungle has kind of been the win condition for PGG, and let's see if it's going to be their win condition again because Game 5's ready. Let's see how the series ends.
Yes, it's a big chance now to see which of these teams can book themselves that date of destiny with the Chiefs to see if they can actually break apart that phenomenal win streak that they do have. I feel like Game 5 is always one of those times when some of the bans that have been a staple all 4 games before can suddenly start to be removed. Maybe you have a bit of that recency bias. But it does look like pretty much the same coming in here.
Zeri is going to be the 3rd ban here for Order as well, just to clarify for everyone at home. Draven actually going to be the 1st pick, so the expected response from PGG, like we said, they've done nothing different, right? They're picking Draven, they're picking Sivir, they're just playing League of Legends their way. The interesting thing is the adaptation to the Wukong, so it's not going to be an early jungle as shown by Order. It's PGG that are going to show that one. And Jarvan off the cards, off the table, how do Order respond is the question that we have to ask. This is kind of filling all of the expectations for them so far.
There it is.
They're actually listening to me, no?
They really are. They certainly are. We need some scaling. Let's deny the Draven 100% presence. If it's not been banned, it has been picked. It's won in every game. So let's lock that in first of all. Let's then guarantee ourselves that mid lane control. Ahri's been strong, but it hasn't been enough to try and get the win.
Lulu unironically works when you have an Azir. I'm not saying pick Lulu in your first 3. I actually think that would be a little bit weird, right? Especially when you haven't, PGG haven't shown their support. There's a high risk of like an engaged support champion. But this is the thing, right? If you're reading PGG and you're expecting to see a Zillion, which they have confirmed now, locked in their first 3 before the 4-5 ban phase, now you have 2 ranged champions, one very much scaling. They have got poke there between them, right? Draven rapid fire auto attack can do a lot of damage. Zillion can't commit to that situation. Azir can have some long range poke and scales really nicely into the game. The reason that I think Lulu can work now is because you have a mid laner that you can support with the shields just as much as you have an AD, so the enchanter stocks rise a little bit more, right? Like the Lulu, the Yuumi, etc. also become on the cards there. But if that were the case, then you'd probably have to consider things like a Nautilus ban. In saying that, they're going to get rid of champions that make the Azir's life a bit more difficult instead.
Yeah, remove anything that can obviously like poke them down, weather the storm, look to try and prevent them utilizing that major range advantage. As for the side of PGG, first away, deny this Ornn, but let's also protect the Zillion. We are opening up the response to Bio to respond with really anything at this point. You said bruises, maybe a Jax, a Gwen, whatever it may be. Tryndamere, one of those very annoying champions where you can both go invulnerable for just a second. Why
I think he can afford tanks now, right? Just because his composition promotes that tank usage. The Ornn giving items to the Azir is more valuable than it was in the last game.
Yeah.
With the Ahri and the Yasuo. So I don't think it's a terrible option. If you know you're going to be able to comfortably farm through laning phase, then so be it. You take the L against an annoying range champion to let your team prosper. And Bio, of course, always looking for those engage angles, can find them. As the confirmation of Order's support champion is there, I think now the floor is open to how Order want to draft. Do you want to go an Enchanter and just bully out the Alistar, but like survive through laning phase at certain points and scale. But you want to be a tank to match it. Do you see the Alistar and think, well, I could Leona, right? Like I could play something that is a beefy champion to deal with it. I like the Enchanter path just because, as stated.
Oh.
All right, well, that's an Enchanter top.
Okay, so we are just
You go
matching
Zillion.
Enchanter for Enchanter.
We go Soraka.
This is such a throwback to what Biopemp has done countless times in his history before, right? He can literally play anything. I call him the mad scientist. Give him a Singed, give him a Karma, give him a Luda. In this case, give him a Soraka. He'll make anything work. And this feels like such a cool adaptation, right? You said a tank could work, but this to me signals, hey, if you want to play an Enchanter, if you want to give utility, I will do the same as well.
Yeah, to me it reads that Bio wants to play this top lane, and so they need an engaged champion, which is why Corporal's happy to match, seeing that the Alistar was already there, right? So engaged tanks in bottom lane, Enchanters and complementary Enchanters, I suppose. Complementary is the word I would use for them for top lane, right? Soraka versus Zillion. Who knows how this matchup goes? You don't often see it. Especially not top lane or long lane. But a lot of this game does revolve around the bot 2v2 now, right? If the Alistar falls behind, can he engage?
Sure.
Is the question. The response of a control mage in mid lane of the Victor. He sees the Azir. This still does mean Azir should have priority in his lane, or at least push. And it means that there's going to be the potential movements from order towards bot lane as top becomes an Enchanter island. And Biopanther's ARAM grind comes to the forefront now with champions that you'd never see. You better believe he's got games on him.
He certainly does. Can literally play anything. And certainly ARAM is a good place to practice them. I feel like the Soraka pick is going to be really niche, but really cool adaptation. Just the fact that that Silence Puddle is going to find infinite value, deny the engage, obviously deny the potential ult from Azilian as well, prevent the rotation of damage that the Victor will be hoping to achieve. I'm a big fan of this. Obviously, you can be a global influence too with the Wish, and potentially save out and snipe away some
global. Is basically what he's just said to the Zillion. Nice ult, but I can do it from top lane.
Yeah.
And I'm going to constantly push you in. That and it becomes this interesting point in the game where I feel like both junglers do start to take farm. You saw it last game from the Swain losing CS to the Xin Zhao. I feel like that's really true now with the Zillion and the Soraka, because at some point Gudo's just going to be farming waves.
It's going to be 2 items. 2 items and we're done, right? Then look at the Victor, look at the Azir and say, it's all for you.
It's often 1.5 items almost as well, you know. You farm as much as you can, but at some point you need to be grouped with your team. And that's what we look forward to seeing as we get into game number 5 here, Skimmy. How do these Enchanters work? And have Order done enough in terms of adaptation in their draft to actually get them over the line against a momentum-based PGG?
And that has to be the key word, right, coming into this final game in this upper bracket entry playoff game. Have they done enough to try and read and understand their opponent's tendencies to try and match and find that killer advantage, that distinct advantage to close out this one and to give themselves a chance to rest, relax, and prepare for their next opponent in the Chiefs? Lower bracket, you don't want to be there if you can afford to not be.
Reminder, winner goes on to face the Chiefs. And not just face the Chiefs, but guarantee a position at Dreamhack in some capacity. So this is a best of 5 that you want to win. Going to the lower bracket, maybe you can win your way through, but you still find yourself in an elimination round before Dreamhack exists.
Look at that as well. A flip of the tendencies towards these vote. It's been 60% or more all series long.
Now the pendulum swings.
Now everyone's a believer after the last 2 games. 2.5 games, I guess you could say. Even in that second game they lost where they were up 10k.
Watch out. Big clash in the top lane. 2 Titans meet for the first time. Soraka and Azilian go toe-to-toe. Belkan actually going to be the first one to make some moves here. Acknowledging that the Soraka leashed, Belkan actually going to do blue straight to the enemy red buff. Gudo most likely going to full clear. He is very predictable in how he paths. Not that that's a bad thing, but the unpredictability of Belkan will throw a spanner into the works here. Especially when you have an Alistar bot lane that very rarely provides you with priority, and you have a Draven into a Sivir. And look at him go.
Here we go, level 1 engage. That's a Zenith Blade into 2 autos, and those 2 autos mean everything. Still is able to catch the Axis afterwards, and Pumish has already asserted control.
Just keep in mind, Wukong level 2 with the red buff is now able to come straight into bottom lane. Rogue not going to be able to provide much, but a flash body slam, but has got the ignite. It's all on the clock here, right? If Gudo finds that his red buff's gone, he may come straight to bot lane with Krugs in mind. But as it stands, Belkan, the patience, this might be too patient.
He's waited for a whole
red buff's been
another
spotted.
minion wave to
It's
come on
been
through.
gone.
Yeah.
Krugs are being done. He can get here and react.
Order saying, where is he? That's a flash pole. Vin Ignite consumed as well. They're doing everything to try and remove this one out of the equation. Ahead, by the way, to a minion, but Puma flashes after, just out of range, can't get the kill. Turns his attention on towards Praetor instead, and that will be first blood. Balkan answers back, makes it a 1-for-1. Now denied by a pillar.
Flash in.
That was phenomenal, and he could also share the same fate. Might die as well. They're both limping away. And thankfully, there's nothing more than just those two.
I mean, Rogue is a hero, right? Saves the day, the flash forwards from Goodo. You think about the time that was just spent, consider it time wasted, frankly, when the result is Order see their prey, they flash forwards to secure the kill instead. And yes, Balkan will secure himself the kill, and that's really crucial, right? Because he is the one who spent all of this time sitting in the bush doing nothing, as much as you would have liked to give it to Praetor. Patience has to pay in some capacity. They go hard on the Rogue, and instead of kiting back towards their Trundle, which you would say is possible, they choose to flash forwards and take the fight. They get the kill. Praetor misses out on the farm because he's the one that's gone, and it's the ADC of Order that gets it, right? It's the Draven that gets it. So this is just winning. Rogue with the headbutt, it's nice, but really is just to save a dead fight.
Another first blood is another Draven picking it up, right? And that is the scary prospect as to what it's always amounted to.
Praetor kept his flash. That is the one consideration I will say here as Goodo's looking to come back bottom. It might be Rogue they go on.
Next flash in, looking for that Xenoblade angle. We'll have to flash this one. As Xenoblade said, no. Spell shield is up, wasn't on cooldown, which is fantastic. Sad BMO indeed, nice gank. As Balkan was in base, having gone for a fresh reset.
Look at this wave. If they're able to trim this, you kill the cannon here with your relic proc. You try and hold this at bay. You've just seen the Trundle. He's off the Krugs, but what's to stop him from coming straight back? And then what do? You're held in a freeze position, and Puma being hyper aggressive. Gets rid of the bone plating there as well. They have a kill angle on the Rogue for sure. No aftershock. Balkan knows it, right? PGG call him here.
Oh, then the wall just expires there in favor of Order, so Balkan is going to sneak himself into this lane. Now into the Tribush, unwarded as well. Looks like Goodo's going for that fresh reset. Does he cancel that recall? Rogue goes in, looking for the pole. He's landed onto Puma, has to run away. Puma no mana, a TP coming in from Biped. I'm getting flashbacks to 2021. Order says, I'm here, I'm ganking. Bio's already recalling back. He's not going to get anything. Kissei once more as well. Literally the entirety of Order say, bot lane is our kingdom.
And Praetor's best case scenario throws a boomerang in the bush, buys some time for his team, delays the resets. They're looking for a plate in mid lane. Balkan's going to cross over and try and clear some jungle camps. When all said and done, that is still obviously a favorable trade in bot lane for Order. You want to try and dive us? Well, there's 5 of us suddenly here. Zilean obviously not going to be the fastest pusher early game. As Biopanther makes his way into the fold just to try and contribute. I think he used a heal and then recalled, got an assist for it. You can't ask for much more. And they made sure the kill went to Kissei, right? Because he is the biggest loser in this trade. So it's still good from Order, but they're now losing out on 2 different teleports that PGG still managed to retain, and they can use that for priority in their lanes and good resets as well as turret plates.
Thankful for them, whilst Yuri is able to achieve some plates to equal out the fact that Kissei gets that kill. Bio's not going to be as punished, right? He's up against Winter, it's still going to be very mana-hungry, rather, so he's...
Angry
I mean, he certainly could be hangry, right? Could be hungry on the rift, but regardless, the wave was pushed very much towards him. Doesn't have the best shoving potential early on as well. And you saw the turret afterwards, right? Had maybe like 1 auto attack onto it, so no plates lost there either. So still a net positive for Order.
Rogue going to be spotted here by the Sky as Bloom both supports walking towards mid. Drake on the card, Skimmy. Especially remember that this is the patch beyond where Drakes are now a big deal. Rogue about to find himself a headbutt target, but that's really it. With Drake on the cards, keep in mind Balkan level 4. So a little bit weaker. Needs to farm some jungle camps first. We'll get 5 off the wolves. And Draven priority, I think, is quite a large factor. Early Serrated Dirk purchase may not be the full mythic yet, but a Serrated Dirk's going to do more than a pickaxe when it comes to a skirmish with Draven axes, compensating that bonus AD in the first place. Didn't mention this, but we should highlight it. If you look back on this game, the stand aside used by Puma denied all of the dive attempt from PGG in that first little skirmish they went for bottom. Super clutch. He's using the controller to keep his axes.
That's one way to do it. There we go. Optimum uptime there. No surprises, right? The fact that Pentanet didn't decide to go for that one. Level 6, so important for this Wukong to find those devastating engages.
You just can't go. Balkan comes over the wall. Rogue was positioned correctly. Yeah, he's going to take this wave experience, hit 6.
He's one more.
Oh, you know he's staying.
There it is.
The question mark pinging him, but Balkan knows what he's doing. Bot lane's already behind. Let's just keep him so far behind. Let's just double down, triple down.
So I guess the big thing for me, right, is the fact that the Zilean is once again there to empower a big champion with a lot of mobility. Yes, no dash, but still one that can run very fast and look to try and 1v9. There's not the same amount of pressure, you would say, right, as an Ornn and a Jarvan to try and lock in place the Civ. And that was the big difference, right? Despite him being down in this very exact matchup to start off this entire series, he was still strong.
Yeah, I mean, the Civ is definitely going to be able to deal damage in this game. The difference between games and comps is, can you do as much damage as Order can, right, while you're dealing that damage output? Because there's one Corporal who's going to be in your face just constantly trying to CC and stun you. If Alistar is going on the Leona, then you're probably already losing. You realistically want to be hitting the Leona and bouncing, ricocheting towards the rest of the team. Trundle can be a real menace, a real nuisance. Nice cannon. That, you know, isn't a tank, but also is a slow-based champion, and you're a movement speed-based champion on the Sivir. So it kind of nullifies and any kind of movement speed you get just by putting the pillar down. And has genuine kill if he's ever in range to hit you.
Oh, just out of range. But actually does stop Kisei's recall in the end regardless.
Yeah, the wave's been confirmed to be pushed, right? So may as well. Another free wave of minions to eat up.
And it's a big lead, isn't it? Up by 20 CS. Obviously, it's going to be even out just a fraction as that wave does crash, but it does free up the ability for Yuri to do just this. Link up with his counterpart in Balkan. And once again, find that very first Herald.
I think the big thing as well is that Winter has permanently had priority. So, Biopanther playing this Soraka pick, like, I get it. I know what the Soraka does. It's not about winning the lane. It's definitely nullifying champion in a free lane. So they're just existing. But Winter constantly has the ability to push faster than a Soraka can with the bomb utility that comes from those time bombs.
Yeah.
And that definitely is a factor for being able to secure something free like a Rift Herald for sure.
This feels like an eternity since we saw Strike. I feel like the last time we would have sawn this would have been back when, Fudge, Cloud9 played it in mid when they had Ellis as their coach, and we had it in mid lane. I think it was...
Yeah,
I want to say it was Kyosei and Gudo as a combo in Split 1.
We did see a Soraka in the LCO in Split 1.
Hey! It
was a loss. Bang.
The longest frisbee you will ever see.
Weird that it's called a boomerang. It doesn't come back.
True.
Yeah.
True.
A boomerang circular? I only know, obviously, an Australian checking in here. They're not.
They're winged.
But, like, are boomerangs separate to Australian indigenous boomerangs circular?
Asking the real questions on the League of Legends broadcast.
Yeah, it's only game 5 of a series in playoffs.
It does not matter.
But, like, have you ever considered that?
That'd be the perfect conversation if we were just watching a Soraka and Zilean push out a wave. What else do you talk about?
Cardi B's full name. You talk about that?
Yeah, Cardigan B.
Cardigan B.
Oh, no.
Plays towards top side of the map at the moment. I mean, there's no Herald to be taken, only to be summoned. 4 plates still remain in top, and Biopanther, as we have stated, very good at nullifying. Look how much damage he naturally just does to Balkan. They almost... That was 25 HP on the charge connecting. They almost completely denied that. That was really close.
Far too close for comfort, to say the least.
Yeah, but again, the main point is they flipped the map. They'll get a couple of plates from this, but they're not actually able to dive or get the turret just yet. They really are playing this one out the slow, painful way. Praetus just cops a beating. Biopanther with the 1v9 angle. But the same thing's happening bottom, right? Draven's dealing with a Zilean. Which isn't the most fun experience to be had.
Yeah, big difference obviously is the elimination, right? The Soraka with the Moonstone Renewer wanting to be just the ultimate sustain bot, whereas Leandri's Zilean is certainly going to make Puma's life a little bit harder. Yes, you got the early Omni-Vamp with the Eclipse, right? That is the deviation between Praetif and Puma on how they want to try and play out this Draven.
I mean, the extra healing and shielding is going to be super important for Biopanther on this Soraka. Also has the Boots of Lucidity there. Order looking to group up. Ward spots them. They know they're there. Winterer trying to keep them at bay. Fight confirmed.
Fight is confirmed. Winter has been cut off for the meantime, but the fight's going to break on through. Root onto Balkan, who jumps on in. He's got the ult casted on his head. And that is going to be popped nice and early as he comes out. Cyclone charge number 2. Knocks up Kisei, and that was clutch, because otherwise Emperor's Divide was right there.
Yeah, that might have just been timing out as well on the Cyclone, because if that doesn't knock him up, that's an angle. That is a flash Emperor's Divide, probably hitting 3 people, and Order suddenly wipe them. It's still going to be the Drake confirmed, right? They'll get what they're after in the way of objectives. Draven Ultimate goes out to try and stop some bases, maybe steal away some jungle camps. Isn't going to get the Gromp that he's after. That blue buff is resetting. Nice little smite from Balkan. Still nice from Order, right? This is a very different game. Both teams, I feel like, we said this already, but Order played the last 2 games at the pace of Pentanet. This last game's draft feels like Pentanet playing at the pace of Order.
For sure it does.
You pick the Azir, we match you with the Victor, right? You pick the Draven, we match you with the Sivir, we're scaling. Zillion top lane, obviously, is the 3rd game in a row from them. Same thing.
But that's what's so interesting about a best of 5 for me, right? Is not only do you have the adaptations and what you decide to ban away and pick and deny, but also just the way you express your personality in the drafting phase and then into the game itself. We've had 40-minute games that have favored Order. We've had 25-minute games that favor Pentanet, and both teams have said, we'll match you pound for pound, but the team that is their bread and butter have always come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. If you play towards the other team's style, you have lost that game. Biopanther needs to be very much careful here. That control ward does confirm a regular ward being placed, so Bio knows to back away. Turret was inevitably gone. Order aren't trading. So right now, Pentanet.gg are playing really well around the map. The big standout for me is actually Yuri, who is at 14 minutes ahead of the clock by a significant amount in farm.
Certainly is. Good time to check in with the gold as well. And yes, we know that a Draven can farm up a treat, can cash on those checks. But right now, it is the Victor.
300 stacks just quickly as well while you bring that up for the Draven. So he's ready to cash in a veritable fortune. But not really finding the angle to cash them in just yet. Order feigning that they are bottom. You have Corporal hovering, but it was actually Kisei just being in fog of war, just being missing. That signals the disengage from Winterer. And this continues eventually, right? It'll be a slow bleed out of this turret until the turret drops. And we are definitely getting to a point in this game where it's going to be 2-item spikes. We're looking at a Drake Soul conversion for Order. We've had Heralds going the way of Pentanet.gg. Next Herald up, less than a minute.
Certainly is. Next 10 minutes will be very, very important to try and determine the fate of this game, of the series as a whole, really. Order pick that one up. It's an infernal soul to play for to close things out. The back-to-back soul points that we have had have just offered so much power. And especially in a game which is going to be all about team fighting, that Infernal Soul will just be invaluable.
Nice little bit of harass there from Praetor. Biopanther with 3 points in the Starcaller's Blessing. Is that what it's called? W? The heal, whatever.
Starfall and Starcall. I always get those ones mixed up.
Not as bad as the Freljordian champion names, I will say that much. A lot of confusion there. Herald has been started. 9,000 health. Order with a lot of priority in mid. They have no requirements to play this fast. It is PGG that want to play this fast.
Certainly is. Look at Rogue. Unspotted for the meantime. Sand Soldier goes across and spots him out nice and early. So that's a blast cone disengage away. This one is still being held in a bit of a flip. Soliflare goes in. Who wins out on that battle? We don't know just yet, but the fight is going to take place. Balkan is running to try and claim this one, but no! He cannot get to it. He's gone to the afterlife. He's trying to revive. He's trying to get it, and he just cannot find it. They're going to lose that in that fight, and it is Puma that cashed in on, what, 350 stacks?
Yeah, so this is the conversation that we now need to have, right? The smite was confirmed by Pentanet. The eye was confirmed by Balkan. But as a result of getting that eye, you've now given over an extra 700 in the pockets immediately to the Draven. Is that worth it? When the Herald is not going to provide you pre-14-minute turret plate, it might get you a tower if you summon it correctly. And suddenly, what was a 500 gold lead for Yuri above the rest is now 600 for Puma, is now going to have a second item and some change. And you can't help but feel like perhaps the correct play there was to win the smite fight, to run away.
Just went back to base there and spent at least 1,600 gold and living his best life, no doubt about it. Really happy times there for them.
It just terrifies you for this Drake, though, right?
I mean, the timing could not be worse for Pentanet for sure, but for Order fans, you're thinking this is the way you deny that reverse fleet.
Yeah, just cheering. Find some find something back for yourself, slow the game down. They've allowed you to slow the game down. With Drake up in 30 seconds though. Quick summoner spell checking. Pretty much everybody's still retaining their flashes. Belkan not having the Cyclone though, the second it spawns could be a factor. I would say it's not going to be much of one given that it'll be up with relatively short order after that point. No cleanse for Yuri. No cleanse for Praetus as champions into a Leona. Can be difficult. And 2 items done for Puma is definitely the hero of the game right now for Order, where PGG only 1 full item on their ADC. Going to try and play the Herald instead.
Classic trading of objective for objective. That one has been summoned multiple times this series and managed to achieve 2 turrets for free as a result. Pensnet is very respectful, very defensive on their line here as to if they want to even look at that Drake. They will not. They will bide their time, respecting the power and the wealth that Puma has now just acquired.
But they don't even commit to mid. They don't make it a trade. They actually allow Order the space to not only defend mid, but to get the Drake for free. And now we push bottom while holding mid at the same time. PGG's best choice right now is probably to dive if they want something to happen. Alistar looking for a wide flank with the flash there. Has been spotted.
He has been spotted. First turret falls on down. Order spread thin at the moment in the 3-2 split. Pentlet stable, we were AFK'd our blue buff, wondering what do we do. All we can really achieve was that 1 turret in mid.
And a large amount of minions are going to be missed down in bottom as well, right? It's crashed under the inner turret. That's 2 full waves minimum that are gone. And they were still collecting the waves in mid while they were losing the turret. So in this transaction of what seems like it's even, it is still favorable for Order. And let's keep in mind that they do have the soul point to threaten, and it's a big soul. It's definitely one that you want to secure at all costs, which means that it's one that PGG have to contest at all costs. As Bio has become Puma's little kitten.
Certainly has. I will put my life on the line for you. Here's a heal. Here's everything I have. Go off and just continue this devastation on this Draven pick.
And the thing that I wanted to bring up in draft of a Lulu option, right? Maybe it's not good for your lane. The reason that it is good is because you can build Ardent Sensor and have multiple targets for value on. Sure. Soraka can do that instead. Now that they've gone for the Leona and have a Soraka top lane, right? Well and truly working towards those Enchanter support items.
All your champions enjoy it. Azir and Trundle
loves it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They want that attack speed. They want that extra damage. Does really feel like we are gearing up for a potential big late game team fight, especially if Pentnet can deny this next Drake and buy themselves extra time, right?
For sure. They want at least another item onto Praetus, who right now just sitting on the Kraken and the dagger it needs time, to say the least. And time is not something that they can actively afford to give constantly now to what is the constant threat of an Infernal Soul. Just constantly giving extra value to Order. Also very early Elder Dragon if you give that one away. We'll have 2 item spikes for sure by the time this Drake spawns. There's also the risk of being wiped and giving away a Baron if you're not careful, so there is a high variability on this Drake itself. And again, PGG just able to play sides, get turrets. They have an advantage that Order do not have, and that is their side laners have genuine threat. Kisei in a side lane can obviously do that, but right now is grouped with the team.
And he is. Much like we're seeing Winter do as well now, act as that second support. All the attention goes into Rogue to consistently keep that ward stack topped up and healthy, plant the vision, replenish it, do it all over again. Find those angles, those windows, there's areas of the map for them to try and target, for them to try and engage on before, yeah, Order just get far too big.
Nice little ward there by PGG. Will spot the Baron if it gets done at all. Needs 2 control wards to commit to the to the Baron. But still it is Order who are going to reset. Basically vision being shared, right? Deep wards being placed everywhere possible right now in terms of vision control is belonging to Order. You can see their deep wards in the red side quadrant of PGG's map. But if the game starts to shift, as it does, it moves towards the Drake, it starts to transition southward, Order will have better vision control for the Baron. That is the current difference, the current trade-off that we are seeing. And if that is the case, there is a world that Order just commit 3 items strong on their Draven to just hitting the Baron as the Drake is about to spawn, because they don't need to fight for this Drake. No pressure to.
It's a luxury that they can afford to give up, absolutely.
Yeah, you can afford to take it, you can afford to give it away as necessary. Oh, Corporal, that is... Okay. Well, we are in a pause. I was about to say it's very unlucky that that ward never got swept. It did just as we hopped into this pause, so... We'll find out what's going on and get to you guys as soon as possible.
We certainly will, but what a time to have a pause here in a Game 5 situation when this really has flipped back and forth to try and favour either side that have been at each other's throats all season long. Multiple games up against each other in the regular season. It has favoured Pentanet in terms of their overall standing. Only one victory separated the two of them. They have very big stylistic differences. They've got the flexibility in their champion pool. That has been really expressed, I say, more so from the Order side. But it's not to forget about some of the curveballs that Pentanet thrown their way as well. I mean, this Zillion has been a sore thorn in their backside, right? 3 picks back-to-back. And, I mean, in this third game, if it can clutch out another win, certainly a consideration for teams like Chiefs and the rest of the competition to start looking at.
Yeah, Zillion hasn't lost yet, right? If it wins this game. And it's looking fantastic for PGG. So I like the clutch pick. I like that it's a strategy that perhaps they didn't want to show, but Order made them show their hands. They reveal it. It works. And now it's been responded to. Order are the team that have adapted. And BioPanther sees a Zillion and says, I'll raise you a Soraka. And if you can be a half support, I'll be a full support, your move. And eventually, we'll be back to Janna top lane.
Oh, no.
the cycle will continue.
Smite Janna veers their head back into the meta. We say, go away.
Yeah. But the big check-in with this game, right, as we are sitting here with this pause, is to really set the stakes in that the winner of this series goes on to play the Chiefs next week. But the winner of this series also confirms a debut at Dreamhack Melbourne. So you get a stage game.
Yeah.
So there is a lot on the line, even though this is not an elimination round. It is still a very important game to play. Last time that Order and Pentanet faced each other, Skimmy, it was a flat 3-0 from memory in a best-of-5 series. But regular season was 1-2 in favor of Pentanet. So teams showing their strengths in different ways. And it does feel like we got 2 best-of-1 wins from PGG in this series. They need to find their conversion and get a third. And there's no better way to do that and prove you are the better team than to do it with a slow scaling game.
100%. To say, you played our style, we've won. We're going to match your style, and if we can win here too, that is no doubt going to be in the memories and the minds of the Order camp as to, well, what do we need to do differently next time? Well, as it stands, what a game. 22 minutes in, 50 seconds on that next big soul point. It's an Infernal Soul to play for. Order had the first 3 Drakes, completely uncontested. So let's load back in and pick up from where we left off.
Straight out of the gates, teleports to be used into the mid lane. Mid lane priority is going to be the first port of call. Engage potentially on that pillar is nasty.
Silence into a root. The pillar was fantastic. As you say, Balkan might just be dead right there. Winterer comes in with a very clutch ultimate. That's burnt early. Instant flash away. Bomb does nothing. Victor with that Chaos Storm is going to try and zone them away as best as he can.
Guess they still with the Emperor's Divide. Draven still with the ult. Rogue, that is a huge flank if it can be successful, but Vision will spot him, though he has the sweeper on. Rogue is now the target. So is Kisei, to be fair. Soraka will heal him up, though, or make it sure he is K.
Mages both low in the mid lane.
They're so vigilant of Rogue.
Recalls. Oh, great. Bomb has denied it. You cannot go back to base. You cannot cheat a TP back into this fight. Rogue still hunting for that flank. They got the vision, they know. Puma has to be super hyper aware of this. Balkan is low as well. In they go. There's the pulp. Instant wish comes out. They're going to try and sustain as best as they can. Balkan jumps in. He's not going to be there for the smite fight right now. He's going to try and go for Corporal instead. He's hit the smite. He's got the kill.
Kudo's dead.
He's removed Kudo. In they go.
Puma got
stolen. Puma with the most insane axe maneuver just gets it done. Who cares about a jungler? It's overrated.
As well.
Puma's winning it all right now. He is clutching in a Game 5 situation. Rally around me, boys. I'm flashing in.
Oh. It's just 1 HP remains on Winterer and Yuri. They're going to limp away with no health to their name. Infernal Soul secured by the axe of a Draven with a rapid fire cannon proc. Smite apparently not going to be there. We'll have to watch this one more time. Rogue finds the engage that they desperately need. It may not be perfect, but it's more than enough, right? Forces the Soraka silence, forces the Soraka ultimate. The fight ensues. And Balkan doesn't have Smite. He used it to trade with Kudo and just bang, 1 axe gets in. And Kisei and Puma are really the stars of this show, but the unsung hero of BioPanther has been the perfect support for his team. Positions, you can't ask for more from your Soraka. is going to recall the teleport in. Doesn't have time to because Puma's an absolute madman. He's going to use his flash aggressively. Huge play from the individual carries of Order.
Phenomenal stuff. And just when we said he'd been really quiet in these last 2 games, he says, hold that L and just watch this for a second. Watch what I can do when the pressure is all on. There is no goal difference. It really is dead even. But it feels like so much more now. With that Infernal Soul, you are ever so strong. And that support play, as you mentioned, in the top lane of all things. Bio stretching his HP all the way down to, what, 5%?
Yeah, Bio gymnast levels of flex with Champion Pool is capable. Baron going to be started here as well. Order can do this extremely quickly if the Azir is hitting it. It is the full AP build, no on-hit attack speed. A laser going to say hello to 3 of them, though, and dissuade them in its entirety. And while it is even in gold, the Infernal Soul has an effective gold value that will definitely swing this game into Order's favor. But still, they're getting a little bit dicey in how they're playing, a bit hyphy in the moment. Playing so hard for this Baron, they've foregone mid-waves. They've given space for Prey to farm. And farm he will hoover up camps and waves.
He will certainly take as much as he can, but has he done too much right there? Instant, on the hunt, he's running. He's sniped what he can. That turret is holding on by just a thread. That means that Azir will summon another turret in mid and buy them more time and buy them space to work with. But my big concern now is that if Order do commit all their members inside that Baron pit, you are serving a silver platter for somebody like a Victor or a Zillion.
One big thing here as well that is super important for Pentanet.gg with that Baron is that they still have a very healthy mid lane outer turret. Right, that is why Praetor is able to play as aggressively as he is, and why it is so difficult to play mid-priority into the Baron. And right now, Order would love to be able to clear out all the wards that exist. There is a whole host of control wards, even pre-reset, that PGG placed down. They're able to retain that vision and actually get to the topside river first. And so they have now outright control. They have supremacy of the river, and it is Order's turn. What are they going to do?
That is the big question on everyone's mind right now. What will they do? As Pentanet will be able to bully their way into that topside river, plant their own vision and deny that of Order as well. So back to the age-old game of play ping pong and mid. That Azir turret is now down. The second one that we saw before will fall in an instant as well.
This is one of those interesting points, though, where it feels like Yuri is the one who's most pressured. If everyone stalemates in this situation, Kisei's actually operating as a top laner, right? Has teleport up soon enough and will be able to go to side lanes to farm. If Yuri's on the same screen as Praetor, then they're both losing out, and Praetor's definitely going to get those minions, right? This is where it gets a little bit more difficult to play. Pillar going to be used. Belkan looking.
Belkan looking for this one, but it's going to be crazy, absolutely crazy if he went for this fight without Praetor there.
Hailstorm was used.
Certainly was. Burning out a CC and ultimately just burning an ult in that same fashion.
Copper going to try and sweep through the river. We'll find some wards here. If he goes south, which he is, he should be able to find the last one. No, he's not going to, apparently. Just sneaks out of it.
The stage really is now all set towards playing for an Elder flip, right? We've denied that initial Baron play. We bought more time. Pentanet have done great work in stalling things out by holding that mid lane point. Predator says, don't engage at all costs. Just trim those waves. I am farming. I am XP gathering. I am trying to pull ahead of this Draven.
They have so many turrets taken in mid that a single mistake from Order can be very costly. There's inhibitors on the line. And a Zillion working with this Sivir makes it so hard to kill her. Does feel like we're going to have a battle of ADCs, but the difference makers are Yuri and Kisei both being scaling mages. Execution setup. There's going to be so many little different points right now, and vision control comes before all of those. Make a mistake and Kisei can make a montage out of you. But if you don't kill Yuri, the 3-item Victor will kill you.
What does this game all come down to? Is it the battle mages or is it those raid boss AD carries? Back onto the map we deploy once again. Items in hand. Power spikes there. Belkan's found it.
Engaging.
He's jumped in. He's forced that flashes right away. Goodo's in trouble. He's been knocked up by the Cyclone Charge number 2. Goes Golden. Buying time though. Still for that Zillion ultimate. He's just dead. He is just sniped from afar. That's a 2-man pull. There's the redemption down. The Emperor's Divide as well. Rogue is running for his life, running for the hills. And that is the ult onto Predator, and that is a shutdown going the way of Draven.
The Fire Panther is an absolute hero. You may not see it in the damage count, right? But Belkan goes for the engage And the follow-up from PGG was so dicey, they should have killed Kisei if there wasn't a Soraka to keep him alive at all times. Flash going to be used by Corporal, has got Hex Flash at the very least. So the mistake's on him, he'll get picked off, but as an Elder Dragon. Reset straight into a Baron buff, and now this is an Order team that is so hard to deal with.
Certainly is, Rusty. They've got everything at their disposal. Let's check it in one more time, because it does start with Pentanet engaging.
Yeah, Belkan finds an angle on 2 people. They're both going to flash away. Then he keeps going. He tries to keep going forwards into a Soraka, into a potential Trundle pillar, and just goes too far. This is huge. Kisei should be dead, but look at the healing. Boomerangs are bouncing between him. Redemption goes through. There's no way he should be alive, and he should just be thanking Kisei, thanking Biopanther for just coming in so clutch for him, right? The Soraka pick MVP in this situation. Order. Elder Dragon in hand, looking at a Baron, and Belkan flanks quite wide. Yurino teleport. They're just going to give it.
It's not here. That is literally everything they need! Oh my god, he's stolen the Baron. You can have one, but you can't have both. Is that just enough to try and stall out this game a fraction longer?
Look, one overeager engage into a Baron buff, still a bit of redemption there. Praetor still a threat. Order going to respect it. They're going to recall. They don't have Baron-empowered recalls. They're going to lose a turret in mid.
They're going to snipe.
They're just going to lose it.
Did they just snipe away this for free? They do.
Yeah.
I'm stuttering. I'm just so shocked
by
it.
That was a top lane out a turret for the inhibitor turret in mid.
Wow.
Just straight up, plain and simple. Chaos Storm used by Yuri. It seems like recalls were stopped. Balance has been upset. Elder Dragon has amounted to almost nothing. But a Baron into their hands of Bentenet.
Crazy, crazy stuff here. 40 seconds left in the Elder. And our Order still well equipped to try and find a fight with that buff.
Wouldn't be a PGG game without a flip at a major objective in game 5 of a series.
Of course it wouldn't.
Surprised we're not having a backdoor race. It's always possible. Praetor's there, right? He is maybe a last whisper away from being exceptionally strong. But as he currently stands with the Infinity Edge done, 3 items and a stopwatch there, he can 1v9 a team fight for sure. Puma is an existing issue, right? Massive. Mostly, he is effectively full build. If that stopwatch becomes another item, he won't have the stopwatch. He's full build for the current moment. And Kisei, that threat that you just saw on your screen, Rogue doesn't get to play this video game without using his ultimate from now on. That is the state of things. And we have seen late game Kisei's just control battlefield.
Praetor, he's on the hunt. He's running away. He's been caught. He has nowhere to go. Baron inspired recall. There's no way. There's just no way. Fights his way out of harm's way, but it's just not enough, especially when you have all that sustain.
The heal from Biopanther.
Taking no chances.
Gee, I mean, I think it was a good heal. Definitely taking no chances. But still, PGG, they're going to split the map. You go for Praetor top, we're going to threaten the bot lane turret. It's a Lich Bane Victor. It is a split push Victor. 600 extra gold into his pockets. That could be close to the Void Staff. They're getting to the items that they need.
They are just running Order ragged around the map, right?
Yeah.
Saying, you want to try and force a fight, you want to try and catch us out on this grand adventure of split push to victory to avoid you and to extrapolate as much value out of that stolen Baron as we can find. It's working in that fashion, right? 6 turrets to 2, make it 3 if they can find this one. But even that's being held.
For what it's worth, Azir can now finally plant himself into a side lane a little bit more successfully. The teleport is gonna be there. Order going to be grouped around Puma, but they really want Azir to be in the fight as the fight starts. His damage is too valuable. Otherwise, PGG just stack armor like your dead man's played Alistar at level 11 and just run at the Draven until you win. That's where the game becomes a little bit more of an experience for Order. You've got a Soraka that's going to be protecting you. The Soraka having to group means the Azir has to split, but he has to split with conditions that he is too important. Meanwhile, Vacuum 101 getting to a point that Order can't handle.
Certainly can't. But Puma is now outright full build. Nothing more he can achieve than selling those boots and finding another full complete item as a result afterwards.
Mineral.
Solar Flare is there, on towards Balkan. Instant Cyclone, he is dead straight away. That's a GA, and there is no one backing him up.
God.
Winter is not here. The rest of the team once again split pushing.
Yeah, and don't forget that they just have an Infernal Soul. Leona does more damage than you think. Azir auto attacks one time with his Sand Soldiers. And you question if Balkan even had a health bar to begin with. Of course, split pushing being an absolute menace. Is it worth it for Order? Currently, no. But there is a chance that they get more. And one more kill could just be a force to end the game.
Kratos steps up to the wave and says, yep, this is a bit of an issue. Has just used one soldier and removed half of my Zillion's health bar. Order once again grouping up as 5. They welcome the attention, they welcome the pressure, they want to fight Pensnet. They want to isolate them, they want to knock back them all. They've taken out 2, but Yuri has found that shot that on towards Kisei. He's going to receive that ultimate. That could be clutch. Has a Peter in his head, has a bit of time, has a bit of damage, but doesn't match
look at
the
the boomerang.
Here goes Pradev. It's a moment to shine as a absolute civil weapon. It's a battle between these Eddie carries. He goes golden for a meantime, tries to raid out the Draven damage. Balkan goes in, knock him up, raid out the heals. Pradev can't match the damage and the sustain. And Winter is chucking out bombs, laying down stuns and peppering them with damage from afar. Balkan's like, please, Winter, do something. We can't kill this Draven. He's just too big.
The Guardian Angel very much clutches it out for Order. That was an insane little series of skirmishes and fights. You hold hope for a moment. You see Praetor come through. Big mark with a Zillion movement speed buff. You're like, this is it. He's got the angle, the ricochets, the boomerangs. They're hitting everybody. And now it's just Winter and a Dream against the Smite.
Oh my god.
And Winter is gone.
2 turret, I say turret shots because I look like turret shots. 2 Draven axes dead. He is godlike, and for good reason too. He stole away the Infernal Soul. He's been stealing away a lot of these big team fights, and now looking for their second Elder.
I mean, crazy little engage just started off as well from Kisei, right? The fact that he found his target, but Victor turns and burns him instead. The Zillion ultimate comes through. It's one of those situations where it felt like everything was going right for Order. They baited them in, they drew them in, they found an angle, but they still lost the fight. Order just built different. Look how quick this goes, by the way.
That's gone.
The Z hitting it.
It is gone. Such a high line. Corporal's zoning them away. By the time they try and deal with him, the Baron is already gone. They've got the Elder. 3 minutes of sheer domination with the power unleashed with all these late game carries with every buff you could hope to acquire.
2 times back-to-back, they'll be able to pick up the Elder, but this time, finally, they'll confirm the Baron. No steals, no miracles from Balkan this time around. Baron buff, basically what they needed, right? The Baron itself gave so much space for Pensinet to break structures. Not going to be as easy to do this time around. And 5 men strong straight down the mid lane. Flash available for Kisei, but that's it for Order. Hex Flash there from the Alistar, but no flashes anywhere else on Pensinet's side. And so a lack of summoner spells into an Elder Baron, very hard to defend.
Order's game to lose at this point, Rusty. There is no doubting that. With all the power they have, they will rip through the ranks of every objective, every kill, every target, every objective in this as well. They find the target again. Kisei just being a little bit of special magic, working it once again. They find 2. They remove the Victor. They remove the Wukong as well.
Looking for the end. No minions. Give me
that end, don't they?
Oh my god.
Another wave comes on through. 50 seconds left on the Elder. They're going to teleport onto that cannon. They are inspired. They are angry. They are keen to prevent the miracle run of a reverse sweep. Back-to-back games lost, but it doesn't matter. They will close it out and book themselves a grand final rematch with the Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs get to see Order win 3-2 and say, bring it on. Good little win in the end from Order. No reverse sweeps today, like you said. And they do deserve to win this series. It was pushed to the absolute wire. You know Pensinet can take some games off you. Perhaps they didn't expect to, but a couple of incidents later, the real Order shows up to play in game number 5. Kisei unleashed on the Azir. And as you would expect with the Draven, no signs of slowing down from Puma. The real heroes, the real carries of the team. But it has to be said, the quiet achiever, who is my MVP from that 5th game, was the Soraka top lane. Something 100%. I didn't think I would ever say. But here we are.
It does really feel like a hard conversation to quantify as to who gets the series MVP as opposed to a game-by-game MVP, because there have been stand-up performances from a lot of these individuals in those different moments. And I guess it does beg the question, what is more important, a Game 5 clutch win to prevent a reverse sweep, or those great games early on in the series to put yourself in such a great spot?
Definitely prevent the reverse sweep, because my prediction was bang on, and guess who's winning predictions right now? It's this guy for the first time ever I'll never let you live it down. But look, it could change tomorrow as well. But let's talk about this game. That one was a thriller. There was entertainment all around. That fight in the pit when the soul got taken as well. I just saw like 1/10 of a couple of health bars just hovering all around the pit. I'm like, how is anyone here bloody still alive? But they managed to be alive for just long enough. Unfortunately, Puma was just too big and had the perfect timing on pretty much every single one of his bloody right clicks this game. It had so much impact, so much damage. And in the end, the scaling just worked out for Order. They fended off the attack from PGG.
Everyone doubted the Soraka top lane. Everyone put in Keck W's when they saw the Soraka Leona lock-in. Who's laughing now? Because Biopanther is going to Dreamhack with the Soraka game for the 5th because they have just done it against PGG. And I think overall, Puma played so well, especially throughout the entire best of 5 series. Although he had one off game on that Yasuo, I think this Draven, he got those early kills up against the Sivir and Alistar where it really put him ahead. And I believe the Wukong in these team fights, he seemed a little bit lost because they didn't have that engaged onto the Soraka that they wanted, because this Soraka was actually a huge menace in the mid-game team fights where they were able to secure every single dragon. And in the late game, I wanted to highlight that Kisse on that Azir made some really, really good engages with that ultimate where he was able to pick out Yuri for basically 2 times that won them the game. And just congrats to Order for going to Dreamhack.
Yeah, just doing so much work there. Get that rematch, as you mentioned, up against Chiefs next week, but quickly, look at this gold graph. Look at this scoreboard. It was so close for almost 40 whole minutes. Ended just shy of that by a whole damn minute. And Team Comp, like, you look at it, it's a little bit odd when you look at what Order's brought to the party, but at the same time, it's worked. It's got the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 supports, 2 carries. They got to late game. Draven is strong early, and basically throughout the game, it just becomes harder to play with juggling the axes. But even then, right, a couple of really interesting fights that break out between the Draven and Sivir, and you see exactly why Draven is such a good matchup into it, and why it is the first pick over the Sivers. Because if those two hit each other, the Draven always wins. But the Sivir wants to hit front to back, try and deal with tanks, can't deal with the Draven.
I love how the fact that they target banned Bio as well going towards the end there, and he just laughs. He's like, look, I've got champs for days. I did ask about that champ pool, and we certainly saw it flexed. Now, PGG, it is their chance for the redemption arc because they're going to be going down to that lower bracket after this loss, but you can't say it wasn't a close game. Like winning 2 maps, taking us all the way to a 5th, and just showing us exactly what they're capable of. Even this game as well, there were so many scares for Order all throughout. Whoever wins tomorrow's lower bracket series is in for a rough affair when they go up against PGG. That's all I'm saying.
They'll be angry, no doubt about it. They'll be feeling like that game 5 was theirs to win, no doubt about it. I mean, the way the game was teed up was that they were split pushing something chronic, right? You had a Lichbane Victor doing work. You had a Sivir that just wanted to farm uncontested all day long and try and match that power that Puma had on the Draven. And they were saying, well, you can put 4 members here, but then I'm split pushing down bots. That is another turret. I think it was like 6 turrets to 2 at one point. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, just the sheer dominance and the war of attrition, I guess Order said, that like, mid lane, we will eventually break it. We will get these buffs one way or another.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like Rusty said, PGG was doing what Order was best at, which was scaling to the 40-minute mark. And in the first 2 games, I believe they were close to 40. I believe game 2 was at 40 minutes, and Order took the win as well. So maybe just this lost in identity, just kind of trying to do what they're not best at, they can fix on it for the next best of 5.
That is very true indeed. And we have someone who, I guess, was a little bit, lacking confidence going into that first game, as we heard from Bio, but he's here to tell the tale of Order. Goodo, congratulations on that win. It was a big series. How are you feeling?
Feels draining, but just win is a win. I just felt nice. Everyone just carried me.
What do you mean? You did your part as well, especially in that game 5. You guys had 4 dragons up where PGG had 0. So tell me what it felt like going into a game 5 up against PGG.
Oh, against PGG game 5, I feel like this series is gonna be just bot heavy, cause top just irrelevant, cause tank versus tank, and Injure just somehow just picked up the Jillian and just they literally doing nothing, and whoever just wins spot wins the game. So we just decide to just don't we will just stop caring about the hero of the game 5. We just focus on the win con, which is Dragon Soul. I think that was main win con. So I think we did pretty well for the plan.
Okay, now talk to me about this one. You've locked in Dreamhack, but you still have to play one more online game up against Chiefs next week. How are you feeling knowing that you get to play on stage on that Friday at Dreamhack?
Like, look, if you just lose against the Chiefs next week, we're gonna be like loser bracket, which is like semi-final. That's the Dreamhack as well, but we don't wanna be in that condition. We just wanna go final next week. So going Dreamhack is like nice, but the thing is, we just wanna play one Dreamhack game, which is grand final.
I'm sure the boys will polish up their gameplay for that Dreamhack game, but let's talk about the overall team performance, because we saw that Soraka coming in the top lane. We saw some funky picks coming out of order. So what was draft like? Who made these funky calls?
I think like before just going game 5, we were just considering about the like banning Zillion, but the thing was like, Bai was like big test. It's like if he's just dodging the matchup tank versus tank, and he's going for Jillian, I'm just gonna pick Soraka. I'm just gonna gap him because like that was the thing probably. I just don't wanna talk to like full story about the drop because it's our team script. So like about just big chest up, Soraka versus Jillian, like he just gapped it. Tank versus tank and support versus support. I think just Bai just gap Winter too hard on this series.
Can we get some Giga Chat spam in the chat, please? Because Bai coming into that game 5 definitely made the difference. Well, congratulations on the win once again. See you next week, and hopefully we get the same performance out of order.
Thank you.
I don't know how close I was to doing the Giga Chat spam. I was trying to just push my chin out. Get it going. Anyway, get those Giga Chat.
The Giga Chat.
Well, you don't believe?
No.
Yeah, come on.
I need some like implants or something.
Chisel jaw.
Go.
Isn't he photoshopped anyway?
Yeah, 100%.
Is he?
Yeah.
If he's not,
sure he's photoshopped
congratulations on being genetically superior to every person I've ever seen. Now, look, that was a damn good game, and that brings us towards the end of the series, but we have to have a couple of discussions. First of all, Dare MVP for the whole series.
Yeah.
Kisei was definitely leading in those first 2 victories. Did he do enough in the third to sort of secure that?
It's got to be between Kisei and Puma, right?
I
feel like those two were nuts. Bio special mention for game 5 being a
and
Soraka.
game 1, honestly, with that one.
Yeah.
Game 1, sure. It gets banned away afterwards, right?
I would say Kisei. I think that he was enough of an X factor, like in the game 2 win as well. He was good in game 5. You can't fault him, but I think like he was, like, he actually made a highlight reel moment, even just R1ing the fake LeBlanc with confidence.
Oh, yeah.
To execute the R2 on the real one.
Is that enough? What about in the 2 games where Order didn't win? Who was doing a lot of
Ari still looked good.
It wasn't Puma in those 2 games, and that's the difference for me.
Kisei still did extremely well on that Ari, and I think just the importance of him being able to turn around in that second game on Akali, where he got 2 random illegal picks on PGG, is enough for him to be the Dare MVP, Mac.
Well, I am going to believe you guys. It was, of course, Kisei who is going to be your Dare MVP for the first game of playoffs. And that, again, is going to send him into first place. He was tied up with Yuri, but now he jumps ahead by 1 big old DMVP. And look, 24, 19, and 12 for the whole damn series, 57% of the KP. That's pretty damn good considering, you know, some of the games had a couple of little solo bowlers in there. Lots of action down towards the bot lane as well, and 32% of the damage. You couldn't have asked for too much more than it.
I'm so proud of Kisei's progression from Split 1 to Split 2, because during Split 1, we always were like, oh, Kisei's the mechanical player, but he's getting overshadowed by Kevi.
Yeah.
During Split 2, he is the shining star of Order, and especially in this best of 5 series, his consistency has shown throughout all the games.
That's the big thing for me, right, is his refinement in his play, because we know he is such an aggressive player that can play the control mages, can play the Yasuos, the Assassins, whatever it may be, but when he debuted in the league playing for the Chiefs last year, it was like, he's going to take those plays. I remember that one play where he almost had like a vengeance run to try and Benny Hill music, chased all the way into the blue buff, like, I need to get this kill, I need to find... You know the play I'm talking about, right? I can't remember what game it was, but it was just like, it might have been up against Chungi, I think it was. He was like, I need to get this kill, like, you really pissed me off.
The deep cut.
I remember.
He gets it, right? But then those were those moments where it's like, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
I wouldn't say it's Lee Sin, but it's definitely over a blue buff.
It was, yeah. Anyway, like, those are the moments, right, where he flips the switch, and like coming into this year, it's been a lot more like, I know I'm good, I can play good, but I am being a lot more consistent, like you say.
Yeah, well, let's talk now about the play of the day. We got the Dare MVP out of the way. any memorable ones for you two? You casted a lot of these games today.
I just said one. It was the Kiss 8 play.
Is there shuffle?
I'm going to give that an honourable mention. It's not the play of the day, but it mechanically may have been. It was contextually and entertainment-wise, pressure-wise, the greatest play of the day. It was from that last game, and it was the fight where we did get that Baron, the smite steal with a right-click coming through from Puma on the dragon for the soul. So
Again,
let's have a look at it
another
again.
Biopanther highlight reel, to be clear here. Puma steals it, comes in clutch.
League director time, here we go.
The real dear MVP is honestly this Draven axe onto the Dragon Soul at the very last second because he's got his mind on the right thing, on the right objective.
Look at the heals on the Kisser, he was like 10 HP.
Soraka is broken.
Smurfy.
One
Absolutely
could argue
Smurfy.
that the smite usage by Belkan onto an enemy champion was also quite an achieving moment.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Rusty. All right, I've been there. We've all been there.
And then this flash, because he's feeling himself.
Yeah.
And he forgot that Yuri existed.
Yeah, Yuri still dishing out damage on with the inch of health he had. It was a long play. It was a fun one, but inevitably, Order got that soul, and we saw how much damage that soul provided to everyone going towards that late game as well.
That was the break point. That really was the break point, I think, when the gold graph starts to go away from them, right? Because after that Infernal Soul, you're leading into Elders, you're leading into Barons, you're leading into Pure Destruction.
Yeah.
So maybe it could have been a different story if Penta were able to steal that one away, but I mean, that's what these special players can do at the highest level.
Oh, so much fun. So much fun for just day one of this week, day one of playoffs, and we've got a second day to get to as well. That game tomorrow is going to be so damn keen. Oh, let's look at the bracket. Let's just bring it up and see what's going on. Quickly, gaze towards the top first. You've got Chiefs, you've got Order. That one, of course, is going to be next Monday. Make sure you don't miss it because it's that grand finals rematch from last year, or from last split rather, and it's a best of 5, so we get to really go all the way and see as well if Chiefs can just fend off any games being taken at all. Of course, tomorrow is going to be Tuesday, 16th of the 8th. That's Direwolves and Kanga, and I cannot wait to see what they have in a best of 5. Direwolves, of course, have played some best of 5s before. Kanga haven't made it this far, but I am so keen to see what they can bring to the table.
I think tomorrow is going to be twice as exciting because there is that element of being eliminated from the playoffs.
100%.
And every single game is basically do or die because PGG, at least they have a second chance in the loser bracket. However, Dials versus Kanga, every game matters. And from what we've seen, I think Kanga might actually have a chance.
From what I remember as well, if we go back to last split mentally, of course, we don't have the graphics ready. This is when Peace went down, Order started in that lower bracket, and then made this run a reality, made it all the way, and ended up winning in the playoffs. So I see a world where, you know, maybe Kanga or Dials pull out all stops, somehow become one of these best of 5 series teams, which like Order and PGG have been saying that they've been all split. Maybe that's an angle.
Draven has a 100% presence throughout the entire best of 5 tonight.
And
And
a win rate.
tomorrow we have Limas coming in hot for our game. So
I'm excited.
Draven.
great.
I'm excited.
High priority on that one. High priority on bed. This has been a long damn night. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on the LCO. Delivered by Menulog. Day 1 of playoffs, done and dusted. Day 2 coming up tomorrow. Same time, same place here on the LCO channel. I will see you then. They'll see you then. And have a good sleep.
Can just go top if they're not careful. Get another free inhibitor. Yuri has to respect. Now they collapse.
Here we go, quarter to 4 to go once again. Combos out with the Collectism beautifully. I mean, just the layering of CC, Rusty, there's just no counterplay to it. How do you deal with that as it gives free ground?
Yuri got hit.
Oh, Kissley's in.
Oh my
the
god.
longest
Okay.
shuriken flip you'll ever see. There's a cheeky heal from the Nidalee. But he's still running, and that's a perfect execution. I love that from Kissei. This is what you get
So
from him.
good.
He's just such a special talent. Back-to-back double kills. On the side there, looking for a juicy charm target. Rogue flanks on in and hits a three-man pulverize into the shove again. Cataclysm lights out. GG right there. Order just a little bit too hesitant to pull the trigger. They've lost turrets in the mid lane. They're going to lose this Dragon as well, and they've lost their lives in the process.
Feels like it's happening.
This might be it before that dragon fight takes place. They're in. The last breath is there. Is that Order's last breath in this team fight? Winterer comes across the wall, drops the
Brent's
bomb,
still alive.
holding the ult.
He's dead.
Draven's dead. The Zillion ult is still there. He burned the stopwatch. He hit the flash, but it just was not enough. Volcon comes in and tag teams through. I will get the double kill. I will do the damage. Don't worry about the Draven. You put all your eggs into that basket, but you're now going to pay the ultimate price for it. It's a triple kill.
We did see a Soraka in the LCO in split 1.
Hey.
It was a loss. Bang.
Hey, look, menu pop.
LCO.gg/Dreamhack if you want to get those tickets. Kitty, have you got yours?
No, Mac, where can I get my tickets?
LCO.gg/Dreamhack. Just in case you missed it in the first
Where do I get it, Mac? I've got my ticket now. Thank you, Mac.
Dreamhack, guys.
Thank you, Mac.
Now,